how I went back in time to redo my high school life and get revenge after being condemned for a crime I didn't commit. Volume 2. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The side character believes in what he doesn't want. I was dreaming, a nostalgic dream of my first life, which was both my future and my past. Back then, I was a pathetic mob who desperately tried to convince myself that I was somewhat special because of my minimal interactions with the protagonist, Amada Teruhit. It was the latter part of the first term, after midterm exams, when interpersonal relationships had more or less solidified. How sad, I guess. Aishii Kazuki, who had firmly established my position as a mob, was about to have a lonely lunch in the cafeteria since all my fellow mob friends were absent with colds, but there was a guy who wouldn't let that happen. It's been a while since we had lunch together, just the two of us, Ishii. You didn't need to prioritize me, you know. Amada Teruhito. Initially, he was supposed to be in the same mob position as me, but that was already in the past. While I was living my lazy mob life, Amada had mysteriously formed connections with popular beauties at Hirosaka High School, and by solving their problems, he had earned their special feelings. I thought he was another mob like me, but he turned out to be a love comedy protagonist. No way, I can't just leave a friend alone. One might think I'd feel jealous toward Amada, but the troubling thing is that this guy is extremely nice. Despite being in a position where he could enjoy lunch surrounded by beautiful girls, he chose to have lunch with an unremarkable, practically invisible guy in our class. If I were in Amada's position, even if I knew that person would end up eating alone, I'd probably ignore the guilt and choose to spend time with the beautiful girls. Most guys would probably do the same. Nevertheless, Amada chose me. There's no one more deserving of the word good person than him. Because of this, my sense of inferiority outweighs my jealousy. He established his position as a love comedy protagonist thanks to that personality. He captivated beautiful girls with his human charm by sincerely addressing and resolving their serious problems that most guys would give up on. Absolutely, I couldn't have done it. It was an achievement only Amada could accomplish. Thanks. I hide my great sense of inferiority with a small expression of gratitude. He responds with a smile, saying, "Don't worry about it. If he were just a bit of a jerk, I could treat him coldly. The fact that I think this way is precisely why I'm a mob and Amada is the protagonist. In a way, this was good timing. Until recently, things were really tough. Amada was resting his cheek on his right hand, which wore a wristband, and sighing somewhat wearily, probably because of the major trouble that had befallen him until yesterday, as he mentioned. For some reason, love comedy events frequently occur at Hirosaka High School, and Amada invariably gets involved, as expected of a love comedy protagonist. Until now, Amada had solved the problems of various love comedy heroines, a track and field ace, beautiful girl, who had fallen into a slump, a shy girl, beautiful girl, who couldn't make friends, and a class president, beautiful girl, who couldn't perform well due to stage fright. But this recent love comedy trouble was considerably bigger compared to previous ones. Being a virtual idol must be tough. Yeah, I really think so. It all started with a transfer student. A beautiful girl named Hitsujitani Miwa joined our class a little while ago. With her bright, straightforward personality that treated everyone equally without discrimination, Hitsujitani quickly became popular and captured the hearts of many male students upon transferring. Of course, I was one of them. A beautiful transfer student who casually talked even to a mob like me. Perhaps out of envy toward Amada, I even entertained hopes like, maybe I'll get my own love comedy chance. Of course, that wasn't the case. And so, as expected, or perhaps as fate would have it, this Hitsujitani Miwa had a big secret. Amazingly, Hitsujitani was not only a beautiful high school girl, but also a popular video content creator with over 1 million subscribers. That being said, she wasn't showing her face in her activities. She was active as a VTuber, using her voice with a 3D CG rendered character. There was a significant reason why Hitsujitani Miwa, such a popular streamer, transferred to our school. A stalker problem. Hitsujitani had been active without revealing her face, but an enthusiastic fan collected information from her streams and discovered that the identity of the popular VTuber was Hitsujitani Miwa. To escape from such a stalker, Hitsujitani transferred to Hirosaka High School. The big secret of this easygoing, beautiful girl. The normally cheerful heroine was trembling with fear behind the scenes. Terrified of the stalker, Hitsujitani had reluctantly stopped her beloved streams to avoid having her address discovered. This way, she'd be safe. This way, the stalker wouldn't find her. But that plan failed. The overly dedicated stalker followed Hitsujitani even to her new school. This is where Amada stepped in. Asked for help by Hitsujitani, Amada intervened in this trouble along with his best friend Tsukiyama and the other heroines. Ishii, thanks for your help too. I hardly did anything though. Given the nature of the situation this time, Amada probably judged that resolving it with just his usual members would be difficult. He asked for assistance from all our classmates. All the boys participated. All the girls declined. The boys, eager to make a good impression on Hitsujitani Miwa, enthusiastically agreed to participate, while the girls, except for Kani, terrified of the stalker, all declared they wouldn't join. Of course, I was included among all the boys and participated, though I didn't do much. Along with other mob friends, I stood nonchalantly on Hitsujitani's route to school, assigned to report if the stalker appeared. And the stalker never showed up where I was positioned. It's a sad story, considering I desperately tried to memorize the stalker's face from the photo Hitsujitani sent to our group chat. So, it's essentially the same as doing nothing. I was in an absolutely safe zone, participating only with the base intention that if I happened to accomplish something, maybe Hitsujitani would develop special feelings for me. In the end, it wasn't amateur vigilantism, but professionals, with the help of the police force, that successfully drove away the stalker. All's well that ends well. Thus, another problem was resolved. If it had ended with just the stalker, that would have been good. Or so we would have liked, but reality wasn't so kind. There was a continuation to this incident. I had been wondering how the stalker managed to get hold of Hitsujitani's current address after she had stopped streaming since transferring to our school, but it turned out someone had leaked the information. Moreover, the culprit was a female student from the same year but a different class at Hirosaka High School. Apparently, that female student was also active as a VTuber but wasn't successful, with fewer than 50 subscribers. Then, amid all this, Hitsujitani transferred in, and from her voice, the girl realized she was the popular VTuber, so out of jealousy, she leaked Hitsujitani's information to the stalker. Moreover, in a way that benefited herself. That female student had been selling Hitsujitani's information to the stalker for money. That's why the stalker was able to identify even Hitsujitani's transfer school. The content seems complicated and troublesome even for me, a third party, just hearing about it. Amada, who took on resolving this incident, probably had a much harder time than I imagined. By the way, that girl transferred out right. When I asked that, Amada wore a bitter expression. Yeah, I wish it could have been resolved more peacefully. In the end, the female student who leaked the information denied the allegations. But since the evidence against her was solid, no one believed her, and she was criticized by both boys and girls. So unable to endure the psychological pressure, she left Hirosaka High School. That's the slightly unpleasant conclusion to this trouble. That's not something for Amada to worry about. After all, the one at fault was the female student who leaked Hitsujitani's information. Anyway, why did you get involved in such a troublesome matter? I can't just ignore someone in trouble. As expected of a love comedy protagonist, he easily utters lines that make me cringe. Besides, I wanted to challenge myself a bit, to see how far my abilities would take me. That's such a protagonist-like statement. If anyone other than Amada had said it, they'd be laughed at. While I was absent-mindedly thinking about this, a female student sat down directly in front of us. Ah, Mikoto. Amada's voice immediately became animated upon recognizing the person. Well, that's to be expected. A girl who is the childhood friend and main love interest of love comedy protagonist Amada Teruhito. Hidaka Mikoto took a seat directly in front of us. However, she seems somewhat less energetic than usual, or rather, she looks depressed. Are you okay? If something's wrong, I'll help. I thought about mustering a bit of courage and saying something like that, but are you okay? If something's wrong, I'll help. Amada beat me to it. It's because I'm always a beat behind in times like this that I'm a mob. Don't talk to me. Sorry. That was close. If Hidaka treats even love comedy protagonist Amada this way, I'm sure I'd have met an even worse fate if I had said the same words. A sharp gaze with a cold voice, truly befitting behavior for the Ice Empress. I feel like Hidaka is glaring at me with terrifyingly intense eyes. But is it just my imagination? Is she saying that my very existence is a nuisance and I should disappear somewhere? Now, what should I do? Mikoto, I'm sorry I couldn't help that girl. Thanks to the words of Amada, who has an iron mentality that never gives up, I was able to understand why Hidaka seemed down. Hidaka, who doesn't have anyone she can genuinely call a friend at Hirosaka High School, or rather, she doesn't make any, had established a friendly relationship with just one female student. But unfortunately, that female student turned out to be the culprit who leaked Hitsujitani's information. Her friend had engaged in wrongdoing and then transferred schools as if running away. Anger, disappointment, loneliness, in any case, mixed with various emotions, Hidaka had lost her energy. Perhaps she felt lonely being by herself and came here seeking help from Amada. She really wants to spend time with Amada alone and have him listen to her, but there's an intruder. Even so, she forcefully came to us, hoping something could be done about it. Well then, Amada. I'll be going. A mob interfering with a love comedy is unthinkable. The only thing I can do is read the atmosphere and create a space for the protagonist and heroine. I stood up, intending to leave the cafeteria promptly. Wait, Ishii, I'm coming too. No, read the room here. Why are you elegantly ignoring my consideration? Amada hurriedly stood up and said to me in a voice only I could hear. You don't need to be so considerate. Damn, he's such a good guy. As a pathetic mob, I accepted Amada's kindness, and we both left the cafeteria. I'll keep it a secret that I ended up walking a bit faster because Hidaka was staring at us, actually, at me with such a terrifyingly intimidating gaze. She's incredibly beautiful, but Hidaka is truly frightening. Chapter 1. The fool speaks of the past, the wise speak of the present, the side character speaks of the future. When I opened my eyes in the morning, the first thing I saw was a familiar ceiling. The one in my own room. Ishii Kazuki was once just a mob walking through a particularly unremarkable life. The major turning point in my life came with its end. Triggered by my own death, my second life began. Subjected to brutal bullying, losing my family, becoming sick of everything, I took my own life on the day of Tanabata at 17. That should have been the end, but somehow I found myself having time leaped back to when I was 15, to the day of the high school entrance ceremony. I started walking through this second life. As I tried not to make the same mistakes as before, I came to learn various truths along the way. Hidaka Mikoto, known as the Ice Empress, is actually a dependable and kind-hearted person despite her somewhat excessive behavior, and is my only true ally, and amazingly, she harbored special feelings for me. Also, the person I thought was a dear friend, Amada Teruhito, understood the romantic feelings of Hidaka Mikoto, who was both his childhood friend and the object of his affection. And to bring Hidaka under his control, he built a fake friendship with me and, in my first life, used the people around us to bring me down. I, who learned of Amada's schemes through both coincidence and inevitability, in this second life, chose to fight against him to ensure the same conclusion wouldn't happen again. And in the end, I managed to grasp victory and successfully exposed Amada's wrongdoings. This second life is far more intense than my first. Overcoming hardships, I changed the future. I changed the worst possible future, where, about 2 years from now, I and my family would lose our lives. I can't say for certain that it's completely guaranteed, though. Come to think of it, it's almost that time again. The dream I had before waking was a conversation between me and Amada from my first life. For whatever reason, Hirosaka High School is a place where love comedy events erupted in massive quantities. An event that is both in the past for my first life self and in the future for my second life self. Well, whatever. More importantly, I should get up soon. I can't be late for school. Having decided this, I sit up in bed. And then, when I casually glance to the side, I'm ready whenever you are. For some reason, Hidaka Mikoto was sitting formally, watching me with a determined expression. Hidaka Mikoto is an incredibly beautiful girl. well-defined facial features, and a perfectly balanced figure. The wristband on her wrist is visible through the gap in her uniform, making me feel a bit embarrassed. While she's friendly to those she trusts, she's extremely cold to those she doesn't. She's so merciless that she earned the nickname Ice Empress. And now, for some unknown reason, the Ice Empress herself is sitting majestically in my room. I'm ready whenever you are. She repeats the same words. Just to clarify, Hidaka and I don't live together. Hidaka's house is fairly far away, about 30 minutes by train. Despite it, this aggressive hard worker, her own words comes to my house every morning without fail. She's finally reached the point of coming into my bedroom, first thing in the morning. Ready for what? It's probably nothing good. Even so, I ask anyway with a glimmer of hope. A good morning kiss. Hope shattered. I'll have to respectfully decline. I politely refuse as I get up from my bed. I'd like to change clothes, so I want her to leave quickly. However, Hidaka doesn't move from her spot at all and just stares up at me while fluttering her long eyelashes as I stand. This alone would have been quite cute. Then I'll settle for a reward kiss. She puckers her lips dramatically, transforming into a face that resembles a Hayatoko mask. No matter how beautiful a woman is, she stops being cute when she transforms into a Hayatoko, a completely unnecessary piece of trivia I've just acquired. Why? I restrain myself from kissing sleeping Kazapian. I'm commendable, aren't I? A smug face featuring Hayatoko. That's cancelled out by the fact that you entered my room without permission. That's not it. I properly got permission. From whom? From Adu-san and Aka-san. Please, my family, protect your son. As I looked up to the heavens in despair, noisy footsteps echoed from the hallway. Hey, Miko-chan. What are you doing barging into Kazu's room? The door opens with a spectacular sound. The one who came to my room was my angel and younger sister, Ishii Yuzuki. Her face and gestures as she puffs up in anger are just too adorable that I can't handle it. All right, let's have a good morning kiss. Good morning, Yuzu. Come on, Oni-chan is ready whenever you are. For what? A good morning kiss. I'm fine being either the kisser or the kissy. I put all my effort into puckering my lips. Gross, Hayatoko grew us. Ah, the angel's beautiful voice is resonating. I'm truly blessed. Yuzu is just too cute today. Why is she so cute? You see, Hidaka, this is why the Hayatoko face is disgusting. So you're saying if we combine my Hayatoko with Kazapian's Hayatoko, the two negatives will multiply and become a positive. No, that's not it at all. What are you two talking about? That makes no sense. Come on, Miko-chan, stand up already. That's very difficult. Haya, Yuzu's puzzled voice. Instead of answering her question with words, Hidaka responded with action. Still in her formal sitting position, she toppled over to the side. My legs are completely numb. I wonder how long this girl has been in my room. Ha, what are you doing? Then I'll pull you. Yuzu puffed her cheeks and grabbed both of Hidaka's hands. If possible, I'd like Kazapian to carry me like a princess. No way. Saying such things, Hidaka is dragged out of my room while being pulled along the floor. My second life had become a world quite different from my first. Section. After finishing the extraordinary morning that began with a Hayatoko attack right after waking up, I got dressed, went downstairs to the first floor. The five of us, my family plus one suspicious person, were around the dining table eating breakfast. The seating arrangement is Tusan in the birthday seat, me and Yuzu next to each other, and across from us Hidaka and Kasan. There had been a slight change in the seating positions since the first time Hidaka came. This nikujaga is delicious. What do you think, Kazuki-kun? My father reacts in an obviously exaggerated way while eating the meat and potato stew. It was already clear what he was planning, but I gave an honest answer. It's delicious. The flavor is a bit different from usual. Did you hear that, Makoto-chan? Immediately after hearing my response, Tusan passes the conversation to Hidaka with a smile. This suspicious person has already completely won over my family. And before I knew it, the three of them aside from me had started calling Hidaka by her first name rather than her family name. I'm very happy. Hidaka smiles shyly with a demure attitude that seems impossible to believe, is the same person who invaded my room and turned into a Hayatoko. Although Hidaka is aggressive toward me, she's considerably more subdued when spending time with my family compared to her usual self. but she doesn't seem to be holding back. How do I put it? She looks like she's savoring happiness. Ah, our eyes met. Breakfast tastes good when we all eat together. Why, yeah. That surprised me. She suddenly smiled at me so gently that my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. Hey, Kasan, isn't this a nice atmosphere? Maybe, just maybe. If you hadn't said anything unnecessary, maybe it could have been. Then it's impossible. Tusan loves saying unnecessary things. Tusan laughs heartily, brushing off the sharp words from Kasan. That is the ordinary, special thing I lost in my first life, but was able to protect in my second. In my first life, my entire family lost their lives. Caught in a scheme devised by Amada, for the ridiculous reason of being involved in a love comedy, not just me but my entire family died. But that shouldn't happen in this second life anymore. In this second life, I exposed Amada's hidden true nature, and he can no longer engage in love comedies. Neither I, nor my family, nor Hidaka will be caught up in Amada's love comedy anymore. Thanks to this, we can continue to spend ordinary family time like this from now on. I couldn't have reached this future on my own. It was only thanks to Hidaka helping me. Hey Kazu, don't just eat the nikujaga, try some of this tamagayaki too. While I was looking at Hidaka with somewhat embarrassed feelings, the angel's sacred voice rang out from beside me. Wait, tamagayaki? Tea this. This is tamagayaki made by Yuzu, isn't it? Amazing, Yuzu. Yeah, so what? I've been helping out lately too. Our angel is just too hardworking, which is a bit troubling. Ever since Hidaka started coming to our house and helping with breakfast, Yuzu has also started making breakfast. She's still a bit inexperienced, but that's what makes it good. I couldn't help but tear up. It's salty even though I haven't tasted it yet. Kazu, you're being way too dramatic. Not at all. This is tamagayaki that Yuzu woke up at 4 in the morning to make, finally succeeding after several failures. How could I not be moved? How do you know that? When you become a Yuzu master of my caliber, you wake up the moment Yuzu wakes up. I confirmed that Yuzu was secretly practicing alone in the kitchen at 04:00, watched her feeling frustrated after failures, and while being consumed by the desire to I want to hug her. I ultimately returned to bed because I thought I'd become a nuisance if I acted on my desires. So that's the reason you overslept. Even though I fell asleep thinking about Yuzu, she didn't appear in my dreams. The gods can be quite cruel sometimes. Section. After receiving the usual verbal abuse and contemptuous gaze from Yuzu, we left home. Recently, Yuzu, who has become good friends with Hidaka, unfailingly holds hands with her all the way to the station. Because of that, I can't hold hands with Yuzu. I'm insanely jealous of Hidaka. Miko-chan, do you watch YouTube? I do. It's useful for killing time and studying. YouTube is an alternative name for a video sharing service. It's the Japanese reading of the English name, YouTube. It's a convenient service where amateurs, celebrities, and companies can freely upload videos they've created, but occasionally some attention-seeking weirdos appear. Like that soy sauce licking thing, or was that on a different service? What kind of videos do you watch? Cooking videos and break-in videos, I guess. That's quite a jarring contrast between the first and second half. Don't worry, I haven't been watching much of the latter recently, so I was wondering if there's anything interesting. If that's the case, I have a recommendation. Yuzu's voice is bubbling with excitement. From the beginning, she probably wanted Hidaka to watch what she's been watching. But she couldn't say it straightforwardly, so Hidaka, realizing this, casually guided Yuzu's words. Our angel is so hesitant that it's troublesome. And why doesn't she recommend it to me? What kind of video? Miyabi Channel's Hanatori Miyabi-chan. Yuzu. What's wrong, Kazu? Yuzu's unexpected words made me involuntarily cry out. Hanatori Miyabi. Of all things, Yuzu was into Hanatori Miyabi. This is information I didn't know in my first life. Is Hanatori Miyabi or Oshi, Yuzu? Not so much an Oshi, more like I watch because it's entertaining. Her free talk segments sometimes give helpful advice, and her occasional PONs are really funny. PON is a term derived from ponkatsu, clumsy or unreliable, referring to unintentional mistakes streamers make during their broadcasts. Indeed, Hanatori Miyabi has made several PONs during her streams. However, what about other streamers? You know, in Hanatori Miyabi's PONs, she screams during horror games and ends the stream immediately, or spills water and screams before the game even starts, or uses a humidifier without adding water. It feels like she's intentionally doing PONs that sound familiar from somewhere else. Huh? What are you talking about, Kazu? Her PON is the boldness to blatantly copy famous incidents and the naivety to think no one will notice. You really don't get it. Gah. If possible, I'd like to affirm everything Yuzu does. But Hanatori Miyabi is. Even the Miyabi folks enjoy those kinds of pawns. Ah, Miko-chan, Miyabi is a portmanteau of wannabe and Miyabi. It refers to people who support Miyabi-chan. I see. Then I'll check it out. Yay, let's talk about our impressions together next time. Yuzu and Hidaka are now having a fun conversation as if I don't even exist. If Hanatori Miyabi is not her Oshi and Yuzu just likes her streams because they're entertaining, that's safe, right? Well then, see you later. Kazu, don't do anything weird to Miko-chan, okay? Saying that, Yuzu separates from us with a spring in her step. Then, the remaining Hidaka excitedly held out her hand to me. Kazupian, let's go. Why is holding hands a given? Feeling a bit embarrassed by the wristband visible through the gap on Hidaka's wrist, I recall Yuzu's words and refuse to hold her hand. It's a morning ritual, and even though she's rejected almost every time, Hidaka never seems to learn. It's okay, Kazupian. Holding hands isn't included in weird things. Even if it's not included, that's not a reason for me to do it. That's certainly true, but I've grown. What kind of growth have you achieved? This hand still has the warmth of Yuzu-chan I was holding just now. Why you? Now that she mentions it, that's right. Damn, why didn't I think of such a crucial point? If Kazupian doesn't want it, I'll enjoy it alone. What will you do? Do as you please. Okay. Damn. This girl certainly seems to be growing steadily. Section, so when are you two going to start dating? Lunchtime. Tsukiyama Aoji, sitting across from me at an outdoor cafeteria table, throws out an outrageous question. Spread out before us is a tiered food box you'd typically only see at events like flower viewings. Apparently, he had purchased some expensive bento with his parents' money to curry favor, intending to share it with our classmates, but was thoroughly rejected. So, unable to finish it alone, he's now sharing it with us at an outdoor cafeteria table. Disappointing, but it was quite a good thing to say. I permit you to be here. Hidaka said this impudently. What a blessed happiness. Wait, this is the outdoor cafeteria table. It's everyone's space. Super high-spec with the looks of a handsome guy, excelling in both studies and sports, and being the son of a company president and wealthy to boot. Yet his personality is so disappointing that he earned the nickname Disappointing Prince. Today again, he's receiving the usual rough treatment. Well, I think Suki has a point. I agree too. So do I. The next to speak were Ushimaki Fuka and Iba Kuki, who once tried to bring me down as Amada's heroines. Recently, Tsukiyama, Iba, and Ushimaki have been joining us for lunch. However, the last of the initial Amada heroine trio, the so-called 3 stars, Kani Kokoro, isn't here. Kani was isolated from the girls in our class due to her shyness causing misunderstandings. But recently those misunderstandings have been cleared up, and she's spending more time with her classmates. So she's become distant from Iba and Ushimaki, whom she used to spend time with. They're not on awkward terms, but with Amada, their common purpose gone, they have fewer opportunities to interact. Girls are more businesslike than I thought. Well, anyway, let's put that aside. With what nerve are you two showing your faces here? Tsukiyama, who's from the same class, is barely acceptable, but Iba and Ushimaki are from different classes. Additionally, these two are the crap women who tried to bring me down as Amada's pawns. They're also pitiful beings who were used, but they engaged in such terrible acts that even the most depraved villains would run away barefoot, so I don't have a shred of sympathy for them. Ishii-san, it's not good to dwell on the past too much. Let's forget the past and get along. Shut up, black-hearted scheming woman. What are you acting so high and mighty when you were thoroughly deceived despite your black heart? Iba appears refined and like a class representative at first glance, but this woman is the villain who dragged me to hell in my first life. Even if the Amada matter is resolved, I haven't forgiven all past grudges. After all, she still tried to bring me down in this second life too. Gah, you say it quiet directly. Ha. Haim is certainly black-hearted, so it's natural to be wary of her. In that respect, You're at the same level, slut. What's with that face like you're the only one who's safe? In this second life, you're the one who did the most outrageous thing. If anything, the most decent one is Kanie, who isn't here. Is that why she's not here, because she's decent? Hey, I'm not a slut. Ushimaki places both hands on the table and shouts with a bright red face. No, you are a slut. Even if you were being used by Amada, you're the woman who literally stripped for a photo to frame me as a peeping Tom. In the first place, that was Haim. I planned it, but it was Mukasan who executed it, wasn't it? Really, it's lamentable. Why am I the one being blamed? Rather, you did delete that photo, right? It's incomprehensible confirmation, making someone take a photo and then asking for it to be deleted. To begin with, my smartphone never had any photos of Ushimaki changing clothes in it. I had anticipated this and swapped smartphones with Tsukiyama beforehand. I don't know, asked Tsukiyama. Don't worry. Some guys asked to buy them, but I refused and deleted them. Really? You didn't give in to the temptation of money. I don't want to hurt Ushimaki for money. If I ask my father, I can get as much as I want. As expected of the disappointing prince. If it weren't for that second half, he would have sounded cool. Despite having many disappointing aspects to his personality, Tsukiyama has a strong sense of justice. Probably, he really did delete the photos. If it were me, I would have kept them as blackmail material. That's a relief. Ushimaki let out a sigh of relief after hearing Tsukiyama's words. These people are harmless now, but I can't tell when they might bear their fangs. To be honest, I'm quite wary. I don't even understand why they're approaching me. Seriously, why are two guys here? I voice my question directly. Both Iba and Ushimaki are beautiful girls and popular in their class. Because I uncovered Amada's wrongdoings, Iba and Ushimaki, who had assisted in those wrongdoings, temporarily lost their standing in school. But by now their credibility should have been restored. Instead of coming to someone like me, shouldn't you be with your classmates? It's your fault. It's your fault. Huh? Ushimaki and Iba's voices overlapped perfectly. Ishii-san, when I was isolated, didn't you suggest to Aoji-kun that he should help me? Thanks to that, I was able to escape from my isolated environment. But because I'm now friendly with Aoji-kun, who has a reputation as the disappointing prince, I'm still being avoided by others. It's like I escaped one labyrinth only to find another labyrinth waiting. That's Tsukiyama's fault, not mine. Ishii, you underestimated me too much. Why are they all looking so proud? This is getting ridiculous. Nothing I say seems to make a difference. And what about Ushimaki? You shouldn't be involved in this. You really don't get it, do you? She shakes her head as if to say, good grief, looking exasperated. It's amazing how a girl who was completely deceived by a man plotting a love comedy and ended up stripping can have such an attitude. When I was walking on needles at school, you took on the role of the villain, and thanks to that, I was able to get along with my classmates again. Honestly, I was really grateful, just grateful. Noticing the terrifying gaze from Hidaka, Ushimaki hurriedly emphasized her gratitude. I don't have those kinds of feelings for Ishii. Really, I think of him as nothing more than horse dung on the roadside. Then are you a fly gathered around horse dung? I think it's rare for horse dung to be on the roadside. A boon. There's one beautiful girl who proactively became a fly and drew closer. I wish she had gotten angry at being compared to horse dung. I was so happy back then that I decided to let go of Goham. I decided to let go of Amada as well and take a new step forward. But then, I started getting hit on by guys a lot. And not in a romantic way, but in a sexual way. Can you understand how I feel being called the easy one behind my back by the boys? They say things like, I was nice to you, so how about it? I even had a half-naked guy come onto me. As expected of a slut. I'm a virgin. She's shouting something extremely embarrassing out loud, but is she really okay? Then why don't you just hang out with the girls? I tried, but when I only spent time with girls, the guys complained. After I helped you, you're being ungrateful. And then the girls got scared of the boys and avoided me too. Thanks to that, I'm now distrustful of people. It seems our school had more scumbags than I expected. No, it was within expectations. In my first life, I went through terrible things too. I understand the situation, but I don't see how I'm involved in either Iba's or Ushimaki's problems. It certainly seems like a miserable situation, but ultimately, it's a situation they brought upon themselves. Kanei is getting along well with the girls in my class, so there must be some other issue I'm not aware of. You should have helped us more skillfully. Even if I smack them, I will be forgiven, right? Hidaka, are you okay with this? Being with them. I used to really dislike it, but... She looked away from me somewhat awkwardly. Why? Ishii-san, there's a rumor going around that we're approaching you, which is troublesome, so could you please start dating Hidaka-san soon? Yeah, I'm even being called Ishii's pencil case. Don't mess with me, I'm not a pencil, I'm a very respectable fountain pen. By the way, I also want you two to start dating soon. I'm being misunderstood as the guy who's still pursuing Hidaka despite having absolutely no chance, and I can't make friends with other guys. To interfere in someone's love life for your own self-interest, well, I suppose I did the same. After all, I destroyed a love comedy to save my own life. Rather, the reason Hidaka doesn't reject them is, having allies is very important. She answered so crisply, aren't you worried that saying that might make me dislike you? I thought Hidaka would answer, but Iba immediately intervened. If so, shouldn't Ishii-san be more concerned about the possibility of Hidaka-san growing to dislike you, since you understand her feelings but keep postponing? Shut up, Iba. I have my own thoughts. Don't hit me with such undeniable truth, you black-hearted, isolated woman. Kazapian, could that mean you're thinking about PP proposing? You're getting ahead of yourself. Honestly, I'm very grateful to Hidaka, and if you ask me if I have special feelings for her, there's no way I wouldn't. She's incredibly beautiful, and while her personality has some aggressive aspects, her charm far outweighs them. But even so, hey, does anyone know how Amada is doing? When I asked that, everyone fell silent with somewhat heavy expressions. Amada Teruhito. Hidaka Mikoto's childhood friend and a deranged guy who firmly believed himself to be a love comedy protagonist. In my first life, for the sole purpose of establishing his love comedy, he indirectly but effectively killed me and my family, a truly terrible guy. But it didn't turn out that way in my second life. Just like in my first life, he tried to trap me, but I turned it around and caught him instead. Since then, he hasn't been coming to school. If you ask me if I feel guilty about it, I can confidently say no. I don't hold grudges against Iba and Ushimaki, but Amada is in a league of his own. I have no intention of ever interacting with him again, and I even hope he'll disappear from Hirosaka High School for good. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I don't want to get involved too much with him. Me neither. Iba and Ushimaki said this with awkward expressions. These two were used by Amada, after all. They probably have complex feelings different from mine. I see. This is also why I can't express my feelings to Hidaka. Certainly, I defeated Amada. His position at Hirosaka High School has fallen, so to speak. Still, I can't possibly believe that he has given up on Hidaka. Even if by some miracle Hidaka accepted my feelings, that wouldn't be a happy ending. If Amada found out, he might take actions far beyond my imagination. Just like in my first life, he might involve not just me, but my family and Hidaka in something terrible. That's why I still can't express my feelings to Hidaka. Actually, I met him once. With Taro, Tsukiyama said with a somewhat awkward expression. Despite what happened, I still couldn't just leave him alone. I was worried about him not coming to school, so I went to see him. How was he? In addition to my question, Hidaka and the others also focused their attention on Tsukiyama. That's how significant Amada Teruhito is to us. In a bad way, of course. Tsukiyama responded to my question with an anxious look, asking a question in return. You're not angry. That's your choice. I'm not going to get angry just because you met Amada. I see, as I though Ishii is a good. Just hurry up and tell us. Let me savor our friendship a little. You're being a clamorous, disappointing prince. Don't feel friendship over something so trivial. We just want to hear about Amada as soon as possible. He seemed fine, but he might not come back to school. What do you mean? He said it when we met. I don't know what face to show when I return. That's a relief. Ishii, you really are merciless towards Taro. Of course, I never want to see someone like him again. Well, in your position, I guess that's natural. He's showing disappointment at my unsatisfactory response, but that's not my concern. If Amada doesn't come back, that's great. I won't have to deal with him again, but what a fool. Even after this, your beloved love comedy will? What's wrong, Ishii? I just remembered, Isn't it about that time? The standard event for introducing a new heroine, the transfer student's arrival. Whether due to the influence of love comedy protagonist Amada, Hirosaka High School frequently experienced love comedy events that would normally occur only once every 10 years or so in a regular school. And Amada would solve them with his heroines, but what will happen now? In addition to the beautiful transfer student who's about to arrive, there are other love comedy events lined up. But the crucial protagonist, Amada, is gone. That means they can't be resolved. Should I solve them? Absolutely not. I refuse to get involved in love comedies. Ah, Tsukiyama, Iba, Ushimaki. If hypothetically a transfer student arrives at the beginning of next week, they probably have a huge problem, so please help them out. At my sudden statement, the three tilted their heads with the natural response of, "What are you saying?" Section. I'm Hitsujitani Miwa. Nice to meet you all from today onward. The following Monday, a transfer student Hitsujitani, Miwa came to class 1CA neatly, arranged short haircut. Facial features that somehow exude a mature impression. Her height is a bit taller than the average girl. Her uniform is not from Hirosaka High School, but from her previous school. Perhaps she had to transfer in such a hurry that there wasn't time to prepare a uniform. Both male and female students gasped in admiration at this needless, to say beautiful girl, but only Tsukiyama looked at me with disbelief, as if he was seeing something unbelievable, rather than being impressed by the beautiful transfer student's appearance. After a brief self-introduction, Hitsujitani goes to her newly prepared seat at the back. She's smiling brightly and saying, "Nice to meet you," to the male student who happens to be seated next to her. After homeroom ended, the customary transfer student welcome event began. Female students gather around Hitsujitani's desk, asking questions with smiles. "Why did you transfer at this time of year? What school were you at before? You're so cute." When a female transfer student arrives, it's the girls who talk to her first. The male students would like to be the first to speak to her, but doing so would make them stand out among the boys and give a bad impression to the girls. So for now, they wait, pretending not to be interested while listening intently, gathering information that could be useful for future conversations. Right now, Hitsujitani is smiling at the hesitant Kani. "Wah, you're really cute. What's your name?" Thank you, I'm Kani Kokoro." Kani Kokoro responds somewhat embarrassedly to Hitsujitani's bright voice. Recently, Kani has established herself as the class mascot thanks to being liked by the female student who is our class leader. Having been approached excessively by male students for a while, she now rarely talks to boys, and the girls actively protect her. The fact that Kani is talking to Hitsujitani, along with other girls, is probably why the boys can't approach. Ishii. Amidst all this, approaching me at quite a speed instead of transfer student Hitsujitani was Tsukiyama. In my first life, Tsukiyama had approached Hitsujitani before anyone else, including the girls, and was gossiped about with remarks like, "There goes Tsukiyama again," or "Tsukiyama approaches any cute girl indiscriminately." But in this life, he's acting differently. "Don't you want to talk to her? Idiot, if I suddenly approach the cute transfer student, my position in the class will worsen again." It seems that this time's Tsukiyama is a bit smarter than the previous one. Or rather, he was named the disappointing prince quite early on, so he's probably become more self-reflective. But that's not the point. Tsukiyama asked me with somewhat rough breathing, "What are you?" A transfer student really did come. I thought it was a joke. "I see, I'm surprised too. You look awfully calm for someone who's surprised. I'm the type who doesn't show it on my face. I'm actually surprised but emotionless, so don't get turned on, okay?" As if I would. Incidentally, when I briefly checked the classroom exit, Iba and Ushimaki, who had quickly obtained the information that a transfer student had come to our class, were peeking at me with expressions similar to Tsukiyama's. I got a message from Iba. She says she wants to hear the details later. There are no details, I don't know anything. I tell Tsukiyama this matter-of-factly, but he doesn't seem to believe me at all, muttering "liar" before returning to his seat. At that moment, my smartphone vibrates. "Kazupian, what do you think?" "It's Hidaka, I don't think anything. But she's cute, isn't she?" When I glance at Hidaka, she is staring at me without trying to hide her anxiety. I understand what she's thinking, and it makes me feel somewhat awkward. Even if she's cute, that's no reason for me to be interested. The current environment is the best. So you're saying I'm number one? Sorry, I have Yuzu and Kasan. It's okay. Yuzu-chan and Kasan are Hall of Famers, so they're not counted in the rankings. Rather, it would be disrespectful to count them in the rankings. As expected of Hidaka, she understands well. For now, I sent a message to Yuzu saying, Yuzu is a Hall of Famer, so she transcends everything, and got the reply, gross. She replies immediately, Yuzu is an angel after all. Section. During the break after the third period, some male students started to join the circle of female students centered around Hitsujitani, thinking it was finally an appropriate time. The girls probably understand the boys' intentions, but don't try to stop them because they don't want to be disliked for getting in the way. Hey, Hitsujitani, did you have a boyfriend at your previous school? Ahata, no. I'm not interested in that kind of thing right now. A response that mixed happy information with sad information. At first glance, Hitsujitani Miwa appears to be a straightforward girl, but that's a lie. She's a quick-witted Bariko. She usually speaks in a somewhat blunt manner, saying what she wants to say clearly, and acts as if she has no interest in romance, but she deliberately shows vulnerability to only the guys she's interested in, not those she trusts. Boys who are thrilled by the gap of this usually strong-willed girl only shows her vulnerability to me, become seriously infatuated with Hitsujitani. What's particularly problematic here is that Hitsujitani doesn't have romantic feelings for the boys she shows vulnerability to. She behaves that way to manipulate those she judges to have utility value, a rather shrewd woman. Truly, there are few decent people among the beautiful girls at Hirosaka High School. Actually, I thought you might have a girlfriend. No, I don't. For real, you give off that vibe though. If I met the right girl, maybe. And there, we have our first victim. A male student who has perfectly fallen into Hitsujitani's trap. In reality, that boy probably doesn't have a girlfriend, but being told, you seem like you would have a girlfriend, by a beautiful girl like Hitsujitani makes him feel secretly superior, as if he's being viewed at that level as a man. Moreover, it's coming from Hitsujitani, who is perceived to only speak her true feelings with her seemingly straightforward attitude. I'm really impressed by this kind of skill. She's working it. She is indeed working it. But there are those who aren't fooled. Hidaka Mikoto, Ushimaki Fuka, and Iba Kuki. I wish they had waited until lunch break, but these three impatient people, mainly Iba and Ushimaki, had come to my desk as if it was the most natural thing in the world. However, Iba and Ushimaki seem to have a rule that they're not allowed to approach me without Hidaka present, so they first glanced at Hidaka to check and request her presence. And only after confirming that Hidaka had come to my desk did they come over. This procedure might seem troublesome at first glance, but Hidaka had said with an overly excited smile, "It's for protecting Kazupian, so it can't be helped. This is something I'm doing because it can't be helped." This might also be why Hidaka doesn't push Ushimaki and Iba away, but enough of that. Well, she's working it. I respond to the voices of the three. Despite their current somewhat awkward position, Iba and Ushimaki were previously popular beauties among the boys. They've properly noticed Hitsujitani's true nature. Kani also doesn't seem to be trying to interact with Hitsujitani, which might mean she's slightly aware of her true nature as well. What are you guys talking about? She's just having a normal conversation, isn't she? And then there's Tsukiyama, who doesn't understand at all, tilting his head with a puzzled expression. The four of us let out a collective sigh. This is why disappointing is troublesome. It's those kinds of things that makes you disappointing. Aoji-kun, purity and stupidity are two sides of the same coin, you know. And right now, you're the latter. Tsuki is an idiot, isn't he? Especially at times like this. Absolutely. To see that and not think anything of it, there's a limit to being insensitive. Why are you all so dedicated to hurting me? It's not like we're trying to hurt him. We're just lamenting his oblivious foolishness. So, Ishii-san, what kind of trouble is she having? Iba, having lost interest in the foolish Tsukiyama, asked me directly. Who knows? I don't even know if she has any trouble to begin with. A skeptical look. Well, I actually know everything. Hitsujitani Miwa's other face is that of a popular VTuber. In that context, she doesn't use the name Hitsujitani Miwa, but operates under the alias Hanatori Miyabi. When I heard this from Amada in my first life, I pointed out that it wasn't a sheep-related name, referring to Hitsuji, meaning sheep, and he explained, apparently there are some big names using sheep, so she avoided it. Even with the overlap, it's not that bad, is it? This is exactly why I was anxious when Yuzu said she was watching Hanatori Miyabi's streams. To be honest, it's unpleasant to think of Yuzu having positive feelings towards one of Amada's former heroines, and I'm worried that Yuzu might get caught up in something if anything happens. Anyway, Hitsujitani Miwa transferred to our school to escape from a stalker. However, even if the stalker is successfully driven away, the incident doesn't end there because a female student from another class, Class D, is leaking information about Hitsujitani to the stalker, so we need to track that down too. Just solve that problem with a breeze. Can I tell them that much? That's fishy. Didn't you tell us last week that when a transfer student arrives, they'll have trouble, so we should help them? Can you see the future or something? Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of special ability. I did activate a different special ability, but I don't have the courage to test if it still works. I absolutely refuse to lose my current environment. Then, why? It's because of Amada. Huh? You know, Amada was the type who encountered an abnormal amount of romance-related events, right? So thinking about his characteristics, I thought a transfer student might come soon. And it's a given that such transfer students have trouble. Even I'm surprised that I was right. Well, if that's the case, perhaps because she was once in that position herself, Ushimaki showed reluctant understanding. Iba still seemed to doubt me slightly, but she appeared unable to find the words to pursue the matter further, so she reluctantly backed down. Then, does even Ishii not know what kind of trouble Hitsujitani has? Yeah, it would help if Tsukiyama could find that out, though I don't even know if there is any trouble. Tsukiyama showed reluctance. Solving a girl's problems is the greatest chance to become popular, you know. To begin with, I don't think Hitsujitani has any worries. Look, she's such a straightforward girl. If she were in trouble, wouldn't she just say so honestly? In an instant, 4 Gale-like sighs were released. Disappointing. Astonishingly disappointing. As expected of Tsuki, that's so disappointing. There's no saving you, you're hopelessly over. But I think that's what makes Tsukiyama good. He's rich, good at sports and studies, and handsome, so I don't think there's anyone more suitable to use and discard. Indeed. Indeed. What's with you guys? Are you insulting me or praising me? We're obviously praising you. There are few people as easy to deceive as you. Tsukiyama, I'm sure Hitsujitani will only be honest about her worries to someone she trusts, can use. And I think you could be such a man, so go talk to her quickly. No way. I don't want to stand out in class anymore by unnecessarily approaching her, and moreover, it's creepy how you're pushing this, Ishii. It actually makes me not want to talk to her. Kyukuku, the disappointing prince, really lives up to expectations at times like this. You don't know this, but I know from my first life. The condition for getting involved in the Hitsujitani event is not talking to her after she transfers in. In other words, if Tsukiyama doesn't approach her, he will inevitably be drawn into the Hitsujitani event. Even if my plan fails and no one resolves Hitsujitani's trouble, that's fine too. I'm not wishing for a path where everyone can be happy. As long as I, my family, and one more person are happy, that's enough for me. Well, don't worry, Hitsujitani. The stalker probably won't do anything too serious. Just rely on the police or find a guy you can use. Section. Sunday, with Hirosaka High School closed, I had scheduled a long shift at my convenience store job. Of course, though I'm not sure if it's obvious, Hidaka is with me. We were already accustomed to the job and working as usual, but Yahoo Ishii-kun, I came to hang out. For some reason, Hitsujitani Miwa showed up as a customer. Chapter 2. A side character is a someone who continues to ignore the answers that are in a bright room. Having transferred only 1 day ago, Hitsujitani Miwa had already established herself as a popular figure in our Year 1 Class C. With her superficially straightforward personality, Hitsujitani speaks to both boys and girls without hesitation. For male students, beautiful girls are typically difficult to approach, but since Hitsujitani initiates conversations herself, there couldn't be anyone more appreciated from a boy's perspective. Additionally, she has excellent interpersonal balancing skills, when boys are talking to her, she actively includes girls in the conversation, bringing them into the circle. This effectively prevented any troublesome jealousy like, she only talks to boys, and let her settle into the position of a friendly girl who gets along with everyone. This progression matches my first life. Hitsujitani eventually became part of Amada's harem, but she didn't join immediately after transferring. Rather, she had no interactions with him during the first week. This was because during this period, Hitsujitani was evaluating. She was looking for someone who could become her knight and protect her from her stalker, and the person she chose was Amada Teruhito. The reason being, because he was the only one who showed no interest in me. Hitsujitani's trouble was that her personality and appearance combined to quickly attract romantic feelings, though I think that's a lie. That's why she could only trust a guy who saw beyond her surface-level self. One who didn't develop romantic feelings for her chatty, friendly persona that was the type of person Hitsujitani was seeking. No, don't choose someone for such a reason. When facing a dangerous person like a stalker, prioritize physical capability over mentality when selecting your knight. Anyway, in my first life, the Hitsujitani arc properly began the Monday after she transferred, when she approached Amada, but of course, that's not happening in this second life. Because Amada isn't coming to school in the first place. Having lost the trust of his heroines due to that false condemnation drama, Amada is proudly continuing his school absence. This way, he can't be chosen as her knight. It's the only way to avoid the Hitsujitani selection test that one is forced to take without question. So who will protect Hitsujitani from her stalker? Who will be chosen as Hitsujitani's knight? I absolutely refuse. It's exactly because I understand her situation that I don't want to get involved in anything dangerous. However, if I completely avoid any interaction with Hitsujitani, I'd satisfy the qualification criteria of the one who showed least interest in her, and I might accidentally pass the selection test. Moreover, Amada isn't coming to school now. This too would increase my passing rate, so I secretly took precautions. That's the Tsukiyama distancing strategy. For Hitsujitani's knight selection test, showing no interest in her dramatically increases your passing rate. In my first life, Tsukiyama was the first to approach Hitsujitani, but in this second life, Tsukiyama has undergone a significant change. Much earlier than planned, and in a more miserable state than in my first life, he acquired the title of Disappointing Prince. As a result, Tsukiyama has become a man who is extremely afraid of his reputation falling. On top of that, if I were to drop some meaningful hints about Hitsujitani beforehand, his caution would outweigh his interest, and I judged he wouldn't approach her. That plan was a huge success. After hearing my talk, Tsukiyama increased his vigilance and didn't approach Hitsujitani. With this, he cleared the condition of not showing interest in Hitsujitani, which is needed to pass the knight selection test. Now, around next Monday, Hitsujitani should naturally consult with Tsukiyama. That way, without me getting involved at all, the Hitsujitani event will be processed. With Tsukiyama's strong sense of justice, he would definitely help if Hitsujitani asked him. Moreover, with his excellent athletic physique and being from a wealthy family, he should easily solve Hitsujitani's troubles with both power and money. Even in my first life, Tsukiyama was the one who contributed most to resolving Hitsujitani's stalker problem. Yet, Hitsujitani fell in love with Amada, which made Tsukiyama a pitiful guy. But don't worry. In this life, you're the main character, Tsukiyama. Please enjoy a wonderful love comedy with Hitsujitani. That's what I had thought, but so this is where Ishii-kun works. You're properly working, aren't you? I'm impressed. Sunday, 15:30. For some reason, Hitsujitani came to the convenience store where I work. As I'm arranging products, Hitsujitani looks around the store with dry laughter, seemingly interested. This world seems to be incredibly inconvenient for me, as there are 0 customers for some reason. If there were customers, I could use the "there are waiting customers" strategy, but this is troublesome. Hidaka-sen Yahoo. She waves with a seemingly thoughtless smile to Hidaka, who is at the register. Of course, there is no response from Hidaka. Rather, perhaps having surpassed her anger's critical point, she is glaring at Hitsujitani with an expression that threatens to unleash a tremendous blizzard. Arya, like we can't get along. She tilts her head quizzically and asks me, I suppose so, give up and go home. Yua, you're cold too, I might cry. Feel free. Fufu. I like that. Despite being treated so coldly, Hitsujitani is smiling happily. What's with her? Does she have a fetish for being treated coldly by men? I actually wanted to talk to Ishii-kun about something. Could you make some time? I'm working. What about a break? Breaks are for resting, not for getting tired. Talking to me is tiring. Your existence is tiring. What did I do to deserve that? You did. What do you think you did to me and my family and my first life? After I lost my position due to the false accusations, you used your status as a popular VTuber to talk about me during your stream. And not just me, but my family too. Because of that, not only me, but my entire family was identified, and Tusan had a terribly hard time finding new employment, only to face horrible harassment at his new job, while Yuzu started being bullied at her school. Afterward, Tusan accumulated physical fatigue, had an accident, and lost his life, while Yuzu accumulated mental fatigue, failed to notice a red signal, walked into the road, and lost her life. In other words, this woman indirectly killed Tusan and Yuzu in my first life. But that was because she was being manipulated by Amada. Hitsujitani, who was deceived by Amada, who exploited her pure love, is also a victim is not something I think at all. Just get lost already. I see it's true, this is the first time we've talked. I felt a chill run down my spine. Dangerous? This line is seriously dangerous. No, it can't be right. Surely she wouldn't choose me as her knight. For this entire week, you're the only one who didn't talk to me. You weren't interested in me, were you? Game over, here is your acceptance letter. These are the same words she said to Amada when he was chosen as a knight in my first life. No, don't give up. Tsukiyama didn't either. Tsukiyama-kun? The day before yesterday, on Friday, he suddenly approached me from behind in the hallway and said, if you have any troubles, consult with me in a slick way. So I thought he was a nice person, but the creepiness won out. How disappointing. Truly disappointing. What are you doing? Showing off your sense of justice for no reason? You should be more focused on self-preservation. You're troublesome as an enemy, but useless as an ally. Are you Hamon-sama from Spanbo? Learn from the undefeated grandfather in Tauhu. That guy, in specific situations, is reliable, although he's very disappointing. At that point, you wouldn't want to rely on him, do you? This is completely unexpected. To think that Tsukiyama would display his inherent sense of justice. Damn, if only I had also said something meaninglessly suggestive to Hitsujitani. So, Ishii-kun, I want to talk to you. I refuse. That was fast. Actually, I think I was slow. I waited for you to speak before responding. Hey, please, there's something I really want to talk about just with you. Here it comes. Hitsujitani's specialty, the strategy of showing a vulnerable side to contrast with her usually straightforward self. It stinks, it stinks. The smell is as potent as a shake made of trash and vomit. Let me tell you, even if your stalker appeared right now, I would happily hand you over to him. I'd even watch the whole thing unfold. What a coincidence. You're the only one I don't want to talk to. Ho. She's wide-eyed that her special strategy didn't work. Foon, don't underestimate me. I spend time with the beautiful girl named Hidaka on a daily basis. If it's troublesome, talk to Tsukiyama. He has a strong sense of justice, so he'll help you. Unexpectedly dumping it on your friend. I don't think that's right. He's not my friend. He's a piece of discarded gum that stuck to me on its own. You praised him as reliable just a moment ago, don't you? That's right. A discarded piece of gum with a strong sense of justice and high self-esteem that can be relied upon in specific situations. You're really sticking to the not a friend part. Of course. What can I say? You're exactly as I heard. As you heard. When I asked, Hitsujitani smiled as if she had been waiting for this. Are you interested? A little. If you're willing to talk, then talk. What should I do? Hey, where are you going? I'm not done yet. If she's going to be meaningfully elusive, there's no need to listen. I'll assume she has no intention of talking. A customer just came in. I'll go help them, so if you're not buying anything, leave. Ganunu, a tough opponent. That's my line. I thought she'd get angry and leave if I showed explicit hostility, but she's not showing any signs of leaving. Come to think of it, Iba and the others were similar when they were being manipulated by Amada in my first life. Heroines are persistent. The more inconvenient it is for me, the more persistent they are. What an unpleasant rule of this world. After that, Hitsujitani didn't leave our store. She seemed to understand that continuously talking to me while I was working or staying for a long time without buying anything would attract attention. So Hitsujitani occasionally came to the register with rice balls or drinks and said, "Let's get along." Always when Hidaka was busy with other customers. Each time, Hidaka gave Hitsujitani a terrifying look, but she was unfazed. Single-serving desserts, sweet breads, stationery, daily necessities, Hitsujitani brings various items to the register and tries to talk to me. As expected of a popular VTuber, her financial power is something else. In terms of freely available money, she might have more than Tsukiyama, but she must be nearing her limit. Not financially, but physically. Don't you feel a little sorry for me?" With an exasperated face, Hitsujitani speaks while holding 3 shopping bags filled with various products in both hands. "Thank you for purchasing even the items we were having trouble clearing from inventory." "Not at all. You did this to yourself." I say this while scanning the barcode of a mechanical pencil, her current purchase. "Then, since I'm bothering you, could you at least listen to what I have to say?" "No, I've already heard what I wanted to." During her multiple visits to the register, I also managed to hear about what she had hinted at earlier when she said, "exactly as I heard." Apparently, Hitsujitani had heard from classmates that I was a strange guy who doesn't try to get along with anyone. It's not that I don't try to get along with anyone. I get along well with Hidaka, not so much with others. Tsukiyama, he's just gum that stuck to me on its own. I'm hoping his stickiness wears off soon. Then, I'd like to know, why are you avoiding me so much? I'm not avoiding you. Basically, I distance myself from most people. After all, the people at Hirosaka High put me through hell in my first life. Ideally, I'd like to have nothing to do with anyone except Hidaka. Tell me why. People betray you easily. So, it's better not to get close in the first place. I only get close to those I can forgive even if they betray me. Fuin. So Hidaka-san falls into that category. Yeah. When I said that, Hidaka, who had just gone on break, immediately came out from the staff room. Although she had been glaring at Hitsujitani with maximum hostility until just a moment ago, for some reason she's in an extremely good mood now. She then took out a chicken nugget stick and purchased it herself. She offered it to Hitsujitani. "Well done for drawing those words out of Kazapian. I bestow this reward upon you." "Yua, thank you. Aren't you being won over?" Then, instead of Ishii-kun, how about I ask Hidaka-san? "Go home. Isn't this supposed to be the start of us getting along?" But the parts that don't waver absolutely don't waver. After handing over the chicken nugget stick, she quickly returned to the staff room for her break. It's the style of raising someone up before letting them fall. Well, I guess I'll leave it at this for today. Don't ever come back. No way. Because I'm just like Ishii-kun, you see. What's with that, you see? I bet it's something like this. I can't trust people easily either. That's why I get along with everyone. If I show the same smile to everyone, I don't have to show my true feelings. She's going to say something like that, right? I can't trust people easily either. That's why I get along with everyone. If I show the same smile to everyone, I don't have to show my true heart, you see. She really said exactly the same thing, this woman. Stop with the "you see," stop it. There's a suspicious melancholy drifting about that almost makes my nose curl. Sorry for bothering you today. I was happy to talk to you. But perhaps thinking she could pique my interest by adopting this melancholic form, she left the convenience store with a sad sidelong glance. So I mechanically responded with, "Thank you very much. Why do I keep getting involved in such troublesome situations?" Section, Kazapian, what should we do about that woman? Eliminate her. On the way home after work, Hidaka said something terrible with pure eyes. How can you say such frightening things with that face? She hasn't done anything too conspicuous, and even if I wanted to eliminate her, I couldn't. Kazapian, what would you think if it wasn't you, but Yuzu-chan who was being targeted? Eliminate. That's how I feel right now. I see, very understandable. But still, even if we want to eliminate the current Hitsujitani, she hasn't done anything yet. Of course, I harbor grudges from my first life. But the Hitsujitani I met in this second life hasn't become Amada's heroine, and in reality, she's just seeking help. I'll keep her at a distance, but it's difficult to eliminate her, and it makes me feel a bit guilty. Well, it's just speculation, but she probably has some trouble and wants to talk about it. Do you want to help her? I want to help her, but in a way where I don't do anything at all. Initially, I didn't want to get involved with Hitsujitani's trouble at all, but since I've passed the night selection test, I need to change my approach. I want to somehow resolve Hitsujitani's problem, because if it's not resolved, she'll likely keep bothering me, which is a drag. I see. I certainly agree with that. I haven't explained the details. For someone as aggressive as me. Ah, that's enough, thanks. When I interrupted her words, she poked me with a slightly displeased face. It tickles. Additionally, she took my hand, saying it was punishment for being mean. Where's the punishment? If she's in trouble, it's better to rely on Tsukiyama than me, don't you think? He's more. There's no way. Hidaka clearly denied it. If it were me, I'd definitely rely on Kazupian when in trouble. But more than that, I want to help Kazupian. A small smile. She's always beautiful, but at times like this, Hidaka is frighteningly beautiful. I'm fine, I've received enough help already. I inadvertently avert my gaze to hide my embarrassment. In fact, I have received plenty of help from Hidaka. Without Hidaka, life at Hirosaka High would have been much more boring, and the Amada incident wouldn't have been resolved. I'm grateful. I'm not satisfied yet, so it's not enough. Hey, is it not okay for me to try my best? To be honest, I want to stop her, and I'm a little, quite worried. Hidaka is always on my side, no matter what. But acting solely for my sake, doesn't that risk her becoming a convenient woman, even if she's a good woman? Of course, I have no intention of using Hidaka. But what if I do something wrong? She might believe in me even then and walk down the wrong path with me. I don't want her to become like that. I won't let that masked woman near Kazupian. I just want to handle that. Is that not okay? But at times like this, nothing I say will stop Hidaka. Don't complain directly to Hitsujitani. Don't solve Hitsujitani's problems yourself. None of that, okay. Of course, I won't get involved with her. I want to be with Kazupian after all. So what exactly is she planning to do? Despite having such doubts when I simply replied, then I'll leave it to you, she responded with a cute little yeah. But what should I actually do? Hitsujitani's problem is extremely complicated. Currently, Hitsujitani is being pursued by a stalker and is just in a situation where she's seeking a knight to protect her. But there's more to this problem. Actually, there's a female student who also works as a VTuber, who realized that Hitsujitani is Hanatori Miyabi and has been leaking information to the stalker. Moreover, she's been doing it for money. And when her wrongdoing is exposed, that female student loses her position at Hirosaka High and transfers out. Hidaka, who was close only to that one female student, looked lonely. Hey Hidaka. What is it? I suddenly became curious. In my first life, Hidaka was close with that female student, but what about in this second life? By this time, they should have already become friends. You know, you're with me most of the time at school, but don't you feel lonely at other times? Like during gender-separated classes. Kazupian, is that your desire to control me? No, I was just worried. That still makes me really happy, but no need to worry. Actually, I recently made a friend. Kitami SAE from Class D. She's a kind person who doesn't intrude on me. Seeing Hidaka say this with a somewhat happy expression, I'm filled with complex emotions. It seems she's become friends with the same person as in my first life. For Hidaka, Kitami is an important friend, but her true nature is that she's a person who sells Hitsujitani's information to her stalker. Someone with a slightly, quite problematic personality. Of course, I won't tell Hidaka this. If I suddenly said such a thing, she'd be confused, and above all, I still clearly remember Hidaka's lonely face after Kitami transferred out in my first life. That's why I have to handle this myself. If possible, I'd be relieved if Kitami hasn't yet leaked information to the stalker, but since Hitsujitani is seeking my help, Kitami has probably already sold the information. But still, it's very like Hidaka that her reason for liking someone is because she doesn't intrude. Normally, one might be fond of someone who understands the real you, but Hidaka is different. Because she understands the kindness of not getting unnecessarily close, she trusted and became friends with Kitami. But even though they were close, they maintained a slight distance, which is why she didn't know. She didn't know what feelings Kitami harbored towards Hitsujitani and what she had done. Then, that's good. Yeah, I want to remain friends with her. In that case, I need to resolve Hitsujitani's trouble in a different way than in my first life. If I just leave it to Tsukiyama or Iba and the others, there's a high possibility the outcome will be the same as before. Even in my first life, Amada just took the credit, while it was mostly Tsukiyama and Iba and the others who actually moved and resolved the issue. Section, life is full of unexpected events. That doesn't change even if you've lived it twice. Hitsujitani Miwa's transfer, then unexpectedly passing the night selection. These unexpected developments are the worst. From now on, I'm likely to get involved in quite troublesome matters. I don't want to go to school. It would be better if Monday never came. Hitsujitani, I hate you so much for bringing me this trouble. That's what I was thinking, but... Hitsujitani, good job. Currently, I was shedding tears of joy and expressing gratitude to Hitsujitani Miwa. I'm not happy at all, though. It's currently morning, during the commute to school. When I left my house with Yuzu and Hidaka as usual, lo and behold, there stood Hitsujitani Miwa. Hitsujitani herself seemed to be trying to surprise me, but she was the one who got an incredible surprise. And that's understandable. Hidaka Mikoto appeared with me after all. With a confused expression, she asked, "Are you living together?" To which I replied, "No." After that, she naturally tried to walk beside me toward school, but Kazu's side is mine. Kazupian's side is mine. Yuzu and Hidaka stood on both sides of me, successfully blocking Hitsujitani. I'm currently holding Yuzu's hand with my left hand and Hidaka's with my right. Hitsujitani is completely left out. For the first time in a while, actually, for the first time in 262 hours, I'm holding hands with Yuzu, and I can't stop the tears. This must be what they call teasing play. Really, what a mischievous angel. Ishii-kun, if possible, I'd like to talk. As we walked side by side, Hitsujitani, who was behind us, said this hesitantly. Immediately, not me but Hidaka turns around and answers Hitsujitani. Any talk for Kazupian must go through me first. Deliberation result, rejected. I can't even get it past Hidaka-san. The sad voice of Hitsujitani echoed on the school route. Perhaps changing her target, she now speaks to Yuzu. Hey, Imato-chan, could you please ask for me? I want to talk. Any talk for Yuzu must go through me first. Deliberation result, rejected. There's no way for me to get through at all. Of course not. To begin with, why do you think your talk would get through? No matter how cute you are, I have the angel Yuzu who has reached beyond cuteness, and the extremely beautiful and kind to me Hidaka. There's no reason to be swayed by her. At that point, my angel Yuzu seems to take an interest in Hitsujitani and gives her a displeased look. Rather, Hitsujitani-san, I feel like I've heard your voice somewhere before. And no. Isn't that your imagination? Clearly trying to hide something, Hitsujitani starts to panic. She probably wants to hide that she is the VTuber Hanatori Miyabi. Therefore, she's desperately trying to cover it up, albeit clumsily, or that's the strategy she wants Yuzu to believe. Hitsujitani is a quick-witted woman. Just from those words, she's realized that Yuzu knows about Hanatori Miyabi. But she doesn't know if she's a fan or not, so she wants to find out. By the way, who do you think I sound like? While pretending to be flustered, shifting her gaze right and left, there's a slightly probing look in her eyes. Hanatori Miyabi-chan. I often watch Miyabi-chan's streams. Really? A light of hope shines in Hitsujitani's eyes. She's certain now that this is a chance. If Yuzu is a fan of Hanatori Miyabi herself, she might listen to her request. Using this as an opening, she probably wants to select me as her knight. Actually, just between us, I know you're the person behind Hanatori Miyabi. I was just letting you play along. That's not how you treat your Oshi idol. Wait, how do you know? Too bad for you, I've already taken measures. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you meet Yuzu. For me, protecting my angel is the highest priority mission. Kazu told me. No, I didn't tell Ishii-kun either, right? Hitsujitani looked at me with eyes that might pop out. I recognized your voice, and immediately shared the information with Hidaka and Yuzu. At least check with me first. There could have been a misunderstanding. That's impossible, because the real reason I know isn't from your voice. Don't worry, I won't tell others at school, because it seems troublesome. Your reason is terrible, but if that's the case, okay. She doesn't seem very disturbed that we know she's Hanatori Miyabi. If she's troubled by a stalker, you'd think she'd be more anxious, but maybe she thinks it's not an issue with us. I don't like that trust. It feels like I'm attacking a fortress with perfect security using just a bamboo spear. That's good. Now please disappear immediately. Hey, Imato-chan, you're a fan of mine, right? Shamelessly, she started seeking help from Yuzu again. The fact that Hitsujitani came to our house early in the morning aiming for contact with me was already known through information from Hidaka, who had arrived beforehand. Additionally, Hidaka, who had heard about Hanatori Miyabi from Yuzu before, dutifully checked her videos, so she noticed that Hitsujitani was Hanatori Miyabi from the first day she transferred. Actually, it's different, though I pretended to have noticed for the same reason and discussed with Hidaka what to do. Honestly, I initially thought Yuzu would be interested in Hitsujitani, so I didn't want to tell Yuzu about this. But Hidaka said this, Yuzu-chan will be fine. Rather, I think it's better to tell her. If Hidaka says so, I'll believe her. Hidaka and I told Yuzu about Hitsujitani. Then she showed interest in the fact that Hanatori Miyabi, Hitsujitani Miwa, had transferred, but didn't show joy. Rather, she was furious that she had come to our workplace and bothered me. Onisi-jan was moved to tears and tried to embrace her. I was rejected. So then, I'm not particularly a fan of Miyabi-chan among my Miyabis. I just enjoy watching your streams. So, I'm not interested in the person behind Miyabi-chan. Your compartmentalization is more extreme than I imagined. The inside is the inside, the outside is the outside. Is this feeling similar to the relationship between anime characters and voice actors? The character is the character, not the voice actor portraying them. Of course, some people don't make that distinction, but Yuzu doesn't seem to be that type. You enjoy my streams, right? Actually, there's a reason I can't stream recently. If that's the case, please solve that problem on your own, without involving Kazu. Ew. Let's go, Kazu. Saying this, Yuzu tightened her grip on my hand. Yuzu, are you inviting Oni-chan to heaven? No, I'm not. If Kazu gets involved in weird things, it will cause trouble for me and our parents too. That's why I'm only doing this because I have no choice. You're so worried about me. I love you too, Yuzu. Gross. Really, Yuzu's tsundere is in top form today. But it's okay. I know well that Yuzu's tsunsun is 100% love. After that, we separated from Yuzu when we arrived at the station. But as she was leaving, she said, Miko-chan, I'll leave the rest to you. And Hidaka responded with a smile saying, leave it to me. After parting with Yuzu and heading to the station, Hitsujitani asked, would you like to take a taxi? Making a very VIP statement unbecoming of a high school student, but of course we ignored her. Neither I nor Hidaka accepted Hitsujitani's invitation. We even ignored her comment and entered the station. Hitsujitani had no choice but to follow us. Throughout this time, the iron wall of Hidaka remained strong. When Hitsujitani approached the now vacant spot next to me after Yuzu left, Hidaka said, Kazupian, moved to the wall and pushed her body against me, forcing me towards the wall. Normally, I think the girl would be on the wall side and the guy would protect her. Hidaka-san. What? Even Hitsujitani seemed to be breaking under this treatment, as her usual energy was gone. With an exhausted appearance, she nervously spoke to Hidaka. I don't intend to do anything weird to Ishii-kun. I just want to talk. For Kazupian, that might qualify as something weird. Anyway, since Kazupian is clearly showing he doesn't want to give up already. It's not beneficial for you either, right? That's absolutely right. I understand that Hitsujitani is troubled by her stalker and is looking for someone to protect her. But choosing me as her knight is clearly a huge mistake. Looking at my current attitude, she should realize that even if she explained her situation, I wouldn't protect her. But I have a reason why it has to be Ishii-kun. Glancing at me, she makes a suggestive statement, but I'm not interested in such reasons. She moistens her eyes and tries to create a desperate atmosphere to appeal to me, but I also need Kazupian. Kazupian, let's share the same grave. Could you at least stop at, let's get married? Hidaka, burning with rivalry, also moistened her eyes and said something outrageous. So, you're saying you would marry me? No. Got it. Then, for now, I'll compromise with us being lovers. I won't fall for that trick again. Regrettable. Door in the face. It's Hidaka's special skill where she first makes a big request that gets rejected, then follows with a small request related to her real objective, making it easier for the real request to be accepted. Previously, having brilliantly fallen for this, Hidaka now comes to my house every morning. I definitely won't fall for it this time. Seriously, there's absolutely no opening for me to enter. That's right. Kazapian and I are always together. We're connected by a very wonderful bond. I get the feeling that rather than being connected by a bond, you're bound by chains. Kazapian, do you have that kind of hobby? Got it. I'll do my best. I don't, and which side are you planning to try your best on? I'll prepare to be able to do both. I can do anything for Kazapian. You don't need to try so hard for me. I conveyed this, but she responded with, "It's not just for Kazapian, it's for me too," smiling happily and hugging my arm, so I couldn't say anything more. Watching us, Hitsujitani mutters, "Why aren't you two dating with all this?" Hitsujitani, who somehow wanted to consult with me about her troubles, was completely blocked by Hidaka and couldn't do anything. Section. Upon arriving at Hirosaka High and entering our class, Year 1 Class C, there was a small murmur and great confusion. The reason is simple. I came to school with two beautiful girls, Hidaka and Hitsujitani. But no one looks at this with jealousy. The prominent emotions are pity and sympathy, and the target of these emotions is not me, but Hitsujitani. As I sat in my seat, the usual group approached. Poor Hitsujitani, to think she would approach Ishii. As they say, ignorance is sin, but it seems she's already being punished. She's way too reckless to approach Ishii. I get Tsukiyama, but why are Iba and Ushimaki here too? Because we have no place in our classrooms. Two beautiful girls making a dignified face while saying something pathetic. I had been with Tsukiyama since entering the classroom, but once I and Hidaka arrived, all three came over. Very annoying. Meanwhile, Hitsujitani, who had been completely blocked by Hidaka during the commute, entered the classroom somewhat exhausted, but immediately switched to a bright smile when surrounded by classmates. As expected of a virtual idol, she's persevering with willpower. Tsukiyama asked me, "So, why is Hitsujitani clinging to you?" I misjudged the extent of Tsukiyama's disappointingness, which is a significant factor. According to the original plan, Tsukiyama should never have contacted Hitsujitani, but I didn't expect him to approach her out of concern without my knowledge. This guy really causes me suffering with his good intentions. You really never miss a chance to hurt me? What do you mean? Initially, I was planning to push the trouble onto you and have you handle it, but the crucial Tsukiyama made unexpected moves, causing that trouble to come back to me. What a nuisance. That's absolutely my line. Tsukiyama said with a blue vein popping out near his temple. So, does she indeed have some kind of trouble? Iba gives me a probing look. Rather than trouble, it seems she has some concern. She seems to want me to listen to it, and has been following me since Sunday. In reality, it is trouble, but I can't reveal that I know that much. Let's just convey the information I've obtained up to this point. And so, is Miko Kohan? Is Hidaka-san staying closer than usual to prevent Ishii from getting involved in that trouble? Ushimaki almost called Hidaka by her first name, but covered it with a cough and switched to her surname. I don't think Hidaka would mind being called by her first name, but there might be some unspoken rule between girls that I, as a guy, don't understand. That's right, I'll protect Kazapian. I have no choice but to be by his side like this. She strengthens the grip of her arm that's wrapped around mine. She definitely doesn't think it's something she has no choice about. It seems that what Hidaka meant by protecting me on Sunday was to always be by my side and not let Hitsujitani approach. That effect is tremendous, as even this morning, Hitsujitani tried to talk to me about the stalker matter, but Hidaka thoroughly guarded me. A miracle occurred. She was prevented by a stalker from talking about a stalker. Even now, Hidaka is sticking to me thoroughly in the classroom, but since this has become the norm in Year 1 Class C, no one says anything even if Hidaka's approaches get more intense. "Hey, Hitsujitani, are you okay? It's probably better not to approach Ishii." "Ahaha, it's fine. I just thought I hadn't talked to him much, so I called out to him. There's no way you'd come to my house early in the morning just for that level of reason." While Hitsujitani probably wants to resolve the stalker issue, she's being too pushy with me despite my current attitude. However, I can't continue to avoid all interaction with Hitsujitani. Given that Hitsujitani is desperately relying on me in the current situation, she's already being troubled by her stalker. In other words, her new address has been leaked to the stalker. And the one who leaked that information is Kitami Sae. The real culprit is, of all people, Hidaka's only female friend. Kazupian, what's wrong? Just something on my mind. If Kitami hadn't sold information to the stalker, she would be a good friend for Hidaka. But if she has already leaked it, that's a different story. She might be a dangerous person who could even harm Hidaka. Something on your mind. I don't like the role, but I have to persuade Kitami myself, even if it means being resented by Hidaka and creating some distance between us. If it's now, maybe Kitami could apologize to Hitsujitani and be forgiven, and that might resolve the trouble. I have a favor to ask Hidaka. Okay, just say anything. I think you should at least check the content before agreeing. When Kazupian has that face, you're trying to do something for me. In that case, I don't need to hear the content. I'll do anything for Kazupian. Just as Hidaka made this incredible statement, the teacher arrived for the morning HR homeroom. Seeing this, Tsukiyama goes back to his seat, and Ushimaki and Iba return to their respective classes. As they leave, Ushimaki leaves behind the words, "Seriously, you two should just date already," with a displeased face. Why are you the one making a displeased face? Section. After homeroom, I sent a message to Hidaka saying, I want to talk to Kitami, and she replied, got it, I'll ask Sae-chan. She then left the classroom, presumably to go to Kitami. If Hidaka can arrange a meeting, I'll be able to confirm the stalker issue. As I watch Hidaka leaving the classroom with a spring in her step, I take out my textbooks for the next class. At that moment, one girl approaches as if she had been waiting for this moment. It's Hitsujitani, Ishii-kun. A bright and innocent smile. Our classmates are sweating nervously at Hitsujitani's seemingly reckless action. I wonder just how much I'm feared. I can finally talk to you. Hidaka-san's guard is too strict. She laughs dryly, saying words that seem like social courtesy. I had anticipated this would happen the moment Hidaka left the classroom. For Hidaka, who said she would absolutely protect me, it's a move with too big of an opening. Normally, one would think so. Hey there, Ishii. But of course, Hidaka had anticipated this situation and taken countermeasures. Entering the classroom with a bright red face and stammering words was Ushimaki Fuka. For some reason, her breathing is incredibly rough. Additionally, I can see Iba secretly watching our situation at the classroom entrance. Huh. You're the one who was talking with Ishii-kun this morning. Why yes, I am Gishii's F-friend. What terrible articulation. Normally, when Ushimaki and Iba interact with me, Hidaka is always present. That's the rule they imposed on themselves, and until now, that rule had been strictly adhered to. But this time is an exception. After all, Hidaka knows Ushimaki is coming. In fact, Hidaka herself called her. In our post-HR message exchange, the last message Hidaka sent me was, since I can't be by your side, I'm sending substitute guards. Cow and shot. In other words, Ushimaki came to help me in place of Hidaka. I should be grateful, but I'm more concerned about how Hidaka refers to Ushimaki and Iba. Ah, I see. Actually, I also want to be friends with Ishii-kun. I'm Ushimaki Fuka from Class A. Nice to meet you, Hitsujitani-san. Yeah, nice to meet you, Fuka-chan. The interaction between two beautiful girls somehow excites Year 1 Class C, however. Only Kanei is giving Ushimaki a cold look. I didn't think they had a bad relationship, but maybe they do. So, what did you come to do, Ushimaki? When I asked, she noticeably flinched. Why is she so nervous? Moreover, she's not saying anything. Really, what did she come to do? Hitsujitani doesn't overlook this. Don't have anything to talk about, then maybe I'll take this chance. Hitsujitani has probably already figured out Ushimaki's purpose. And from this exchange, she's confirmed one thing. This girl is easier to handle than Hidaka Mikoto. Honestly, I think even Hitsujitani understands she can't talk about her stalker in the classroom, so I think she's just letting Ushimaki talk. You know, Ishii-kun. W8. What's wrong, Fuka-chan? If you doubly want to be F-friends with Ishii, there's S something you H, have to H na. She's saying H na. What's H na? By the way, I don't know anything about this. I don't plan to be friends with anyone in the first place. Ha. The roughness of her breathing is abnormal. Honestly, right now, Uzumaki is more terrifying than Hitsujitani. I wondered what she was going to do, and Uzumaki, with a determined expression, stuck her right hand into her skirt pocket. Then, she slams what she took out onto my desk with a bang. This. Today's share. Not only me and Hitsujitani, but all of our classmates were speechless when checking what was placed on the desk. No, seriously, what is she doing? Why on my desk? Panties. Don't say it out loud. Cute, light pink panties. Where did it come from? I have one guess, but if that's true, it would mean Uzumaki's skirt is in a terrible state right now, so I don't want to check. Fuka-chan, this is. Hitsujitani nervously sought confirmation. Didn't you know? To become friends with Ishii, you need to offer these. I didn't know that either. Besides, I really don't need them. Just so you know, if you haven't offered these to Ishii, you can't be friends. That can't be true. Wait, Fuka-chan. You've gone this far. Of course. For some reason, while carefully holding down her skirt, Uzumaki puffs out her chest. I wish she'd refrain from actions that could specify where Miss Panties came from. By the way, Iba, who is watching us from outside the classroom, gives a thumbs up with a bold smile. It seems that girl is the mastermind behind all this. So, can you do it? Well, Hitsujitani, or rather, everyone currently in the classroom, probably knows that Uzumaki's statement is a lie. Considering it both normally and abnormally, it's impossible that one must directly deliver their panties to become friends. But that's beside the point now. The fact is, Uzumaki has offered Miss Panties. In such an outrageous situation, their brains can't process it and can only be stunned. Of course, me included. Uzumaki, with a bright red face, continues to press Hitsujitani. If you can't, then go away. You're a nuisance. Come to think of it, when Hitsujitani approached Amadane in my first life, Uzumaki initially was wary of Hitsujitani and said things like, I won't forgive you if you're trying to use tarot. Though she certainly didn't offer Miss Panties. Surely, there's no need to go that far, is there? I just want to talk. What, do you have some problem with that? It's a completely forceful power play, but sometimes force wins over reason. I don't think so. Yeah, sorry about that. In the end, Hitsujitani was overwhelmed by Uzumaki's vigor and left as if fleeing. She was actually fleeing. Even I find a woman who would take such actions terrifying. Rather, won't my reputation drop even further at this rate? Like, forcing someone I had a previous altercation with to offer Miss Panties. Uzumaki is dangerous. Despite what happened, she gave Her Excellency the panties, or rather, did she give them because of what happened? A total slut. She's an undeniable slut. Hey, if it's Uzumaki, do you think she might agree if we ask? It seems it hasn't dropped. Rather, everyone is too focused on Uzumaki to think about that. The person in question is trembling, blushing, and looking down. She's on the verge of tears. Thinking this was pitiful, I decided to help her out. Uzumaki, I don't need today's share, so take that back. Also, let's step outside for a bit. Really? Thank you, Ria Ali, thank you. Expressing a deeply heartfelt gratitude, Uzumaki grabbed Miss Panties at an incredible speed, wrapped herself completely in our classroom's curtain, and made movements as if putting something on. It seems Miss Panties has returned to her place of origin, and with Uzumaki now very energetic, I left the classroom with her. Aiba. As soon as we stepped outside the classroom, I shouted with all my might. No matter how much it was to protect me, what a ridiculous plan she came up with. How was it? With this, Hitsujitani-san won't say anything unnecessary, right? You've created plenty of unnecessary misunderstandings, though. Even as someone living his second life, I never expected Uzumaki to deliver Miss Panties directly from the source. Despite knowing there must have been other methods, what the hell is she doing? Fumu, I'd say the operation was half successful, half failed. But Iba is calmly analyzing the current situation with a composed face. It succeeded in completion, but Uzumaki got hurt. And what were you doing, Uzumaki? Because I'm indebted to Ishii for your help, I'm grateful. She looks adorable with her tearful and submissive attitude, but her actions were too dynamic. No matter how grateful she is, she doesn't need to go that far. It's unfortunate. I had hoped Ishii-san's reputation would drop. This girl is saying something outrageous over here. Do you still hold a grudge against me? Not at all. I'm very grateful and feel an immense sense of guilt. Therefore, I'm determined to help you whenever possible. Even if Hidaka-san hadn't asked, I would certainly have helped you. An elegant smile. Looking at just this part, she would appear to be a very charming heroine. But what she actually did was deliver the warm Miss Panties to my desk. Then why try to lower my reputation? Fuh. She pushed up her glasses with a decisive face. I'm tempted to break them. I wanted to lower Ishii-san's reputation within the school and make you depend on Hidaka-san as much as possible. That way, you two might become a couple. If that's the case, you should have stripped yourself. Don't delegate the crucial part to Uzumaki. Given how much she sacrificed, the result was disappointing. For me, it was way more than how much. Even in my first life, Uzumaki was often led on by Iba, but this time is worse. Is this how disappointing heroines become when the protagonist disappears? Well, Uzumaki, cheer up, thanks. Okay, if I could be of help to Ishii, then I'm glad. Afterward, Hidaka sent a message to our group chat saying, "Thank you." That was helpful, and Tsukiyama replied, "The number of guys targeting Uzumaki in our class has increased, in a bad way." There was a read count for the full group, but no response from Uzumaki. Section. Perhaps because the impact of Miss Panties on my desk was too strong, Hitsujitani didn't approach me after that. The ever-present Hidaka, who stays by my side saying, "This is to protect Kazupian. It can't be helped," while wearing a happy smile that doesn't look like she thinks it can't be helped at all, is probably also a reason. But it seems she hasn't given up, as she occasionally gives me probing looks. Well, the moment she does, she's held in check by Hidaka. For now, Hitsujitani seems to understand that when Hidaka or Uzumaki are around me, she can't even approach properly, let alone talk to me, so she's probably watching for an opportunity. There's actually one more ally, Ibakuki, but she says, "I'm in the role of giving instructions from behind the scenes, shrewdly ensuring her own safety while supporting us." And so, at lunch break, I finally managed to make contact with Kitami Sae. The place is our usual outdoor table. Hidaka brought Kitami there. "And nice to meet you, Ishii-kun." An impression of a plain, modest face. Neatly arranged straight hair reaching her chest. Height neither tall nor short, about average for a girl. It might be disrespectful to say, but it's rare to find a girl who gives such a thoroughly ordinary impression. However, there's one thing off. I haven't done anything weird to Hidaka-san, we're just friends. Is she extremely afraid of me, because she's wary I might know that she leaked information to the stalker? If so, I should be suspicious of these words too. Of course, I won't show it on my face. I'm not angry or anything like that, just why are you so afraid? Deliberately playing dumb, I ask a question. That's right. As you suspect, I am. But I heard that Ishii-kun restrains Hidaka-san on a daily basis, and goes into a rage if she's not by your side. From whom? Hidaka-san. Hidaka-san. Since that's the plan for the future, it's not a lie. That's a lie. There's nothing like that at all. The reason I was being feared was too unexpected. Kazupian, isn't it true? Of course not. I might feel lonely if you're not around, but I wouldn't rage to that extent, and I'm definitely not angry at Kitami for being friends with Hidaka. When I desperately explained this, Hidaka said, "Just knowing you'd feel lonely makes me happy," with a satisfied smile. It seems she had set this up in advance, just to draw these words from me. Ah, is that so? Fufufu, you two get along well, just as the rumors say. That's right, Kazupian and I are always lovey-dovey. Calm down, me. Remember the original purpose. The reason I contacted Kitami in the first place was to make her apologize to Hitsujitani. Kitami, who appears to be an ordinary girl at first glance, is actually active as a VTuber. Her activity name is Hakunarin. Unlike Hitsujitani's Hanatori Miyabi, she has less than 50 subscribers, making it small scale, but she's still a proper streamer. But if that's the case, why? Kitami, do you know Hitsujitani, who recently transferred to our class? Yeah, I know her. She's super cute and cheerful. We even have PE together. We're in Year 1 Class C. Kitami is in Year 1 Class D. Their classes are adjacent, and since they have PE together, Hidaka and Kitami became friends. So, did Kitami learn that Hitsujitani is Hanatori Miyabi there? Then, what does Kitami think about Hitsujitani? Now, this is where it gets difficult. Given that Hitsujitani is currently troubled by a stalker, Kitami has already leaked information to the stalker. Despite her innocent face, she does some pretty nasty things, but it's difficult to point that out directly. If I suddenly said it, she would definitely be on her guard. After all, this is information I shouldn't be able to know normally. A cheerful girl, I'd say. I haven't interacted with her much, so I don't really know. So she's playing dumb. Well, that's to be expected. Sae-chan, you don't need to associate with that Bariko girl. Don't get involved with her. Ahaha, Mikoto-chan is strict. It seems she calls Hidaka by her first name when not in front of me. Wait, that's not the point. The issue is how to dig deeper into Hitsujitani's matter from Kitami. Let's try to push a bit more. By the way, Hidaka and I know about Hitsujitani's other face, but what about Kitami? Other face? Another evasion, but I'm more impressed than irritated. Normally, one would show some kind of reaction, but Kitami doesn't show any emotion like agitation, acting as if she truly doesn't know. Do you know Hanatori Miyabi? No way. At that point, Kitami finally showed a surprised emotion, but isn't this odd? Is this also an act? She looks genuinely surprised. Hitsujitani-sen is Miyabi-chan. Wah, that's crazy. She's my idol. Sae-chan, stop idolizing someone like her. I can't help it, Makoto-chan. Unlike me, Miyabi-chan is super famous. For an Solovi to exceed 1 million subscribers is really amazing. Solovi, an abbreviation for a VTuber who operates individually, not belonging to an agency. For Kitami, who also operates individually, Hanatori Miyabi is an idol to look up to. That's why she's happily talking about Hanatori Miyabi. She seems completely excited, or rather, she is, right? Unlike me. I asked despite knowing the meaning. Ah, well, you see, I've only told Mikoto-chan this, but I'm actually a VTuber too. I don't have many subscribers, and my concurrent viewers don't even reach double digits though. Concurrent viewers refer to the number of people watching a live stream simultaneously. The streamer can see how many people are watching in real time. Previously, in my first life, according to what I heard from Amada, for an individual streamer, having 30 concurrent viewers is quite impressive. Of course, there are those who have even more. But that's not the point. The atmosphere is clearly off. I had judged that Kitami was selling information to the stalker and planned to make her admit it and apologize to Hitsujitani. But did Kitami really do such a thing? Hey Kitami, about that. Despite it not being summer yet, my body feels strangely hot. I'm probably nervous. Don't tell anyone that Hitsujitani is Hanatori Miyabi. Okay. I won't. Revealing the person behind a VTuber is a severe breach of etiquette. Kazupian, it's okay. Sae-chan wouldn't do such a thing. Hidaka's gentle smile. It's a sign that she completely trusts Kitami. I'd like to do the same if possible, but in my first life, Kitami. Or rather, I don't think she can. With Hidaka's words, my confusion deepens. In my first life, Kitami leaked information to the stalker. It's impossible for her not to be able to do it. Yet, why can Hidaka assert so confidently that it's she can't? Why can't she? I mean, think about it. To begin with, Sae-chan doesn't know the contact information of Hitsujitani's fans. The moment I was told those words, my thoughts came to a complete halt. Kitami doesn't know the contact information of Hitsujitani's fans. That's absolutely right. Kitami continues after Hidaka. That's right. I think I could find out if I wanted to. For example, I could search for people tweeting about Miyabi-chan on social media and leak information to them. But I wouldn't do that, and I have no reason to. There are dangerous people out there. Indeed, using that method, not just Kitami, but even I could tell people Hanatori Miyabi's true identity. But Hanatori Miyabi is a popular VTuber. That means she has many fans. From among them, is it possible to accurately target and send information to the stalker? Hidaka speaks to me gently, as if admonishing. See, so it's okay. You're right. Probably, from the start, Hidaka realized I was suspicious of Kitami. Yet she didn't deny my actions but accepted them and corrected my mistake. What's with that? You're truly acting on your own will. I felt ashamed at my own assumptions, but at the same time, a sudden surge of joy welled up inside me. But for now, I'll put a lid on my joy and offer my apologies to Kitami. Sorry, Kitami. For saying strange things, it's completely my fault. I bowed deeply. This might be the moment I've reflected the most in my life. No, it's okay. Is Hitsujitani-san having trouble with problematic fans? Kitami asked me with a somewhat anxious expression. Problematic fans refers to, as the term suggests, fans who engage in nuisance behavior. I thought that might be the case, but having had my mistake corrected, a new question arose in my mind. In the first place, is what Hitsujitani wants to talk to me about really the stalker issue? Calmly thinking back on everything so far, Hitsujitani said she had something to talk about, but she never said help me. In my first life, immediately after being chosen as Hitsujitani's knight, she told Amada, help me. That's why he worked with Tsukiyama and others to address the stalker problem. But the Hitsujitani of this second life is different. For some unknown reason, she's fixated on me, being pushy, and trying to get me to listen to her by any means necessary. If it's not about the stalker, what could it be? Kazupian. Hidaka is staring at me intently. It might be better to continue being protected by Hidaka, but there's no way that such a state of depending on others can't be right. My actions up to now have definitely changed the future. This isn't the same world as my first life. It's the second, a new, different world. If that's the case, I might be making a huge misunderstanding, and not intervening in Hitsujitani's trouble could potentially cause another irreversible situation. Hidaka, I feel bad after you've been working so hard, but I'm going to talk to Hitsujitani. Got it, if that's what Kazupian wants, I won't stop you. Despite me trying to take actions that seemed to negate all her efforts so far, Hidaka was smiling. She's truly a wonderful girl. Fufufu, as I thought, Mikoto-chan and Ishii-kun get along well. After that, the three of us spent the lunch break chatting about trivial matters. Hitsujitani's true objective. Whatever it is, I'll find out. Section. After school, as I was diligently working at the convenience store with Hidaka, a customer entered the store with a somewhat anxious expression. It's Hitsujitani. As she is usually a theatrical girl, I can't tell if she's genuinely anxious or just pretending to show vulnerability to pique my interest. But either way, what I have to do doesn't change. Ishii-kun. I'll at least listen to what you have to say. Her eyes widened at my unexpected words. However, perhaps due to what has happened so far, she still doesn't feel completely at ease. Slightly looking up at me, she timidly checks my expression. Is it really okay? What about Hidaka-san? I've told Hidaka, so she won't interfere. But I'm working now, so it's not possible. That's totally fine. Seriously, thank you, I'm so happy. She's genuinely happy, I suppose. It's a childlike excitement, different from her usual slightly forced easygoing attitude. So, tomorrow. Tell me when your shift ends. Quite late. At 10 o'clock. Got it, then I'll see you after that. Sorry for disturbing your work. With that, Hitsujitani left the store with a spring in her step, or so I thought. But she put various items into a store's basket and came back to my register. I'll contribute to your sales, and I'd like a chicken stick too. Certainly. Section, good work, Ishii-kun. Yeah. After finishing my shift and changing from the convenience store uniform to my Hirosaka High uniform, I stepped outside to find a smiling Hitsujitani waiting. I'm the only one meeting her. Where's Hidaka-san? There she is. Of course, there's no way she wouldn't be there. She's watching us from inside the store. I'm the only one listening, but I might share what I hear. Actually, I definitely will. I judged that if Hitsujitani wants to tell me something, it would be better for Hidaka not to be present, but I'm not going to keep anything from her. After all, Hidaka is probably curious about what Hitsujitani wants to tell me. That's fine. It's not something that would be a problem if heard. If it's that level of matter, I don't understand why she's been so fixated on me. Well, fine. The answer check is just around the corner. So, about my talk, I want to know about Amada-kun. Amada. I was expecting it not to be about the stalker, but the content that came up instead was unexpected. Why would Amada's name come from Hitsujitani's mouth? Yeah, he's not coming to school at all, right? I want to know the reason. Haven't you heard anything from our classmates? In my confusion, I prioritized responding to Hitsujitani's question over asking my own. No one would tell me. The only thing I was told was, if it's about Amada, please ask Ishii or Hidaka. That's why I want you to tell me. I feel like I've had a problem dumped on me without my knowledge. Well, that incident is not something people would want to talk about. With your personality, I'd think you could extract it from the boys. That would be difficult. Maybe I could ask if we became closer, but I'd hate it if that caused weird misunderstandings. There is a possibility of being misunderstood if they become intimate enough to extract such information. So tell me about Amada-kun. Why isn't he coming to school? Before that, I have a question. Why do you want to know about Amada? You don't even know him, do you? If a classmate isn't coming to school, isn't it natural to be concerned? That's a perfectly reasonable statement, but it's not a general principle. Normal people would recognize it as trouble and avoid getting involved. Only genuinely good people would sincerely worry about it. Is that the only reason? She probably understands from our interactions so far that I'm not someone easy to deal with. You can't reach the truth while hiding information, so provide as much information as possible. Of course, there are some decisions to make, but still. If Hitsujitani were an incredibly good person, I might have believed you're just worried about him, but I can hardly believe that's the only reason. Additionally, there's another suspicious point. Classmates told Hitsujitani, if it's about Amada, please ask Ishii or Hidaka, as she herself mentioned. Despite this, why didn't she ask Hidaka? This morning, Hidaka said, any talk for Kazupian must go through me first, to protect me. In other words, Hitsujitani could have asked Hidaka about Amada. Despite this, Hitsujitani adamantly avoids asking Hidaka and tries to get information from me. Isn't there a special reason for that too? So that means I'm not a good person. At least, I don't trust you at this point. If Hitsujitani were an incredibly good person, she would have helped me in my first life. But what she did was use her position as a popular streamer to bring down Tusan and Yuzu. There's no way I can judge such a person as good even in this second life. I don't think I've done anything weird to Ishii-kun, though. Following someone around is quite weird. That's because you kept running away. I just wanted to ask about Amada-kun, you know. There's no point in saying that now. Inari. Hori featuring Inari. Apparently the person himself never actually said it. But this is unexpected. I thought for sure she was troubled by a stalker and seeking help. So, why do you want to know about Amada? That's... Watching Hitsujitani hesitate, I get an unpleasant premonition. Could this be a problem even more troublesome than the stalker issue? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Having resigned herself relatively easily, Hitsujitani sighed slightly and looked straight at me. Hitsujitani Miwa. A beautiful girl who operates as a streamer under the alias Hanatori Miyabi. In my first life, she developed feelings for Amada after he resolved her stalker problem, but that didn't happen in this second life. So, while she's a nuisance, she's not a dangerous person. For me, dangerous people are beautiful girls who harbor romantic feelings for Amada. I don't know if it's Amada's special ability, but all girls who fall in love with him become recklessly determined and calmly commit wrongdoing to fulfill Amada's wishes. However, the current Hitsujitani isn't like that. Due to Amada not attending school, her approaching me is a nuisance, but just that, a nuisance. It would be extremely dangerous if she already loved Amada, but since they haven't met, such a thing could never happen. We're childhood friends. Pardon. What did this person just say? Childhood friends? Did she say childhood friends? It's just that, right? Just acquaintances from a long time ago, right? They're childhood friends and she's liked him since they were little. That's not the case, right? That would explain why she didn't ask Hidaka, as she knew about and feared the existence of Hidaka, who is originally Amada's love interest. Perhaps not noticing that I was taken aback with my mouth hanging open, Hitsujitani, with slightly flushed cheeks, exclaimed once more. Childhood friends? Teracha and I are childhood friends. Then don't keep approaching me. Chapter 3. Thinking is the greatest weapon of an untalented side character. I've heard that life needs stimulation, but this is way too stimulating. In my first life, Hitsujitani Miwa came to Hirosaka High School as just a beautiful transfer student, resolved her stalker problem, and was incorporated into Amada's harem at the same time. But her true identity turns out to be Amada's childhood friend, of all things. What's going on? Did the original author decide that competing with other heroines with just the initial status of transfer student would be disadvantageous, so they added the childhood friend element later? If so, the timing is wrong. They should definitely have done it in my first life. Why add such an element in my second life, at the timing when the protagonist has disappeared? Hey, Ishii-kun. Are you listening? Why, yeah, I'm listening. I glance inside the store to see Hidaka poised, as if she might come over at any moment. She probably noticed my unusual demeanor. For now, I gestured with my hand that I'm fine, which settled her down. All right. Let's calm down. In the previous case, the childhood friend intensely disliked the protagonist, so if she's also a childhood friend, then Hitsujitani must also. So, tell me about Teruche. Ah, that's no good. She's clearly at max affection level. She's totally in a Teruchiya baby state where she's in love with Amada-kun. If you're childhood friends, why don't you just go ask him yourself? I try to offer at least some resistance, but deep inside, I only want to keep Hitsujitani and Amada away from each other, though I feel it's probably futile. I don't know if Teruche remembers me, and it would be sad if he's forgotten me. My goodness, what a heroine. She's being uncharacteristically demure and cute, as if her previous attitude was a lie. Can't you erase that setting right now, with some eraser magic or something? Let me tell you in advance, it's not a pleasant story. It's okay, I'm prepared. What a troublesome Adakamida's crackers. And why are they childhood friends anyway? If that's the case, didn't Hidaka know about Hitsujitani? They're both his childhood friends, right? No good. I have too many questions, but let's first share the information. Honestly, I don't want to talk about it. I want to go back on my promise and flee. But if I flee now, Hitsujitani will never give up and will continue to wreak havoc around me. If that's the case, I have to take the risk. This is also an opportunity. I should convey the facts in a way that makes Amada look as bad as possible, not just state them as they are. If successful, I could reduce Hitsujitani's affection for Amada to a negative level. Actually, a while back. From there, I decided to thoroughly embellish Amada's misdeeds and relay them to Hitsujitani. Amada thought of himself as a love comedy protagonist and acted on the premise that all beautiful girls should naturally fall for him. However, since he had designated Hidaka Makoto as his main heroine, he merely kept the other heroines on the side. He pursued other heroines just to spice up his love comedy and to satisfy his sense of superiority. Moreover, he used those heroines to solve various problems and then took all the credit for himself at the end. I was Amada's biggest victim, and because Hidaka Makoto, whom Amada had designated as his main heroine, harbored feelings for me, I was deemed an obstacle and almost eliminated. His method was to frame me as the culprit of a peeping incident I never committed. He manipulated my smartphone to take photos of the heroines changing, and then tried to make me fall as a scumbag who was blackmailing the heroines with those photos. But that plan failed. Amada's strategy was seen through by me, and his true nature was exposed to everyone in class and the heroines he had been using. As a result, he lost his position in school and stopped coming. I tried to embellish it dramatically, but the truth was already so horrible that it was unnecessary. Such things do happen, huh, I see, so that's what happened. Thank you for telling me. A solemn expression. How about that, Hitsujitani? Surely you're disillusioned now, right? You don't even feel it's worth caring about anymore, right? So, right now, make your affection for Amada disappear and become just a normal, beautiful transfer student. Even so, no, because of that, I want to be on Teruchi's side. It seems my plan has failed spectacularly. She's giving a brilliantly radiant smile. Is this the reverse pattern of seeing is believing? If she had seen it firsthand, her impression might have changed, but the effect is weak when one hasn't experienced it directly. Even if someone's gossip is true, if you're not the victim, you might not care. Rather, you might feel sorry for the person being badmouthed and become their stronger ally. In this world, sometimes kindness causes people suffering. In a way, this is a chance, right? I mean, there are no cute girls around Teruchi now. Either way, it's a big crisis. By the way, Hitsujitani. What is it? You said you're childhood friends with Amada, right? Were you in the same elementary school? No, we went to different schools. We attended the same swimming class. That guy really doesn't care where he stirs up his love comedy. So, Teruchi might not remember me. I was totally different back then. Well, I wonder about that. In my first life, Hitsujitani acted like she knew nothing about being a childhood friend, but she might have been pretending not to notice because Amada had decided on Hidaka as his main heroine. He was putting all his effort into being dense, after all. I used to be a really shy kid. She started talking about her past without even being asked. Can I go home now? The shy pattern is already covered by Kani-san, so the stories overlap. Because of that, I was bullied in the swimming class. Terachia was the one who helped me. Suspicious. In reality, I bet someone else was trying the hardest. I can hardly imagine that guy bravely confronting bullies. At worst, there's even a possibility he was leading the bullying behind the scenes. He cooperated with a kid who was particularly good at swimming in the class and told the other girls, "Don't bully Hitsujitani-san." I was so happy then. See, there was definitely a defensive delegate. Actually, wasn't that Tsukiyama? He's also in the swimming club. Since then, I wasn't bullied anymore. But I thought I couldn't stay that way, so I made a big decision to act cheerfully. Well, I still have weak points though. Liar, you're a woman with a heart as tough as Teoscar Hernandez's beard. Don't try to show weakness to gain my favor. So this time, I'll be the one to help. If Terachia is having a hard time, I need to help him. It's fine, don't help. I want Amada to fall to hell. If I understand the situation, I can convince him perfectly. It's not like a random girl he doesn't know, but a transfer student classmate who knows the situation is coming to persuade him. No, aren't you his childhood friend? I didn't mention it. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. Depending on what it is, I might refuse. Okay, let me tell you. I'd like you not to tell Terachia that I'm his childhood friend. If Terachia has forgotten, I'd be happy if he could remember on his own. I see. So that's the reason Hitsujitani Miwa wasn't recognized as a childhood friend in my first life. In my first life, Hitsujitani approached Amada concealing her identity. But Amada, who had designated Hidaka Mikoto as his main heroine, probably decided that a new childhood friend would be a nuisance. That's why he deliberately pretended not to notice. Got it, I definitely won't say anything. Even if I don't say anything, the current Amada will almost 100% remember though. Or rather, does he remember? Well, it doesn't matter either way. Fufu, thank you. Ishii-kun, you're not as scary as everyone says. Seemingly satisfied at last, Hitsujitani waved her hands cutely and said, "See ya," before leaving with light steps. Left behind and dazed, Hidaka came over to me. She looks at me with a worried expression, eager to know what happened right away. "Kazupian, are you okay? Can I ask what happened?" The protagonist's childhood friend is coming on strong to me. A mob. Section. In life, there may be people who are inconvenient for everyone. Just their presence casts a shadow over your life and amplifies your anxiety. For me, that person is Amada Teruhito. Looking back now, the period from that incident until yesterday was probably happy. Of course, there were troublesome incidents like being entangled with Tsukiyama or Ashimaki or Iba, but they were within an acceptable range. But that happy time has come to an ephemeral end. Ishii, I'm really sorry about that time. In the morning in Class 1C, it's Amada Teruhito who's bowing deeply to me. The guy who hadn't visited the school even once until now has come to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he came to me and apologized. I was jealous of Ishii and did terrible things. I know an apology can't make up for it, but this is all I can do. I'm truly sorry. Standing next to Amada with a smile is Hitsujitani Miwa. She's making extremely unpleasant remarks like, "You apologized properly, that's great," to the apologetic Amada. "It's good that you understand." Amada raises his head, perhaps puzzled by my words. An apology can't make up for it. Don't ever get involved with me or Hidaka again. Ooh, why you're right, yeah, I understand. Of course. Just because you apologized in front of everyone doesn't mean I'll forgive you for the rest of my life. You also understand that well, don't you? Even so, the reason you apologized is not because your real purpose was to apologize to me. This is just an environmental setup. It's a false apology to secure your place in the class for someone who has caused a big problem and hasn't been attending school until now. It's okay, Terachia. Let's just accept that what can't be helped, can't be helped. In my first life, Hitsujitani called Amada Amada-kun, but this time she's calling him Terachia. In other words, Amada remembered or always knew that Hitsujitani was his childhood friend. Yeah, thanks, Miwa. It's extremely troublesome that Hitsujitani has become Amada's ally. Hitsujitani hasn't been transferred for long, but she's already established herself as a popular figure in the class. If someone like Hitsujitani is getting along with him, our classmates won't be able to strongly oppose Amada. Most importantly, the main parties in that incident were me and Hidaka, not our classmates. Because they're outsiders to some extent and some time has passed, they'll accept Amada even if they have some reservations. It's very frustrating, but that's how it is. Welcome back, Teru. You still call me Teru Tsuki. Of course. Tsukiyama also welcomes Amada warmly. He's the kind of guy who would go check on Amada out of worry when he wasn't coming to school after all. I knew that if Amada came back to school, he would welcome him with a smile. By the way, why are Hitsujitani and Teru so close? Fufu, actually we're childhood friends. Eh? Is that so? Tsukiyama's eyes widen at Hitsujitani's words. The information that Amada hadn't forgotten Hitsujitani, which I was almost certain of, has now been completely confirmed, and it hits my mental state. Truly, nothing good ever happens when Amada is involved. Kazupian. Hidaka lets out an anxious voice. Like me, Amada is the worst opponent for Hidaka too. There's probably not a single good thing about him coming back to school. It's fine. I conveyed that with a smile, trying to reduce her anxiety even a little. I really want to eliminate all her anxiety, but all I can do now is this. Good. This is very good in its own way. She seemed more energetic than I expected. Section, Amada Teruhito has returned to Hirosaka High School. Just that, and no problems have occurred yet. Nevertheless, I have a feeling that my daily life is going to collapse, partly because of how quickly things are developing. Teru, just so you know, I won't do that kind of thing anymore. I know, Muka. And besides, that wasn't me but Haim. Oh my, after I worked so hard for Teru-san, what a terrible thing to say. Even so, that went too far. Hahaha, come on, Iba and Ushimaki, isn't it fine? It's all in the past, right? Hey, you four, don't get excited about stuff that happened when I wasn't around. During lunch break, gathering around Amada Teruhito is his friend, both now and in the past, Tsukiyama Aoji. Additionally, 3 beautiful girls, Ushimaki Fuka, Iba Kuki, and Hitsujitani Miwa. I predicted this would happen when Amada returned, but I didn't think he would accomplish it in the morning hours. However, one slight surprise was that Kani was the only one who didn't return to Amada's harem. The members of the close-knit female group seemed to share my doubt and asked Kani, "Are you sure?" To which Kani responded with a slight smile. "My place is here." With that peaceful expression and those words, the girls were knocked out in one hit. "Koro, you're so cute, we love you too." Wah, it's hard to breathe. Kani, with her small body, is being tightly hugged and messed with. It's somewhat intense skinship, but she doesn't seem to mind too much. Kazupian, is it okay? Hidaka's question. She's probably asking about Tsukiyama and the others who were with us until just recently, but have now quickly returned to Amada's side. I don't mind. Who they spend time with is up to them. To begin with, I don't consider Ushimaki and the others as friends. In my first life, they caused me extreme suffering, and in this second life, they almost got me too. I don't care if such people distance themselves. If I had to say, the only thing that's a bit, no, quite inconvenient is that they've gathered under Amada's wing again. At that moment, I made eye contact with Ushimaki, who was chatting cheerfully with Amada and the others. But she immediately averted her gaze awkwardly. I'm not angry, you know. I just won't forgive you if you try to do something unnecessary again. It's okay. I will always, absolutely be by Kazupian's side. Thanks. That's right. Hidaka is by my side. If Amada wants to reign as a love comedy protagonist again, he can do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't involve my family or Hidaka. Kazupian, let's go eat. Yeah. I leave the classroom with Hidaka. As we walked down the corridor, Hitsujitani followed us. Hey, Ishii-kun, Hidaka-san. When I turn around, she has a slightly complex smile on her face, as if the joy of Amada's return to school has won over the tension she feels. Was it a mistake for me to tell Hitsujitani about Amada? If I hadn't told her anything, no, it's too late for regrets now. What is it? Would you like to have lunch together? Terachai will be there too, though. You know we wouldn't, right? Ah, yeah, that's right, I get it. Sorry for asking something weird. Saying that, Hitsujitani quickly turned her back on us and returned to the classroom. But before that, she turned around once more and said, I won't ask again. I don't know if that's the truth or a lie. Even if she genuinely means it now, there's a sufficient possibility that she might change her mind if Amada asks her to. Heroines are beings who can throw everything away for the protagonist's sake, something I was made to understand all too well in my first life. Section. The afternoon class starts with joint PE. First, there's stretching, but at Hirosaka High School, there's paired stretching. Until now, because Amada wasn't attending school, there was one extra student who had to pair with the teacher, but from today, with Amada's return, every student can finally pair up. I, who don't have any proper friends within Hirosaka High School, had been getting through this time by pairing with Tsukiyama, who also doesn't have friends, but today seems a bit different. Ishii want to pair up. Didn't I tell you not to get involved with me ever again? Can't be helped, right? There's no one else for you to pair with. Because Amada Teruhito has come. All the other boys, including Tsukiyama, have already paired up. So necessarily, I have to pair with Amada. Students who know well what happened between us are secretly looking at us, but the teacher, who doesn't know anything, gives instructions for stretching without seeming to care. Ishii Roman 2. What do you want? While doing a stretching exercise where we sit back to back, lock arms, and one lifts the other, Amada speaks to me. I don't want to respond, but I'm sure he'll talk anyway even if I don't. You don't need to be so on guard. I'll decide that myself. The most untrustworthy guy in the world is telling me the most unbelievable words, and does he expect me to believe them? I suppose he won't cause problems right after returning to school. Even if popular Hitsujitani is by his side, Ushimaki and Iba have lost quite a lot of their trust within the school compared to my first life. As for Tsukiyama, well, his final result isn't much different from my first life, but even his personality has changed slightly. The justice-oriented Tsukiyama would never cooperate with Amada's misdeeds. That's the only thing I trust about him, so I'm not wary of the current Amada. I'm wary of Amada after the second term. At Hirosaka High School, numerous love comedy events occur, along with associated troubles. Of course, there are also pure love comedy events without trouble, but either way, the final outcome is the same. Heroines falling in love with Amada Teruhito. If Amada has returned to Hirosaka High School, then it's likely he'll resolve all the love comedy events that occur from now on. And numerous heroines will fall in love with Amada, forming Amada's harem. That's what I fear. The reason I was able to defeat Amada was because it was still the first term of the first year, when Amada's harem wasn't fully formed. What if Amada's harem forms in the same way as in my first life? And what if the members of the harem move to trap me? This time, I'd definitely lose. I would once again lose my family, and Hidaka too. I'm planning to transfer schools. What? At the words of Amada, who was back to back with me, I inadvertently stopped stretching. We turned to face each other from our back-to-back position. Amada had a somewhat refreshed smile. Amada will transfer? As I thought, it's hard to stay at this school after what happened. I've been absent for quite a while, and my attendance is barely enough, so I think it's better than repeating a year. I did take the midterm exams, though. You took them, but you weren't attending. I came to school secretly on a different day to take them. It was a special measure for absent students. I didn't know that. Well, that's beside the point right now. Are you really going to transfer? Yeah, honestly, with you and Mikoto together, I have no chance. Or would you transfer instead of me? Of course not. Right. A somewhat playful tone that doesn't show any frustration at all. From the beginning, he probably knew what my answer would be. Amada gives me a smile that seems somewhat resigned. I don't intend to get involved with you or Mikoto anymore. You two are practically a couple, right? Be good to each other. You said something similar before, right before setting a trap for me. Ah, as I expected, you remembered. How tough. Amada laughs carelessly. If Amada's transfer is true, there's nothing more joyful for me. There remains the question of who will handle the love comedy events that will occur from now on, but I can definitely avoid the situation I fear the most. But I can't believe it so easily. Amada has deceived me like this before after all. Well, that's how it is. It's for a short time, but please treat me well. Yeah. I, who couldn't come up with any more words, simply accepted Amada's words. Section, Sunday. I, who hadn't scheduled work, was out with Hidaka and Yuzu. After having breakfast with the five of us, we prepared and the three of us went out. I think it's generally common to meet at the destination, but I know it's useless to present general theory to Hidaka. This has already become our norm. I'm not one to lament about such things. Rather, what I really want to lament about is Kazu didn't have to come along, you know. The fact that today, Yuzu has chosen Hidaka as her outing companion, and I wasn't invited. Why would you say such a sad thing, Yuzu? We promised to be together forever, eternally, for all eternity. That's slightly redundant, and we never promised such a thing. But today we're going to buy cosmetics, so Kazu doesn't need to be here, right? That's the situation. Today, Yuzu invited Hidaka out because she wants to buy cosmetics. Yuzu, who is self-conscious about having a baby face, often buys cosmetics with her allowance to give a slightly more mature impression. Among them, what Yuzu particularly likes to buy are those recommended by Hanatori Miyabi. According to Yuzu, the cosmetics that Hanatori Miyabi recommends are affordable for middle and high school students, yet of very good quality, so she always buys them when they're introduced. Miyabi-chan is popular, so she gets requests from various companies, but she absolutely never accepts requests related to cosmetics. She only wants to recommend what she truly thinks is good. In fact, I've never been disappointed by Miyabi-chan's recommendations. Those are Yuzu's words. Even knowing that Hanatori Miyabi's true identity is Hitsujitani, she said, "We need to see the good parts properly," with words full of compassion. Indeed, an angel. After hearing this, I told her that she's already cute enough without makeup, but she responded with a frightening face, "That would make all the girls in the world your enemies." Immediately after, I started researching cosmetics thoroughly. Even so, I want to be with Yuzu. Come on, Yuzu, it's okay, right? Oni-chan has money, you know? Look, I got my part-time job pay. I'll buy you anything you want. That sounds scary. It's money you worked hard for, so use it for yourself. Or maybe buy something for Papa or Mama. That's a great idea. All right, let's do that. What would be good? Then after we finish our shopping, we'll pick out presents for Papa and Mama. I'll contribute a bit too, so don't choose anything too expensive, okay? Huh, why is Yuzu such an angel? I love her so much that I don't know what to do. Yuzu-chan, I also want to contribute since they take care of me regularly. Okay. Yuzu simply accepts Hidaka's words, but there's one question. Shouldn't she buy for her own family instead of buying for our parents? Kazupian, let's choose a present together. Yeah, let's do that. Suddenly, I thought. Although I've spent a considerable amount of time with Hidaka, I might not know her as much as I think I do. While I'm sure Hidaka would tell me if I asked, that's precisely why it's difficult to ask. I bet Amada knows. That thought makes me intensely frustrated. Section. The journey from home to the station, the transfer time, all in all, it took us an hour and a half. Our destination today was a department store quite far from our local area. The Hanatori Miyabi recommended cosmetics that Yuzu plans to purchase are only sold in specific stores, and this is apparently the closest one. Okay, Kazu, just wait around. I'll contact you when we're done. Fugo, got it. Yuzu's merciless words hit me. I was fully intending to go with them, but it seems that today, besides cosmetics, she also plans to buy underwear, so I was ordered to wait. Even between siblings, there are walls that cannot be crossed. Don't make such a sad face. It makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Yuzu-chan, Kazupian can come with us. Miko-chan, don't spoil him. You have to say no to things that are no. Kazupian, I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, I'll wait properly. I'll wait forever. That's heavy. Yuzu leaves with Hidaka, leaving behind those exasperated words. I watched their retreating figures until they're out of sight, then headed towards the rest area sofas. I guess I'll look around a bit. I did sit down on the sofa, but I have nothing to do and am at a loss. So I decided to look around the department store. Of course, I won't head to the underwear section under the pretense of coincidence. Oni-chan always keeps his promises with Yuzu. It might be good to look for what to buy for Tusan and Kasan in advance. With that thought, I was walking around the department store when I noticed something. A woman was trying to hide her face with her hands and moving stealthily. She probably doesn't want to stand out, but wouldn't such movements make her stand out more? Thinking that, I looked closely at her face. Hitsujitani. The moment I called out, she trembled and timidly moved her concealing hand slightly, revealing the person I expected. Hitsujitani Miwa standing there. Yeah, what a coincidence. I never thought we'd meet in a place like this, even though it's quite far. I was surprised to accidentally meet Hitsujitani Miwa in the department store. Hitsujitani probably felt the same. But why is she so frightened? Actually, I came to buy cosmetics today. You know, for streams, I need to try everything myself before introducing it, don't you think? So I buy as many different types as possible. The only place that sells my favorites around here is this store. She started explaining without being asked. Somehow, it sounds like an excuse. Her attitude is strange in many ways. Besides, wasn't she the one who kept trying to meet me until just recently? Ah, sorry, I shouldn't be near you right then. Mia-chan, sorry for the wait. Now it was my turn to be extremely surprised. The one who called Hitsujitani, Mia-chan, was a man considerably older than us. A sloppy, fleshy man in his late 20s. Seemingly aware of his body type, he's wearing a baggy hoodie to hide his protruding stomach, despite summer being near. He showed a blatantly displeased expression when he saw Hitsujitani and me talking. Who's that? Ah, you see, someone I just happened to meet. Mia-chan, who is that? The man directs a sharp gaze at Hitsujitani. Rather than not intending to listen to the excuse that they just met coincidentally, he seems irritated that Hitsujitani is hiding who I am. Hey, don't be so rough. It's rude to this person. Hey. Sorry, Mia-chan. But when Hitsujitani showed her anger, the positions were immediately reversed. Do you hate me now? I don't, but if you continue with this terrible attitude, I might. No. Anything but that. The intimidation from earlier is nowhere to be seen. The man is pathetically teary-eyed. I've somehow understood the relationship between these two. Can't be helped, I guess I'll act in a way that's advantageous for Hitsujitani. I'm Hitsujitani's classmate, but what's with Mia-chan? Oh no. I quickly threw Hitsujitani a lifeline. The man, who had been in a bad mood until then, showed panic at my words. From what I just said, he probably judged that I don't know that Hitsujitani is Hanatori Miyabi. Hitsujitani is also surprised, widening her eyes, probably because she didn't expect me to help her. What's wrong with the way I address her? Is he trying to cover it up with anger? His tone is strong. But the one who's most panicking is me. What on earth is going on? Why is Hitsujitani with this man? Normally, I, a mere high school student, wouldn't know the true identity of Hitsujitani's friend, but this man is different. I said it earlier, didn't I? That kind of attitude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. In my first life, I never met him directly, but I've seen this man's face in a photograph. A man pathetically bowing to Hitsujitani, who is probably younger than him. This guy is. Well, I'm glad to know that you aren't Mia-chan's special someone. The man who is stalking Hitsujitani Miwa. Yes, of course that's the case, but... Mia-chan, let's go. We haven't finished shopping, right? That's right. Though prompted by the man, she still seems to have something she wants to say to me, as she's glancing my way from time to time. I won't tell anyone, so relax. Yeah. Thanks. At my words, she broke into a bright smile and then left with the man. Why? Why is Hitsujitani shopping intimately with her stalker? In my first life, didn't Hitsujitani transfer to Hirosaka High School to escape from that man? Is it because I took different actions in this second life? No, that's impossible. Sure, my actions have influenced various relationships, but that's only within Hirosaka High School. I certainly couldn't have influenced Hitsujitani's relationships outside of Hirosaka High School. This means that even in my first life, Hitsujitani had interaction with the stalker. If that's the case, why was that man exposed as a stalker? It's not related. It shouldn't be related to me. While desperately trying to convince myself of this, different thoughts were swirling in my head. Calm down. There's too much information and it's confusing, but I need to organize it. First, let's separate the information from my first life from the information from my second life. First life. Hitsujitani Miwa transferred to Hirosaka High School to escape from her stalker. Because Kitami SAE sold information, the stalker discovered Hitsujitani's whereabouts. Second life. Hitsujitani Miwa was a childhood friend who harbored feelings for Amada Teruhito. Hitsujitani Miwa and the stalker know each other, and the stalker is submissive to Hitsujitani. Kitami SAE doesn't know the stalker's identity or contact information, and she didn't sell any information. Frankly, the content is completely different. But if I mix the information from this second life with the information from my first life, that incident looks completely different. From here on is my hypothesis about the true nature of the Hitsujitani event in my first life. In my first life, Hitsujitani said she had transferred to escape from a stalker, but that was a lie. Hitsujitani, who had feelings for Amada, somehow found out that Amada was at Hirosaka High School and transferred there just to meet him, didn't she? But once she transferred, there were many beautiful girls around Amada. Furthermore, the vital Amada, probably intentionally, had forgotten her, and there was another, the childhood friend he has feelings for. For Hitsujitani, the childhood friend Hidaka must have been an extremely troublesome existence. After all, the advantage she thought only she had, being distinct from other heroines, was lost. That's why Hitsujitani tried to deepen her relationship with Amada in a more dramatic way. She tried to create a new bond, different from a childhood friend. The stalker was created for that purpose. In other words, that incident in my first life was a self-staged act from the beginning. That man was used by Hitsujitani and framed as a stalker. If it ended there, that would be fine. I feel sorry for that man, but if it's a love comedy event that doesn't concern me, I'd smile and watch without interference. But there's a continuation to this incident. Kitami SAE. In my first life, Kitami SAE discovered that Hitsujitani Miwa was Hanatori Miyabi, and to torment Hitsujitani, she sold information about Hitsujitani's current residence to the stalker. But this was a mistake. Even in my first life, Kitami SAE didn't sell any information. The reasons are twofold. First reason. In this second life, both Kitami and Hidaka denied that fact. Just the words of a suspect or a close friend might not be very credible, but the second reason strengthens the truth of this. Second reason. Hitsujitani Miwa and the stalker man had interaction from the beginning. If that's the case, there's no reason for the stalker to buy information from Kitami. After all, he could get the address directly from Hitsujitani herself. So, in my first life, Kitami SAE was framed as the one who leaked information. But why? Why did Kitami suffer such a fate? In both my first and second lives, there was no interaction between Hitsujitani and Kitami. There's no reason for Hitsujitani to frame Kitami. Nevertheless, Kitami was framed. She desperately claimed her innocence, but no one listened to her, and she was blamed by everyone, just like me in my first life. Is that what happened? No, it's right, but it's wrong. It's true that there's no interaction or connection between Kitami and Hitsujitani. This is a fact. But if we add two people to the equation, doesn't a different perspective emerge? Amada Teruhiro and Hidaka Mikoto. I desperately recall my first life. After the Hitsujitani incident ended, I had a chance to spend time with Amada. At that time, Amada said this. Also, I wanted to try challenging myself, to see how much my abilities would work, the true meaning of those words. It wasn't that he wanted to check if he could protect Hitsujitani from danger. It was an experiment, to see how far the heroines would go for him. And the victim of that experiment was Kitami SAE. Kitami SAE, the only friend of Hidaka Mikoto. For Amada, his top priority heroine was Hidaka Mikoto. Kitami, who was close to Hidaka, was an obstacle for Amada. That's why he wanted to eliminate her, to completely isolate Hidaka and make her depend on him. Didn't Hitsujitani lend a hand to that, for her beloved Amada? The stalker incident that Hitsujitani initially fabricated was just to deepen her bond with Amada. Amada saw through Hitsujitani's intentions and used it for his own benefit. He probably, as usual, feigned weakness to Hitsujitani, saying things like, "I want to talk more with Mikoto, but she seems to have a close friend, so I'd be in the way." And after hearing this, Hitsujitani took action. She added a terribly egregious spice to the stalker incident meant for herself to fulfill Amada's wish. Naturally, in my first life, all of Amada's plans worked out. The experiment was a success. He caught the stalker and even uncovered the true culprit who leaked the information. As a result, Kitami lost her standing at Hirosaka High School and had to transfer. But what about this life? If Hitsujitani stages a fake stalker incident, how will Amada use it? Will he frame Kitami SAE again? No, that's impossible. While Kitami, who is close to Hidaka, might be an obstacle for Amada, there's clearly someone who's even more of an obstacle. For Amada to pursue a love comedy with Hidaka Mikoto, undoubtedly the biggest obstacle is Miyashii Kazuki. Then, will he frame me as the one who sold the information? Indeed, I've let Hitsujitani know that I know Hanatori Miyabi is Hitsujitani Miwa, so it's possible to frame me as the culprit. But isn't that too disadvantageous? After all, Amada has already failed once in trying to frame me. If he does the same thing again, he would definitely be suspected, and it would be quite difficult to achieve his goal of completely eliminating me, which is what Amada wants. Amada himself must understand that well. If that's the case, what will he do? What is Amada Teruhito trying to do by using Hitsujitani this time? Miraculously, a development that would be advantageous for me is if he doesn't intend to do anything from the beginning. He himself mentioned during PE that he would transfer. If that's true, yeah, honestly, with you and Mikoto together, I have no chance. Or, would you transfer instead of me? The words I exchanged with Amada the other day flashed through my mind. No, it's not me. If Amada's transfer is true, there's no point in framing me to begin with. After all, Amada himself is going to transfer. So who would he make transfer? Who would it be advantageous for Amada, who's planning to transfer if they transferred? There's only one such person. This time, Amada's target isn't me. He has no intention of framing me. His aim is, Hidaka Mikoto, Amada Teruhito, why do I have to suffer like this? I've been asking myself that question over and over. On that day, the one who was supposed to be condemned wasn't me, but Ishii Kazuki. As a villain appearing in the early part of the story, he was supposed to be judged, and the main heroine, Hidaka Mikoto, who had been deceived until then, would realize her feelings for the protagonist, Amada Teruhito, leading to the start of a genuine love comedy. Yet before I knew it, I was the one who was condemned. Seriously, I don't understand. I never thought Ishii would be such a crazy guy. I didn't do anything, but I was made out to have been using the heroines. Such an absurd injustice can't possibly be an early story enemy. Come on, give me a more manageable, tutorial-level enemy to showcase the protagonist's abilities. Moreover, the heroines I chose were the worst. It's natural for heroines to act for me, so they should also take responsibility for me. Yet, they failed on their own and pushed all the responsibility onto me. Ushimaki Fuka, Iba Kuki, Kani Kokoro, useless, ugly heroines. No, it's wrong to even give them the title of heroines. They're just ugly trash. I solved your problems, so it's only natural for you to dedicate everything to me. Nevertheless, those ugly trash chose to believe the words of Ishii, the villain, over the words of me, the protagonist, and in the end, they abandoned me. There's a limit to being garbage, but there's an even worse piece of trash. Hidaka Mikoto. If she had just fallen for me quickly, there wouldn't have been any extra trouble, but we're in this situation because she won't fall for me. Have you forgotten the debt of gratitude when I was by your side during your suffering in childhood? Heroines don't forget debts. They're beings who keep returning even a single debt earnestly. Only common trash women would suddenly turn their backs and take actions that are only convenient for themselves. Because of you, I can't go to school. Come check on me out of worry already. I've been earnestly waiting here, but the only one who came to check on me was Tsuki, who is of no use. He's really a guy who can't read the atmosphere. Even if you came to check on me, the only emotion I'd feel is disappointment. Don't do unnecessary things. Maybe I'll transfer. Exhausted from spending time on meaningless thoughts, I shift to different ones. I think I should transfer since it seems impossible to have a love comedy at Hirosaka High School anymore. If I do, then Mikoto, my destined partner, would conveniently transfer to the same school, so starting a new love comedy at a new school sounds plausible, right? Calm down, now is the time to be patient. It's okay, I'm the protagonist of the story, I shouldn't act hastily. Ishii and Mikoto aren't dating yet. In fact, they'll never become lovers until they die. She's just unaware, but Mikoto loves me. As long as that feeling exists, they can never date. Even if Ishii confesses to Mikoto, he'll just be rejected. So don't be hasty. That time will definitely come. And finally, that time arrived. Yeah, and nice to meet you. You're Amada-kun, right? Yeah, I am. The girl who came to see me was someone I hadn't seen at Hirosaka High School, but I remember who she is. Hitsujitani Miwa. A girl I helped when we were in elementary school, thinking she might also become a heroine. I thought she had dropped out of the heroine race because she wasn't at Hirasaka High School, but maybe I was mistaken about something. I'm Hitsujitani Miwa. I recently transferred to Hirasaka High School. Oi oi, so that's it. Indeed, it's a staple event in love comedies. Miwa was a transfer student character. Another childhood friend who earnestly followed me to repay the debt from that time. That's a perfect heroine for the rejection slot. I see. So, what business does Hitsujitani-san have with me? WL. She's showing such a visibly disappointed face. Thanks for the expected reaction. For now, it seems she's in love with me and is aware of her role as a heroine. But in that case, how does the story play out? The main heroine Hidaka Mikoto, right? Honestly, Mikoto is way more beautiful than her. Won't you come to school? Miwa said that while biting her lower lip, but I can't easily nod. If I nod here, Miwa might become the main heroine. I don't want that. My love comedy has Mikoto as the main heroine? Ah, I see. It seems I've been making a big mistake. Love comedies don't always start from the entrance ceremony. Second term start, second year start, transfer student arrival start, there are various patterns. And my love comedy started with the transfer student. The main heroine is, of course, Hidaka Mikoto. The sub-heroine is Hitsujitani Miwa. It's a love comedy where my two childhood friends compete for me. In that case, I also need to act correctly. Hey, Hitsujitani-san, you might have forgotten, but… No way. Yep, easy win. Stop pretending it's the first time we've met and testing me. It's annoying. We were in the same swimming class before, right? Yes, that's right. I'm Hitsujitani Miwa from that time. You remembered. I'm such a good guy for fulfilling a heroine's request. It's unreasonable for someone as good as me to suffer misfortune. Terachie. Miwa said that with tears in her eyes. If she falls so easily, she's definitely in the sub-heroine slot. Well, I'll make do with her for now. I'm happy to see you, Miwa, but I think I can only be with you for a little while. Why? I'm thinking of transferring schools. Well, there's a lot going on. I know what happened to Terachie, but there must have been some circumstances, right? That's right. I was condemned to hell because of those ugly trash. Well, I guess I'm also to blame for misunderstanding the start of the story. I can reflect on that properly. I'm the protagonist after all. Well, just a little. It's okay. I'll protect Terachie, so will you come to school? I should also apologize to Mikoto properly. Well, she'll forgive me if I apologize. After all, she loves me deeply. At this rate, I'm just going to transfer, you know. Then I might transfer too. I just arrived, but I want to be with Terachie. I'm happy that you want to repay the debt, but you don't have to go that far. You're still the same in that regard. To think I've gone this far. Gone this far, you haven't done anything yet. Don't fabricate achievements. Hey, Terachie, is there anything I can do? I'll do anything for Terachie. Don't say such obvious things, as if they're a favor. I want to complain that you should think for yourself and act for me from the beginning, but I guess this is the extent of a sub-heroine. I'll tell you the answer. I'd like to be with Mikoto if possible, but it's difficult with the current me. Mikoto. You mean Hidaka-san, but Hidaka-san is with Ishiai-kun. Yeah, so I'm giving up. Unless they separate, I don't have a chance. Isn't that graceful? Of course, you know what you should do for me, right? Okay. I'll try to do something. Miwa said in a faint voice. Naturally, I pretend not to hear. What did you say? Nothing, Terachie, just come to school without worrying about anything, because I'm here. Yes, I'll take you up on that offer. I just want to quickly get together with Mikoto and have a happy ending, but the situation and time don't allow it. There's no end to the trouble. I wonder how many children we should have. Chapter 4. All great love comedies were once thought impossible. I returned home in an absent-minded state and gave my parents the gift we had bought to show our daily appreciation mugs that Yuzu, Hidaka, and I had purchased together. When we presented them with 2 matching mugs in different colors, Tusan became ecstatic while Kasan expressed her gratitude with a gentle smile. Additionally, since I, Yuzu, and Hidaka had each bought mugs for ourselves as well, 5 new mugs were now lined up in our cupboard. My excited father accidentally let his mug slip from his hand, but Kasan caught it just in time. Immediately after, Tusan received a tremendous scolding. Mugs that symbolize family bonds. But they can easily shatter from the slightest impact. After eating dinner at home, Yuzu and I escorted Hidaka to the station, then returned home. I finally have some time to myself. Now I can carefully think about what was to come. Amada Teruhito has returned to Hirosaka High School. I had anticipated that inconvenient situations would arise for me at that point, but what has actually happened is far worse and more unpleasant than I could have imagined. Amada Teruhito is planning to transfer schools, but not alone. He is trying to involve Hidaka Mikoto, his childhood friend and the object of his affection, so they can transfer together. He is using the Hitsujitani Miwa stalker incident that had also occurred in my first life. But even if my predictions are correct, will things really go according to his plan? Frankly speaking, the hurdles are too high. First, it's difficult to drive Hidaka to transfer in the first place. Until now, Amada and Hidaka have spent many years together as childhood friends, but during that time, Hidaka never opened her heart to Amada. Hidaka is a woman with an extremely strong will, in many ways. Even if Amada backs her into a corner, I don't think she would easily choose to transfer schools. Furthermore, even if both Amada and Hidaka transfer, would they conveniently end up at the same school? The possibility is extremely low. Without extraordinary luck, such a thing can't be realized. But I shouldn't think about this with common sense. As much as I hate to admit it, if a love comedy god exists in this world, then Amada is loved by that god. So, if he succeeds in bringing down Hidaka, she will end up transferring, and the two of them will end up in the same school. Instead of eliminating me as an obstacle, he will distance himself, taking the main heroine with him. Of course, this might just be my excessive speculation, and there's a possibility that I'm fundamentally misunderstanding things. Even though Amada is loved by the love comedy god, compared to my first life, the current Amada doesn't have as much power as he did back then. His position has also deteriorated considerably. Additionally, the relationship between Amada Teruhito and Hidaka Mikoto is much worse than in my first life. In fact, since coming to school, Amada hasn't interacted with Hidaka even once. So, in this second life, the stalker problem might not happen at all, and it might simply unfold as a straightforward love comedy between childhood friends, Amada Teruhito and Hitsujitani Miwa. That would be ideal. It's a strange situation where I, who doesn't hold positive feelings for either Amada or Hitsujitani, would be wishing for their happiness more than anyone else. But I can't entrust everything to such prayers. After all, we're dealing with that Amada Teruhito. He's a guy who, no matter how much Hidaka Mikoto rejects him, interprets things in his favor and never gives up on achieving his desires. Moreover, he has no sense of ethics or morality whatsoever. If he won't be held criminally responsible, he can mercilessly take people's lives. My first life proves that. That's why I must always anticipate the worst and act accordingly. I must, but there's very little I can do in my current situation. It was the same during the previous false condemnation orchestrated by Amada, but basically, I can't initiate anything against Amada on my own. After all, even if all my predictions are correct, currently, neither Amada nor Hitsujitani has done anything wrong. If I try to stop them, I'll just look like someone making baseless accusations and complaints. Those who are on the receiving end are at an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position from the beginning. Therefore, I need to anticipate Amada's intentions and take preventive measures. But unfortunately, there's too little information to come up with much of a countermeasure. All I can really do right now is to stay by Hidaka's side as much as possible. Why do I have to think about such things? Normal high school students definitely don't have worries like these. Sure, they might have some troubles, but nothing this urgent. Love comedies are supposed to be miraculous phenomena that couldn't happen in reality. Why would such a miracle occur right next to me and try to destroy my environment? Section. Please, I need everyone's help. Monday morning, Amada Teruhito is bowing deeply to our classmates. It's the beginning of despair. Next to Amada stand Hitsujitani Miwa, the main heroine of this event, with an expression tinged with fear, while Tsukiyama, Iba, and Ushimaki stand beside her with serious expressions. Of course, I understand that you might not trust me, but at this rate, Miwa will. Our classmates initially didn't show much interest, but began to change their demeanor at the mention of the word Hitsujitani. Especially the male students. What happened to Hitsujitani? The The one who asked was Yashikawa, a boy who had been pleased when Hitsujitani said to him, "You might have a girlfriend," on her first day after transferring. "If it's for Hitsujiya, I will help." Not his words, but his attitude clearly conveys that. Amada cast a somewhat complex gaze toward Hitsujitani. "Miwa, can I tell them?" In response to his question, Hitsujitani shakes her head. "No, I'll explain myself, actually." And so, Hitsujitani explained the situation to our classmates, that she is actually active as a VTuber. That due to some mistake during a stream, a certain male fan discovered her address. That this man became a stalker, and feeling her life was in danger, Hitsujitani transferred schools to escape. That despite this, the stalker discovered her new address. Among our classmates who heard this story, some knew of Hanatori Miyabi and were surprised that her true identity is Hitsujitani Miwa, but only initially. The female students showed fear at the existence of a stalker, while the male students displayed anger. It's a false sense of justice. Of course, there are probably a few who are genuinely worried about Hitsujitani, but they are a small minority. The rest of them hold impure expectations that if they distinguish themselves here, they might become special to Hitsujitani, or they feel a sense of superiority about being friends with a celebrity, even though they themselves hadn't become famous or anything. So, I'd like everyone's help, but it's dangerous, so don't force yourselves to. Of course we'll help. Yashikawa interrupts Hitsujitani's voice, shouting as if he's the protagonist. What a naive guy, considering the real protagonist is the childhood friend standing next to Hitsujitani. Afterward, the other male students, except for me, promised to fully cooperate, while the female students responded that they would help within safe limits but not to expect too much. Pure fear of the stalker probably won out. Hitsujitani doesn't blame these female students. "I understand your feelings, so it's okay. Just having you all as my friends is incredibly reassuring," she said, binding the female students with chains of friendship. "This is a repetition of my first life. The difference from that time was that I wasn't among the motivated but secretly lustful male students, and Kaney wasn't in Amada's group. Though back then, Kaney, due to her original personality, tended to minimize her presence in scenes that attracted attention like this, so it wouldn't have made much difference whether she was there or not. Regardless, the male students of Class 1C, except for me, united strongly to protect the girl named Hitsujitani Miwa from the fake stalker. Ha! I knew it already, but seeing it firsthand really drives it home. In the end, Hitsujitani's stalker event did occur. This is an extremely inconvenient development for me. If possible, I'd like to expose all the facts at this point, that what Hitsujitani was saying is a lie. That Hitsujitani and the stalker man were in communication, and this stalker incident was fabricated by Hitsujitani to deepen her bond with Amada. But even if I do that, it'd be futile. With my level of influence, no one would believe me. Everyone, thank you. So, as for what to do next, Haim, if you will. After Amada bows to the male students, he turns his gaze to Iba. "Leave it to me. I've heard that the stalker has already discovered that Miwa-san belongs to this school. So, when school lets out, we'll each take on different roles and..." Iba calmly explains the stalker countermeasures. Even though she had lost her position at Hirosaka High School until just recently, it seems that once Amada returned, she quickly regained a leadership-like position. I guess heroines really do exert their power when the protagonist is nearby. While listening to Iba's voice, I deliberately avoid looking in her direction and unlock my smartphone. What was displayed was the group chat that had been used almost daily until Amada's return. The members are me, Hidaka, Tsukiyama, Ushimaki, and Iba. "Ishii, are you free during summer break? Want to come to my family's villa in Okinawa? Not going. It's not even yours, it's your father's, right? Don't rely on your parents' power so readily. Aoji-kun, that's just like you. Since we have this opportunity, let's all four of us go. It'll definitely be fun. Tsuki, you're so shallow. I depend on my club activities, but I think I'll probably be fine. Why are you all assuming you're coming too? Kazupian is right. Only the two of us, me and Kazupian, will be going. Could you stop naturally excluding me? It's my family's villa." That's the last exchange. A group chat that took place the day before Amada returned to school. Since then, not a single message has been posted there by anyone. Damn it. Unable to sort out my own emotions, I let out a small curse. Section, break time. As soon as class ended, the male students all headed toward Hitsujitani, ostensibly to discuss the stalker incident, but in reality, it's probably because they want to interact with Hitsujitani even a little. In no time, Hitsujitani is surrounded by almost all the male students. Amada is also heading toward Hitsujitani to participate in the discussion, but in times like these, true to his love comedy protagonist nature, he is pushed to the periphery, unable to join the circle of conversation, and mutters complaints like, "I'm the one who asked for help." He probably thinks that acting like a mob when a large number of male students gather is the correct behavior for a love comedy protagonist. While I wasn't showing much interest in the male students' behavior, Tsukiyama came over to my seat. "Hey Ishii, could you?" "I refuse. You haven't even heard what I was going to say. I'll listen if it's about anything other than asking for my thoughts on the Hitsujitani matter or asking me to help." Tsukiyama displays an overtly bitter expression. "Well, I don't think it could be about anything else." However, Tsukiyama continued undeterred. "Just your thoughts would be fine, right? You know, Ishii, you're quite quick-witted." "I'm not particularly quick-witted. It's only because I lost both my life and my family's lives in my first life that I'm desperately racking my brains." "Come on, please." Tsukiyama probably has no ill intentions, but this is extremely troublesome behavior. The people in class probably don't have any complaints about me not participating in the Hitsujitani stalker problem itself. But if I reject Tsukiyama's invitations so clearly, it might give rise to a small doubt. That being, doesn't he have some reason for not participating? Of course, at present, no one is thinking that way, including the girls who aren't participating. But what if Hidaka were to be falsely elevated as the culprit? What if I defended her then? I didn't help with the Hitsujitani matter because I knew the circumstances from the beginning. The words of such a person aren't worth believing there's a possibility I'd be judged that way. If Hitsujitani is in trouble, I want to help her, but I'm not really that useful. This is a genuine request, without any of the arrogance he showed during the previous conflict. That is Tsukiyama's change in this second life, and among all the male students, he is the only one acting with a genuine sense of justice. Why doesn't Hitsujitani fall for Tsukiyama instead of Amada? He's an overwhelmingly better man, isn't he? I silently voice such complaints in my mind. I understand there's a stalker, but do you know what he looks like? If you know his face, having a separate team to search for him might help secure a bit more safety, don't you think? Having no choice, I gave him a bit of advice. "Oh, that's certainly true. Just in case, let me and Hidaka know if you find out what he looks like." "Ah, thanks Ishii." Hitsujitani must have heard my conversation with Tsukiyama. She has a slightly bitter expression on her face. This wasn't just giving advice, it's my small act of resistance. As a small advantage on our side, I have already met the stalker. And Hitsujitani herself knows this. After all, what I witnessed was Hitsujitani and that man shopping together. That's precisely why Hitsujitani doesn't want me to know the stalker's face, because it would be troublesome if I said something. Like, I saw this man shopping together with Hitsujitani, but even if I carried that out, it probably wouldn't be very effective. If Hitsujitani herself said, that was someone else, just a lookalike, that would be the end of it. In the current situation, with only my memory as vague evidence, I can't win against Hitsujitani. Humans tend to seek convenient results rather than correct ones. They want to be Hitsujitani Miwa's heroes. They want Hitsujitani Miwa to be a tragic heroine. Because these desires take priority, they don't accept inconvenient truths. They're truly rotten. I see. So, I'll check with Hitsujitani about the stalker, and then we need to decide who will take on that role. Completely unaware of my thoughts, Tsukiyama seems pleased to have received advice. This guy alone is genuinely trying to help. It might get rough, so someone who's used to that kind of thing would be good. Right? Someone like Tsukiyama would be perfect, since no one would feel bad if you were sacrificed. You're so harsh in the end. But well, thanks. With that, Tsukiyama left my seat and headed toward Hitsujitani, where the male students were gathered. Nothing has been set in motion yet. Nevertheless, the situation was definitely worsening. Section. The current situation resembles how once something happens, things fall one after another like dominoes. After class, Iba Kuki and Ashimaki Fuka, who had come to Class 1C, were talking to Hidaka Mikoto. Hey, Hidaka-san. Could we talk, No. You don't have to reject me so thoroughly. It's like deja vu from the break time earlier. She flatly rejects Ushimaki, who called out to her, in Ice Empress mode. The rejected Ushimaki is slightly teary-eyed. Iba promptly spoke up, replacing Ushimaki. I apologize, but there's something I'd really like to ask Hidaka-san, so could you spare a moment to talk? What is it? As Hidaka shows willingness to engage in conversation, Ushimaki mutters a complaint. Why not with me? If this had been the previous Hidaka, Iba would likely have been rejected without being heard, just like Ushimaki. But the current Hidaka is different. While she continues to show a noticeably strict attitude toward Ushimaki, her attitude has softened toward Iba, and she sometimes engages in conversation with her. From my perspective, given what happened in my first life, Iba is more of a presence to be wary of than Ushimaki, but it seems different for Hidaka. The reason, I'm not quite sure. Muka-san and I are also helping with Hitsujitani-san's matter. However, since I'm not suited for rough tasks, I plan to leave such tasks as approaching the stalker while naked to Muka-san. I wouldn't go that far either. As expected of a slut. She's extreme in how she puts herself out there as always. But jokes aside, why are they engaging with Hidaka? To get to the main point, previously, Hidaka-san and Ishii-san were coming to school with Hitsujitani-san, weren't you? That thing just followed us on its own. I was coming to school with Kazupian and Yuzu-chan. At that time, did you hear that Hitsujitani-san was Hanatori Miyabi-san? I heard. She has done it, damn it. As I thought, Iba is an extremely troublesome existence. Upon hearing Hidaka's response, Iba mutters, so, Ishii-san, Hidaka-san, and Ishii-san's sister knew. This is very bad to be told. Then, did you notice any strange men while coming to school? For example, men suspiciously staring at Hitsujitani-san. Don't know, not interested. This conversation has no meaning. What had meaning was the conversation up to that point. Naturally, Hidaka is a person who attracts attention in class. The same is true even when everyone is discussing Hitsujitani. In other words, Iba demonstrated to everyone in public view that Hidaka knew Hitsujitani was Hanatori Miyabi. This is preliminary preparation to set up the conditions. Because Hidaka knew this, she could leak information to the stalker. To make people think that way, Iba. Come to think of it, Hidaka-san has a friend who likes streamers, don't you? I do, but what about it? Hidaka glares at Iba with a sharp gaze. Truly, Iba is someone who brings troublesome things to no end. What she's doing now is establishing a motive. Hidaka is close to Kitami Sae, and Kitami Sae likes streamers and is a streamer herself. But her activities aren't going well. That's why, for Kitami's sake, Hidaka tried to bring down Hitsujitani, a popular streamer. Everyone knows that Hidaka Makoto would take excessive actions for people she cares about. In other words, this is sufficient for establishing a motive. In front of the entire class, Iba fabricated a motive for Hidaka to commit wrongdoing, based on facts. No, just making casual conversation. If your friend seems to be in trouble, please do consult with us. We'll definitely help you. With an unpleasant smile at the end, Iba returned to Amada's side with Ushimaki. As long as the stalker incident isn't completely resolved, the preparations to bring down Hidaka aren't complete. But little by little, the preparations are definitely progressing. If I don't do anything at this rate. Section. Hidaka, let's go. Lunchtime. When I called out to her, Hidaka stared at me with her large eyes widened. As if to confirm whether it was true, she blinked repeatedly, showed signs of thinking about something, and then stared at me again. Being stared at so intently is honestly embarrassing. I have no idea what Hidaka is so surprised about. We're almost always together during lunch breaks, or rather, while at school, so this is nothing unusual. The other students in class seem to be earnestly discussing how to solve Hitsujitani's stalker problem, so no one is particularly paying attention to Hidaka and me. Except for one person, Amada Teruhito, who is watching us with a gaze that seemed to ooze resentment. I guess he really hasn't given up at all. Aren't you coming? Having no choice, I ask again. At that, her face turned crimson with incredible momentum. I'm coming. Hidaka stands up with jerky movements, like a puppet with no oil. While Hidaka is beautiful by default, Her unprecedentedly meek attitude somehow makes her appear far more attractive than usual. Why such an attitude? As I continued to wonder about this, Hidaka brought her soft-looking lips near my ear and said, "It's the first time Kazapian has invited me. I'm happy." Just for a reason like that, she got like this. While feeling embarrassed, an inexplicable sense of guilt also welled up, and I began walking slowly to match Hidaka's pace, which was slower than usual. Today is a good day. A wonderful, good day. I think we should make it our first invitation anniversary. You don't have to be that happy. Well, I'll invite you again. Kazapian, does that mean you want to create many anniversaries with me? That's not it. If we make anniversaries for things like this, every day would become an anniversary. That's right. Actually, every day is an anniversary and full of happiness. It's not like every day is full of such novel events, is it? Every day spent with Kazapian is full of new things. Her brakes are completely broken. Moreover, she seems genuinely happy, and she smiles so cutely that it's unfair. The reason I invited Hidaka was because today, at least, I wanted to definitely spend time with her. Of course, not to spend time intimately, but to tell her about the Hitsujitani matter. There's an aspect where I'm hesitant to convey such a far-fetched thought, but it's definitely better than not telling her. I intend to act in a way that prevents Hidaka from getting involved, but there are limits. I'm not confident enough in myself to be overconfident that the second time will be easy just because I won once. Moreover, since the target this time is Hidaka, not me, self-defense by the person herself is absolutely necessary. Once again, the Amada harem has been formed. The enemy members are Amada, Tsukiyama, Iba, Ushimaki, and Hitsujitani. However, even among these, whether to count Tsukiyama as enemy forces is a doubtful matter. Tsukiyama, who acts on a sense of justice, can be either an enemy or an ally to Amada. Even if his best friend Amada asks, he will never assist in wrongdoing. However, he has a simple personality that makes him easy to manipulate, so there's a possibility he might be deceived by good-sounding words and take actions that are inconvenient for us. Like during the break time earlier. And then, Ushimaki Fuka and Iba Kuki. Given that they've established a motive for Hidaka to bring down Hitsujitani, they can be considered to have turned against us. Considering what happened, one would normally think their feelings for Amada would have cooled completely. But we're dealing with Amada Teruhito, the love comedy protagonist beloved by the love comedy god. There's a high chance, or rather, he probably has restored their favorability in ways I can't imagine. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for those two to be with Amada. And those two are extremely troublesome opponents. Compared to my first life, their position might have worsened, but that doesn't translate to a decrease in ability. Iba is particularly dangerous. After being defeated by me last time, her vigilance might have increased, possibly improving her abilities. Moreover, while not as much as Amada, Iba's sense of ethics is blown away. She's a woman who can do terrible things without hesitation. Lastly, about Hitsujitani, she has her own troublesome abilities. In terms of centripetal force, she's the strongest in the current Amada harem. Additionally, what's frightening is her power of influence. Not within the school, but her charisma that resonates outside of it. Her title as a popular VTuber is dangerous. After all, in my first life, it was Hitsujitani who cornered Tusan and Yuzu. So, I want to tell Hidaka to be especially vigilant, but Hidaka Mikoto, now Ishii Mikoto. Good. She's already gotten married to me in her mind, and with her unlimited good mood, it's very difficult to convey my message. For now, there's still time during lunch break, so I'll tell her after she calms down. So, what is that designated harmful inorganic substance plotting? Your speed in switching modes is outrageous. Just a second ago, she was all cheerful, and now she has a cool, calm expression. Do you have two minds or what? I mean, if Kazapian invited me, that means you have something important to talk about, right? Probably related to that guy. Well, that's true. As expected of an aggressive hard worker. Her speed of comprehension is outrageous. In that case, I'll properly listen to Kazapian's story, kiss you, and then be even happier afterward. That's strange. Some odd schedule seems to have been incorporated. Is there nothing in particular you want to talk about? That's not it. The kiss. As if we could have a public kiss at an outdoor table in the cafeteria. That kind of thing should be saved for quiet times when we're alone. Wait, no. Anyway, I'll talk after we finish eating. I'm hungry too. Okay. Do you want me to feed you? No thanks. When I clearly refused, she puffs her cheeks and gives me an overtly dissatisfied look. Ignoring Hidaka's complaint, I continued with my lunch. After finishing lunch, I conveyed my conjectures to Hidaka, based on my experiences from my first life. That Amada Teruhito had previously told me he would transfer schools. That the current Hitsujitani stalker incident is actually fabricated by Hitsujitani from the beginning. That after resolving the stalker incident, someone will be framed as the culprit who leaked information to the stalker. And that the target is not me but Hidaka, and Amada might be planning to make Hidaka transfer schools and transfer himself, aiming to spend time with Hidaka at a different school. If it were a normal person, I think they would just say you're overthinking and not really listen to such a story, but Hidaka listened properly until the end. I see. I can't say it's absolutely impossible. I internally express my gratitude that she accepted my words. Hidaka doesn't unconditionally affirm everything I say. Previously, when I took wrong actions regarding the Kitami matter, she gently admonished me. I'm happy that such Hidaka believed me. I think that when Iba and the others approached you during break time, it was preparation for that. I believe they spoke to you to fabricate a reason why Hidaka would want to bring down Hitsujitani. Eh? Is that so? Yeah, probably at least. Moo, but those girls. Was there something bothering you? I'm fine for now. More concerning is what you said about me being the target. He might want me to transfer schools, but I will absolutely never transfer of my own accord. Because being separated from Kazapian is absolutely unthinkable. As Hidaka stated this so clearly, I feel somewhat embarrassed, but the sense of crisis cannot be dispelled. Of course, I know about Hidaka's mental strength. Though she may not like it, she's been persistently pursued by that Amada Teruhito since she was old enough to understand. Given that she endured all that and thoroughly rejected Amada, her heart wouldn't break from something minor. I think that's true, but we're dealing with that Amada. There's a possibility he might calmly do something beyond our imagination, right? Yeah, but countermeasures seem difficult. Even with a motive, fabricating evidence is really hard. That's exactly it. In this case, this is what's troubling my mind the most. Last time, since it was something that had happened to me in my first life, I understood that Amada, and also Iba, was planning to frame me as a fake voyeur and condemn me. That's why I was able to counter it by switching smartphones with Tsukiyama. But this time is different. I know that in my first life, Kitami was framed as the culprit who sold information. But I don't know exactly how Kitami was framed as the culprit, or what method was used. I think they caught her in the act of handing over money or taking photos, but how on earth would they realize this with Hidaka Mikoto? Hey, Hidaka, do you ever get suddenly approached by men you don't know? I ignore all of them. The only man I talk to is Kazapian. Tsukiyama has been smoothly excluded from men, but setting that aside. Like this, when Hidaka isn't spending time with me, she exhibits extraordinarily cold behavior worthy of the name Ice Empress. That's why, even if someone tries to target Hidaka when I'm not around, getting her to engage in conversation in the first place, it's an extremely difficult task. A strategy that could be realized if the target were Kitami couldn't be realized with Hidaka. As before, something like tampering with Hidaka's smartphone, I guess not. I don't think he would repeat a method that failed once. Yeah, I think so too. Previously, to frame me as a voyeur, Amada used the moment when my smartphone was away from me, taking advantage of gym class to plant voyeur photos of Ashimaki. But I countered that by switching smartphones with Tsukiyama. To bring down Hidaka, a similar method could be used, but just like last time, it would be possible to manipulate Hidaka's smartphone during gym class and create evidence that makes it seem as if Hidaka and the stalker were in contact. But as Hidaka said, that possibility is low, because it's the same method as before. No matter how much the male students are on Hitsujitani's side, if he were to use the same method again, Amada would once again be suspected, and Amada himself could become the target of condemnation from classmates as a man who used Hitsujitani. I can't imagine that Amada Teruhito would take such a risk. Still, that's no reason not to be vigilant, so I told Hidaka, just in case, be careful. After nodding slightly, Hidaka opens her mouth. Also, I question whether Hitsuji would lend a hand. What do you mean? Because Hitsuji transferred to be with that thing, right? Despite that, would she help with something that would make that thing transfer? But Iba and the others helped last time. I think that's because there was a proper benefit for them. Now that she mentions it, that's true. If the plot to frame me as a voyeur had succeeded back then, I might have left school, but Amada wouldn't have disappeared. Additionally, if an emotionally charged Amada confessed to Hidaka, that would have been the best development for the heroines. Amada himself seemed to arbitrarily believe they will definitely be together someday, but reality is different. Hidaka would never have accepted Amada's confession, and if he got rejected, it would present a huge opportunity for the others. If that's the case, what's the benefit for Hitsujitani this time? We might want to investigate that area as well. It's an exaggeration to call it a motive for the crime, but why is Hitsujiya helping Amada? If we can find out that, we may be able to come up with different countermeasures. Section. After school, the male students appear to be going home together with Hitsujitani under the pretext of protecting her from the stalker. They have become quite a large group, and I think they stand out too much. But with that many people surrounding her, it's probably impossible for the stalker to take any action against Hitsujitani. And after confirming that Amada, Hitsujitani, and their group had left the classroom, I called out to one female student. Kani, do you have a moment? What? Just from me calling out to her, Kani trembles. The female students around her direct gazes at me that seem to say, "We won't forgive you if you do anything terrible to Koro." The reason I call out to Kani is to get hints about why would someone cooperate with Amada? Something I discussed with Hidaka during lunch break. In the past, Ushimaki, Iba, and Kani all cooperated with Amada's wrongdoings. Since Ushimaki and Iba have already sided with Amada, they won't tell me even if I ask them. But Kani is different. Kani should have completely lost interest in Amada, or so I thought. That's why I think I can get some hints from her and call out to her, but Karo is scared though. The one who's even more scared is me. The girl who is essentially the leader of the class girls is glaring at me with an intense expression. I internally complain that since I was the one who created the opportunity for them to become friends with Kani in the first place, they should cut me some slack, but that has no real meaning. I didn't mean to, but sorry for scaring you. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask Kani about. Then do it here. Well, that's how it would turn out. Well, I don't particularly mind if the girls hear what I have to say, but I feel like Kani might not speak honestly with the others around. For Kani, the matter with Amada is a past she wants to forget. As I am wondering what to do, help came from an unexpected place. It's okay. You want to talk just the two of us, right? Surprisingly, it is Kani herself who said this to me. The girls send worried looks, but she tells them with a smile, "Thanks for worrying about me." Since that time, our interactions have been limited to just being in the same classroom. But could it be that Kani has resolved her issue of being shy and unable to express her opinions on her own? Yeah, if possible, I'd like to talk with just the two of us. Of course, I won't do anything strange. If you do something like that, I'll probably get scolded by Hidaka-san. For her to even make a light joke like that is truly surprising. Then Kani stood up, said, "Let's finish this quickly," and left the classroom with me. The place we moved to is the hallway, not far away. Since I just wanted to talk privately, it isn't a problem if we are seen as long as the content isn't overheard, or rather, that is preferable. From a while ago, among the female students peering at us from the classroom door, Hidaka has also discreetly mixed in. While aware of these gazes, Kani showed no particular concern and said, "It's about Amada, right?" A cold gaze different from the frightened eyes she has shown earlier. From her words and attitude, I am convinced. Kani has succeeded in changing her formerly reserved self. If you don't involve my friends, I'll listen to what you have to say. They're important to you. Of course, they protect me from annoying boys. I see, so Kani has changed herself in this direction. Her quiet, small, animal-like appearance in the classroom was once the truth, but now it's a facade. Kani, who has overcome her shyness, has become a girl who is, for better or worse, quite dry. Still, the reason she doesn't show this personality outwardly is because she wants to spend time with the girls. It's probably to avoid losing the comfortable environment of the female group she usually spends time with. Of course, I have no intention of involving them, including Kaney. Then hurry up and finish. Talking about Amada is just annoying. Referring to him without honorifics or even a kun is probably Kaney's way of expressing her will. She is no longer Amada's heroine. In fact, she dislikes Amada. Let me tell you in advance, I have no intention of being involved with Amada anymore. I'd also like to avoid being involved with Ishii-kun as much as possible. I'm afraid of being treated badly again. She said this with a somewhat self-deprecating smile. Then, is it okay for you to be interacting with me? It's atonement and returning a favor, I guess. I tried to bring you down, yet you helped me. My current environment is much better than when I was with Amada, so I'm grateful for that at least. I still get angry just remembering how you tricked me, though. You are the one who tried to trap me, so it's your fault. She complains with slight dissatisfaction. You could be a little kinder. But I'm not the kind of convenient person who would be kind just because she's a pretty girl. I left such emotions behind in my first life. So, what's the main point? If Kaney were to cooperate with the current Amada, what benefit would there be for you? I wouldn't do it, but maybe being able to be by his side. Oh, come to think of it, does Kaney not know? Well, it's natural since she's not involved. He's apparently going to transfer schools soon. Really? Amazing. The most attractive smile of the day appears in a place like this. While probably not as much as Hidaka or me, Kaney seems to dislike Amada quite a bit as well. Well, it might be a lie since it's something he said. What the hell? Immediately after, she returns to her previous cool expression. I also want Amada to hurry up and transfer. So, assuming Amada is transferring, do you think there's a reason to help him? If he transfers, even if you fulfill his wish, your own wish wouldn't be fulfilled, right? The wish wouldn't be fulfilled, but I think possibilities would remain. What do you mean? Well, this opinion includes my feelings from back then, but as expected, she seems to dislike recalling her past self, showing a complex expression. First, Ishii-kun is thinking too heavily about transferring. Just because you're in different schools doesn't mean you can't see each other. If people are truly close, I think they could meet more often than even people in the same grade but different classes. Of course, it also depends on the distance. Now that you mention it, if it is Hidaka, even if she transfers, she'll probably come to my house every morning without caring. If the transfer isn't too far away, there won't be a problem. Kaney is right. With that premise first, one might think that the person they like would come to like them if they worked hard. And the other reason is not wanting to be disliked. It's painful to be disliked by someone you like. That's why you work hard not to be disliked. Even if you know they won't come to like you, you work hard to protect your current environment. Because being disliked is absolutely unbearable. Working hard not to be disliked. I might understand that feeling. There are people like Hidaka who behave as they please without caring about others' gazes, but in reality, such types are in the minority. In fact, when this second life of mine began, I tried to behave in a way that wouldn't make me disliked by Amada and the others in class, to avoid becoming a target of attack and to protect my family's lives. If that's the case, Hitsujitani too. No, not just Hitsujitani, but also Iba and Ashimaki. Was that helpful? Yeah, it is informative. Thanks, Kaney. Then, this makes us even. You still owe me 70%. Please apply the beautiful girl discount. With that, Kaney returned to the girls, who were peering from the classroom door. Unlike the somewhat detached expression she has shown me earlier, she displays a cute smile like a small animal, makes a small victory pose, and says, "I did my best." The girls praise Kaney, saying, "Koro, you did well," while patting her head. This is probably Kaney's new way of life. I pondered such thoughts vaguely. Section. After finishing my conversation with Kaney, I joined up with Hidaka and headed to our part-time job. Until the products arrive, we only have tasks like manning the register, stocking shelves, and making fried foods. In a sense, it's a time when I can be mindless, so I was thinking while working. As always, the situation is overwhelmingly disadvantageous. Although Kaney has completely distanced herself, in her place, a powerful heroine named Hitsujitani has joined Amada, and former companions like Tsukiyama, Iba, and Ashimaki have also returned to Amada's side. And because of Iba and Ashimaki, Hidaka has been given a motive to bring down Hitsujitani. If false evidence is created against Hidaka, It's a complete defeat. It's quite dangerous. The content that Kaney has taught me, working hard to protect the current environment, to avoid being disliked. And if you work hard, they might come to like you. The question is how to utilize this. Maison super light, please. A middle-aged man who comes to the register asks for a cigarette brand that, as usual, isn't displayed on the shelves. But I'm used to it. Despite being a high school student, I've become knowledgeable about cigarette brands, and I smoothly take out the customer's desired item and complete the transaction. Meanwhile, at the register next to mine, Hidaka was being approached by a male customer. Hey, if you don't mind, could I have your contact? There are other customers waiting. At first, she was confused about why so many male customers were coming only to her register. But the store manager didn't overlook this and introduced a fork line rule. So recently, the situation where male customers rush only to Hidaka's register has been avoided. However, there are still those who want Hidaka's register, wandering around the store unnecessarily and waiting for the right timing to approach her register. And then, with that enthusiasm, they call out to her and are shot down. The current man is like that, and there are several others wandering around the store. In particular, one man seems to be aiming for extended interaction, repeatedly sending creepy glances at Hidaka while approaching the register and then retreating. He looks rather dangerous, so I should probably handle him. Waya, Ishii-kun. And there, another troublesome customer appears, Hitsujitani. A basket filled with numerous items. Apparently, she intends to purchase more items than usual to secure conversation time with me. Despite claiming to be pursued by a stalker, she's out walking alone well. Since it's a lie from the beginning, I guess she's fine as long as the people from school don't find out. Would you like a bag? Yes, please. Also, I'm going to start talking, so would you listen? Without responding to Hitsujitani's words at all, I silently continue scanning barcodes. During this time, Hitsujitani continued to speak with a somewhat weak expression. Thank you for not saying anything. I see, a thanks in name but actually a gag order. She might actually be expressing gratitude, but by conveying it this way, she probably thinks I'll definitely not say anything. As for me, I'm just waiting for the right timing. In my first life, that man was arrested as a stalker. However, in this second life, I encountered him before he could be exposed as a stalker. Moreover, I have witnessed him together with Hitsujitani. From Hitsujitani's perspective, this is an extremely inconvenient situation. Just to let you know, that person is just someone who helps with my streams. Despite actually trying to frame him as a stalker, she has the nerve to say that. Just to check Hitsujitani a bit, I said. I thought for sure that guy was the stalker. How about that, Hitsujitani? This is an unpleasant statement, right? That I know you're trying to fabricate a stalker incident. No, that's not it. There's no way that person could be the stalker. The moment Hitsujitani told me those words, I was so surprised that I dropped an item. Hitsujitani chuckles and cautions me. Ishii-kun, don't drop the rice ball, okay? I'm sorry. Oi, wait a minute. What does this mean? In my first life, that man was definitely exposed as a stalker, wasn't he? And yet, Hitsujitani herself is saying he's not the stalker. As I said earlier, that person helps with my streams. Originally, he was a fan, but we got to know each other through a certain opportunity. Glancing quickly at the line, I see no one is waiting. Now I can have a conversation, even if just a brief one. Aren't you an independent streamer? Just because I'm independent doesn't mean I do everything by myself. Since I've gained popularity, I've had several supportive people help me. So, you're involved with other men as well. I'd prefer if you didn't phrase it in a way that could cause misunderstandings, though. Puffing her cheeks, Hitsujitani glares at me cutely. But wait, why has Hitsujitani come to me in the first place? If that man isn't the fake stalker, there's no reason for her to go out of her way to tell me this. That person and I have no romantic feelings for each other, we're just friends. But just the two of us knowing that isn't enough, right? There is a possibility others might misunderstand. Rather, even if you don't have romantic feelings, he certainly does for you. Well, Hitsujitani probably knew that from the beginning. That's right. So, there's nothing improper, but I'm keeping it a secret from everyone. It's fortunate that the one who saw us was someone like Ishii-kun who wouldn't misunderstand. Just get to the point already. My hand has already stopped scanning the barcodes. What is she trying to say? I don't want you to tell Terache. I don't want him to misunderstand. So that's why she has come to me. In essence, Hitsujitani doesn't want Amada to misunderstand or dislike her. That's why she's making sure to thoroughly silence me, who knows this fact. Is that not okay? A desperate pleading gaze. A person who could believe this gaze without any doubt would easily nod in agreement. But I'm not such a person. Even at this moment, I'm desperately trying to think with my unresponsive brain. Hitsujitani Miwa herself has explicitly stated that the man I met at the department store, who was the stalker in my first life, is not the stalker. If that's the case, who is the stalker? How will she create evidence to bring down Hidaka? Got it. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Really, thank you Ishii-kun, I knew it, you're kind. Or perhaps Hitsujitani doesn't intend to go that far. The stalker incident is merely to deepen her bond with Amada. She's already taking a big risk by fabricating a stalker. Maybe taking on any more risk would be too dangerous. You really like Amada? Well, yeah. I owe Terache a debt I can never fully repay. With those words, the sweet idea that had crossed my mind dissipated. No, it's impossible. Hitsujitani is definitely acting for Amada's sake. Which means, well then, I'll be going now. Sorry for interrupting your work. Take care on your way back. Fufu, thanks. With a bright smile and a wink, Hitsujitani leaves the store. Following her, the man who had been suspiciously staring at Hidaka in the store until just now also left. I see, so that's what it was. I finally understand. Hey, Hitsujitani, have you already forgot that your tricks don't work on me? You've been like that recently, haven't you? Continuing to behave in a way that stimulates our sympathy by showing a diligent side to your usually straightforward self, right? Continuing to behave as if you're showing your true self only to me, right? Do you think I was fooled? Unfortunately, you're way off. I'm only deliberately behaving that way to gather information from you, solely to protect Hidaka and my family. Today, Hitsujitani came to the convenience store for the purpose of silencing me and checking. She wanted to know to what extent I trust her. You probably haven't realized it, right? That you've made a terrible mistake. With this, I can stop Hitsujitani's plan. I can prevent it, but not now. Fundamentally, I'm in the middle of work, and more importantly, Kazupian was being nice to a girl other than me. Let's prioritize consoling Hidaka, who is right next to me with an unbelievably sad expression. Section, Ishii-kun, good work on your shift. I have a small favor to ask. Aren't you supposed to have gone home? Why did you come back? After finishing our shift, as Hidaka and I were exiting the convenience store, she appeared. It's Hitsujitani. The time is 9 o'clock. By any logic, this isn't a time for a woman being targeted by a stalker to be walking alone. Nevertheless, she appeared like this probably because she thinks it is an opportunity. Ishii Kazuki trusts her. At this timing, she can create evidence to frame Hidaka. I ran out of detergent. Do you have any in stock? I don't think you need to specifically come to our convenience store for that. I want to contribute to your sales since you've helped me. Also, I wanted to see Ishii-kun. The latter half is completely unnecessary information. Ahaha, that's unfortunate. To think I'd witness a real-world Tepira right before my eyes. Glancing at Hidaka beside me, she has an expression that is beyond the Ice Empress, and more like the icy prison Rage Empress, with a terrifyingly angry look just short of exploding. I guess it can't be helped. I'll go check if we have it in stock, but it would be bad to leave Hitsujitani alone. So kind, as expected of Ishii-kun. Then, Hidaka, could you go check the store's inventory? Got it. Ho. Hidaka readily complies with my words and returns to the convenience store. Confused by my unexpected words, Hitsujitani shows perplexity. Nervously, she asked me, Hidaka-san. Of course. You're being targeted by a stalker. It would be no laughing matter if Hidaka got involved with that person. Also, don't walk alone at this time of night. That's right, thanks for worrying. Too bad, Hitsujitani, you failed. You're failing. You probably thought that I, who you believe harbors at least a little goodwill toward you, would head to the store to check to look good, right? No way that would happen. From the beginning, I haven't had even a shred of goodwill toward a stupid, lying woman like you. If you had just earnestly acted for Amada's sake without trying to fulfill your own desires, your plan might have succeeded. But you couldn't do that. To fulfill your own desire to exist as a heroine, you explain to me the circumstances of meeting with multiple other men. Thanks to that, I perfectly understand. How were you trying to frame Hidaka? There has been a man watching us from a slight distance for a while now. He's the same man who has been wandering around the store during our shift, checking on Hidaka. At first, I thought he was just an annoying customer timing when to line up at the register to talk to Hidaka, as usual. But there was a moment when his attitude clearly changed. It was when I started conversing with Hitsujitani at the convenience store. Just like the man I met at the department store before, he glared at me with hateful eyes. The man who is right now watching us from a distance. It's him. He is the stalker connected with Hitsujitani behind the scenes this time. Originally, she probably planned to make the same man from my first life the stalker. But I witnessed her together with him. With this, the conditions are somewhat unfavorable for framing him as a stalker. That's why she prepared a substitute. Hitsujitani is a popular streamer. She probably has many convenient men who would listen to her requests. That's why she can make as many stalker stand-ins as she wants. Now, what remains is how to create a connection between Hidaka and the fake stalker, but Hitsujitani gave me the answer to this as well. The answer is simple. Have them directly converse and pretend to hand over money. Normally, Hidaka would ignore and walk away from anyone who calls out to her, whether man or woman. To talk to such a Hidaka, they need to stop her in her tracks. So how can they achieve that? By making Hidaka wait for me. Hitsujitani makes a strange request to me, separating me from Hidaka. By doing that, Hidaka would naturally have to wait for me in place, making it possible for her to be approached. And so, he can make the pretense of handing her money. There's no need for her to actually accept it. What's important is to create that scene. It's not like we're some prestigious national police agency or anything. Just creating evidence enough to raise doubt in ordinary high school students is sufficient. Even without understanding the content of the conversation, a photo of someone appearing to hand money, it's enough. That's why Hitsujitani had the man she is framing as a stalker visit this store as a customer, to let him know what Hidaka looks like. Additionally, killing two birds with one stone, she came to silence me. After that, the fake stalker would call out to Hidaka when I left, and that would be okay. It would be better if Hitsujitani and the fake stalker acted separately, but that was probably impossible. Just having the fake stalker and Hidaka converse, it's enough, but to execute this plan, she needs one more person. Someone to take photos, and someone to separate Ishii Kazuki from Hidaka. She can't entrust this to Amada. After all, Hitsujitani can't show her dirty side to Amada. She probably thinks she will be disliked if he finds out what she is trying to do. It's also impossible to have Ushimaki and Iba cooperate. They're probably cooperating with what Hitsujitani is trying to do, but that's precisely why it's difficult. Because I would be wary the moment Ushimaki or Iba come to this convenience store. Precisely because I have suffered a painful experience before, my caution prevails. They might think, what if our plan is seen through? That's why they can't move either. Calling another man is also impossible. Men who follow Hitsujitani feel a sense of superiority in being able to monopolize her. Once two or more are booked, the trust from the men towards Hitsujitani would be lost, and she wouldn't get cooperation to begin with. That's why she had no choice but to act herself. She has to photograph the moment when Hidaka and the fake stalker are conversing, but right now, that was prevented by having Hidaka check the inventory. This way, evidence can't be created. Still, couldn't they have come up with a more thought-out plan? If Hidaka and I act together, it will fail at that point, and even if we acted as three with Hitsujitani, it's a plan full of holes that will fail. Probably, Iba isn't involved in the planning and execution of this plan. If she'd have lent a hand to Hitsujitani, she'd have devised a more certain plan. Convinced of victory, I said, in a small voice so that only Hitsujitani could hear. Oi, Hitsujitani, the man behind you has been looking at you suspiciously. He might be the stalker, so be careful. Yeah, thanks. While displaying a fearful expression, her insides are probably boiling with rage. Towards me, towards the man, or perhaps both. Sorry, Ishii-kun, I'm a bit scared, so I'll go home. Please apologize to Hidaka-san for me. Got it. Pretending to be filled with fear, Hitsujitani hastily leaves the scene. I didn't miss her gritting her teeth as she left. Then, the man, acting as if nothing had happened, followed Hitsujitani at a quick pace. I'm glad I finally got a glimpse of your true nature. As long as I understand the method of how you're trying to bring us down, it's to our advantage. Hitsujitani, I'll make full use of your strategy. Amada, look forward to it. This time, too, you'll be exposing your pathetic self. Chapter 5. A love comedy doesn't arrive those who believe in it. The world is designed inconveniently for me. But that's nothing special. Appearance, talent, the environment you're born into. For most people, the world is designed inconveniently, and as if to compensate for that inconvenience, it's made to be convenient for a very small fraction of people. And the one who is on that small convenient side is Amada Teruhito. Despite having gone through so much before, a new heroine conveniently appeared and extended a helping hand to save him from despair. Normally, no one would help you. No matter how much you're suffering, no, precisely because you're suffering, no one helps you, all to satisfy their own sense of superiority. I understood that all too well in my first life. It's fine that things are inconvenient. I've already accepted my fate as a mob, but I refuse to suffer. Therefore, I resist. Anyone who tries to make me or my important people suffer, I'll thoroughly crush them. This time is no different. The heroine troubled by a stalker, Hitsujitani Miwa. In my first life, I thought that a beautiful transfer student frightened by a stalker was something you only heard about in manga or light novels, but that was a mistake. The truth became clear in my second life. Hitsujitani Miwa had arranged a fake stalker to deepen her bond with Amada, the object of her affection, setting herself up as a tragic, beautiful heroine. Hitsujitani Miwa, who has to go that far to deepen her bond with Amada, must also be a person on the inconvenient side, like me, despite being born with such refined features and having success as a streamer. The one thing she truly desires is the only thing she can't obtain. That's why she resorts to dirty tactics to get it. I can't say I don't understand her feelings. I'm quite similar after all. But precisely because of that, if someone lays a hand on my important people, I won't show any mercy. At this rate, Hidaka will be cornered as the culprit who sold information to the stalker. Kitami Sae, who was framed as the culprit in my first life, was subjected to insidious bullying and transferred out of Hirosaka High School. Hidaka isn't the kind of girl who would choose to transfer because of malicious bullying, but the very fact that she's being driven into such a situation is infuriating to me. Furthermore, though it's just a guess, even if Hidaka were to endure the bullying, it would likely escalate, and they probably intend to corner her by involving me and Kitami, who are close to her. If that happens, even Hidaka would have no choice but to transfer. To be honest, it has been quite a headache. For better or worse, various changes have occurred in this second life. How would Hitsujitani frame Hidaka as the culprit? That was the only thing I couldn't figure out. But I was able to see through it, thanks to Hitsujitani succumbing to her desire to be a heroine. Separate me and Hidaka once, create a situation where Hidaka can't move from the spot, and then have the fake stalker approach her. She probably not only intends for him just to talk to her, but also to hand over money. If she captures that moment in a photo, the evidence is complete. Even if Hidaka doesn't accept the money, as long as she can capture the moment of the guy trying to hand it over, the evidence is complete, quite an inconvenient story for us. As for how to counter this, it's not good to prevent Hidaka and the fake stalker from interacting at all. Let me be clear, the plan Hitsujitani is trying to pull off is full of flaws and quite sloppy. But if we continue to prevent such a sloppy plan that's easy to stop, she'll suspect that we've seen through her plan. If that happens, she won't be able to use the current method anymore, but it won't end there. She'll likely devise some other means to act, something that's meticulously prepared, incomparable to the current sloppy method. If we go back to square one, we'll be at an overwhelming disadvantage. That's why we'll fall into Hitsujitani's trap, making her think it's going well, only to turn the tables at the very end. That's the only and best method available to me. For that purpose, I'm trying to coordinate properly with Hidaka to take countermeasures for the future, but Miko-chan, you're sticking too close. Move away more. Yuzu-chan, sorry, but I can't suppress my own raging power. Could you not speak with such a tragic voice while wearing a face overflowing with bliss? My angel's angry voice echoes on the morning school route. Hidaka Mikoto, using both her arms and her entire body, walks while firmly embracing my arm. We're no longer just coordinating, we're connected. Kazu, what did you do to Miko-chan? An incredibly suspicious gaze. She's too cute, but for now I'll tell her the situation honestly. When I invited her to lunch during yesterday's break, she became like this. Hidaka's rampage didn't start today, but yesterday. To be more precise, from yesterday's lunch break. Perhaps she was extremely happy that I invited her to lunch. Since then, Hidaka has become more aggressive, polishing her usual aggressiveness with the thought, I must attack when it's time to attack. As expected, she was reasonably quiet when eating breakfast at my house, but the moment we went outside, she immediately went on a rampage. That's how we've arrived at the current situation. Ha! There's no way that would cause this kind of. Kazapian invited me for lunch, good. It totally did. Next, I'll have Kazapian hold my hand. Once that happens, the engagement is just around the corner, good. The distance from holding hands to engagement is troublingly close, like the distance from Shinmaruko to Musashi Kasugi. Yuzu throws a complaint my way. So why is Kazu accepting it? I don't like because it feels I'm walking together with stupid couple. There's a deep reason for that too. What? If possible, I don't want to say it, but if my beloved Yuzu is asking. I was hoping that a jealous Yuzu might cling to my free arm. If you don't separate, I'm going to walk to school alone for a while starting tomorrow, though. Hidaka, separate from me right now. Regrettable. What a terrifying thing Yuzu said. Not being able to go to school with Yuzu is like telling me to die. I desperately looked at Yuzu seeking forgiveness, but she coldly averted her eyes, shortening my lifespan by 7 years. Yuzu, Oni-chan was wrong. As an apology, I'll hold your hand. That doesn't count as an apology, you know. Ha, come on, let's go. A big sigh, Yuzu roughly grabbed my hand without meeting my eyes. Ah, what a blissful moment. There can't be anything happier than this. Just so you know, it's not like I don't have anything going on either, okay? Yuzuo. What on earth does that mean? Not like I don't have anything going on, she says. In other words, Yuzu has a guy she's close with. Yuzu, I told you before, didn't I? It's still too early for you to have a boyfriend. Kazu has no credibility saying that. You're flirting with Miko-chan every day. That was supposed to be our unspoken agreement. Sadly, unable to find words to counter, I nervously asked Yuzu. So, Yuzu, do you have someone you like too? When I asked, Yuzu's eyebrow twitched slightly. And with a dubious look, she directs her gaze not at me but at Hidaka. Drawn by her, I also turned my gaze to Hidaka, and for some reason, Hidaka's face was bright red. Good. Saying unnecessary things again. With a big sigh, perhaps judging that it was best to avoid continuing this topic any further, Yuzu told me with a somewhat annoyed expression. It's not like I have anyone I like, but I do get approached by men occasionally. Yuzu proudly puffs out her chest with a few fun. I see, so it's what they call being hit on. Indeed, I can't constantly keep an eye on Yuzu, and for an angel like Yuzu, it wouldn't be strange at all if a fan club with the size of China's total population has already been formed within the country. In that case, there's only one thing I've to do as her older brother. I see, so I just need to bury the men who approach you. That's not it, not just Miko-chan, but you're quite messed up too, Kazu. After that, while Yuzu complained, I shouldn't have said anything. She started walking without letting go of my hand. Hidaka, who had become unusually meek for some reason, follows slightly behind me, her face still bright red, pinching my uniform with her thumb and index finger. That attitude didn't change until we parted ways with Yuzu and arrived at Hirosaka High School. As always, Hidaka Mikoto is full of mysteries. Section. Upon entering the classroom of Year 1, Class C, the male students were once again gathered around Hitsujitani today. With such a reverse harem situation, you'd think she'd face hostility from other female students. But perhaps because the female students felt guilty for choosing not to get involved or help her out of fear of the stalker, not a single girl showed hostility towards Hitsujitani. Hey, Hitsujitani, is this guy the stalker? I saw him on my way home yesterday. I took pictures of a few guys too, so it'd help if you could check. Several male students show their smartphone screens to Hitsujitani. Taking pictures without permission is an act that violates the law, but there's no one here who acts with such detailed considerations in mind. Even if there were, they're probably acting on their belief in their own righteousness rather than the law, saying it's to help Hitsujitani. Even though the stalker doesn't even exist in the first place. I don't think so. He's always in casual clothes, so a guy in a suit is definitely not him. Hitsujitani herself seems to have some concerns about the male student's reckless behavior, trying to reduce the number of victims even slightly by excluding men wearing suits. It's a futile action, I see, but a guy in casual clothes on a weekday would stand out quite a bit. While thinking no, not really, I understood the situation from the conversation with the boys. In my first life, relatively soon after Hitsujitani consulted about the stalker, in fact, the very next day, a photo of the stalker's face was shared by Hitsujitani herself. But that hasn't happened this time. The reason is that they haven't finished creating evidence against Hidaka. If they can't get a photo of the stalker and Hidaka exchanging money, they probably can't defeat the fake stalker. As I was thinking about such things at my desk, Hidaka came over. I was inwardly afraid that it might be a continuation of her morning rampage, but it wasn't. Sensing that other visitors wanted to interact with me, Hidaka came to my seat. It was Iba and Ushimaki. "Good morning, Ishii-san, Hidaka-san." "Wayo Ishii, Hidaka-san." Iba, maintaining her usual demeanor, and Ushimaki, with a somewhat hesitant attitude. These two haven't changed their pattern from last time either. They've probably come to set me and Hidaka up. In that case, let's take advantage of that. Ah. That's quite a cold response. I thought we had become a little closer. That's your imagination. To put it bluntly, Iba wore a self-assured smile, while Ushimaki had a somewhat pained expression. At times like this, Iba's straightforward attitude is more welcome. Ushimaki might be feeling guilty about being antagonistic towards me, given her personality. "So, what do you want?" Previously, our classmates didn't particularly care even when we were together, but now it's different. With Ushimaki and Iba returning to Amada's side, they have once again started to draw attention. Well, among them, the one paying particular attention is Amada himself, though. While pretending to be anxious and flustered, he doesn't show any signs of intervening. In short, he's hoping that Ushimaki and Iba will lower our position. I was hoping to hear Ishii-san's opinion on the matter concerning Hitsujitani-san. Last time, it was Iba who created a false motive for Hidaka to bring down Hitsujitani, but this time, she wants to attach a similar motive to me as well. Though in my case, it would be a reason to defend Hidaka. Iba and Ushimaki definitely know that Hitsujitani's stalker situation is a lie. Whether they were asked to cooperate by Hitsujitani or they figured it out themselves, I don't know though. And Amada doesn't know anything, or so Hitsujitani thinks. It's the same pattern as last time. Let the heroines do the dirty work while he waits for his chance in absolute safety. Instead of reforming, he's getting worse. Amada is a scumbag through and through. I don't have any particular thoughts. Or rather, even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Why not? Hitsujitani-san is in trouble. I didn't miss the slight upturn in her lips. Iba's goal from the beginning wasn't to hear my thoughts. It's to lower my credibility by showing my uncooperative attitude to our classmates. That would make it easier to bring down Hidaka. That's precisely why she threw in the phrase, Hitsujitani is in trouble, since she's popular. She really is a woman who does troublesome things. You two haven't forgotten what you did to me, have you? At those words, the tension in the classroom immediately increases. My credibility at this school isn't high. Thinking about the future, it might seem better to behave in a way that earns more trust from my classmates, but there's an easier and dirtier method. Instead of raising myself up, I just need to bring down the other party. If it's about matter, we've apologized. We've turned over a new leaf. Trying to get me to believe you with just words is too presumptuous. They might have gained a lot of trust before, but after that incident, their trust has completely fallen. Even now, if it weren't for the reason that Hitsujitani is in trouble, the class probably wouldn't have accepted Amada, Iba, or Ushimaki, so I made sure to clearly remind the others of that. Well, Ishii has a point. Yeah, I'm a bit afraid of Iba, and the others too. The voices of boys reach us from a short distance away. It seems my scheme has worked well. Let me be clear, I don't trust you too. I'm wary that you might be plotting something again. Especially you, Iba. But this is for Hitsujitani-san, not for me. Then, instead of asking me every little thing, think about what you can do for Hitsujitani yourself. I have no intention of getting involved with dangerous a guy like a stalker. Saying something like this would usually lower my reputation, like that guy is cold, but that's not an issue. Besides my original impression regarding this matter, the girls have also declared non-participation for the same reason. In other words, blaming me also means blaming all the female students. There's no way anyone in our class would take such a risk. That's certainly true. Though her face was red enough to look like she might explode with anger at any moment, Iba continued speaking. So, Ishii-san thinks that as long as the woman important to you is safe, it doesn't matter what happens to Hitsujitani-san. Or rather, should I say that you would do anything, no matter how dirty, to protect that important woman? I see. So that was her plan. Now what's the correct answer? If I clearly affirm Iba's words here, it will weaken the effect when I defend Hidaka if she gets framed. But denying it isn't right either. In that case, let's play along. That's right. So being good or evil irrelevant, only your own convenience matters. She truly is skilled at phrasing things to make me look bad. She definitely has a bad personality. But this is fine for now. I could bring up the previous incident more dramatically and put Iba and the others in a precarious position rather than myself. But going too far at this stage is dangerous. It might stimulate unnecessary emotions and lead to more extreme actions. That's right. If you too feel guilty towards me, I'd like you to prioritize my side. I'd rather not face danger as much as possible, so would Mukasan do. Huh? Why me? I don't want a cow. That hurts in a different way. At that point, finally Ushimaki, and incidentally Hidaka too, spoke up. Well, it was just a complaint. Being flatly rejected by Hidaka, Ushimaki's eyes are slightly tearful. By the way, my own gut is boiling with rage. What exactly are they trying to do? That's enough. Get lost already. Without giving any particular response to my words, Iba and Ushimaki left. Instead of looking at their retreating figures, I checked on Amada and saw him giving a look of disappointment towards Iba and Ushimaki. He's probably thinking, what a useless bunch. Even though Iba and Ushimaki did plenty to worsen my position, it's still not enough for him. Don't you dare look at people who are trying their best for someone else with those eyes. Section, since it was after school, Hidaka and I left Hirosaka High School and headed to our part-time job. As for today, there's no progress on the Hitsujitani stalker issue. Well, that's to be expected. After all, the preparations to frame Hidaka aren't complete yet. But there must be a limit to how long this can be dragged out, and I want to resolve this matter quickly too. In that sense, my interests align with Amada's. Our respective goals are completely opposite though. Excuse me. Ah yes. Since there weren't many customers, I left the register to Hidaka and was restocking products. I filled a basket with snacks in the back room and went to the snack section. There was a customer browsing the store, so I called out to them to step aside before restocking. Considering yesterday, I thought she'd come a little later, but it's as expected. Phew. Working hard today too, I see. Hitsujitani Miwa speaks to me in a low voice, wearing a gentle smile. I thought she would come today too, and sure enough, she did. Aren't you lacking caution against the stalker? Not at all. If I'm here, Ishii-kun will protect me, right? If this were my first life, I would have greatly misunderstood it. The beautiful transfer student Hitsujitani Miwa is showing a special attitude only to me. Even Amada doesn't know that we're meeting like this, so I might have thought this was my chance. But unfortunately, for me, this is my second life. I can see as clear as day where Hitsujitani's vector is pointing, what she's thinking. Didn't you hear my conversation with Iba and Ushimaki this morning? I did hear it. Ishii-kun, you went too far. Poor Haim-chan and Muka-chan. As if I care. They're the ones who were wrong to begin with. Well, that may be true, but still. As I reply to Hitsujitani's words while continuing my work, she wears a cheerful smile. She probably thinks she's won a certain level of trust since I, who was initially cold, am now engaging in conversation with her. So for now, I'll let her think that. I'll deliberately maintain a decent conversation with Hitsujitani. I've gotten approval from Hidaka too, though she demanded a considerable compensation with a very unpleasant face. Ooh, Ishii-kun, Hidaka-san is scaring me. Can't you do something? But even though she gave her approval, it seems there are parts she's not entirely convinced about, as she's glaring at Hitsujitani with tremendous intensity. Hitsujitani's spirit to turn even that into a conversation fodder is quite something. It's impossible. Give up. I want to get along with Hidaka-san too. Don't lie. Despite supposedly being a childhood friend like herself, Hidaka Mikoto receives all of Amada's affection. From Hitsujitani's perspective, she must be nothing but an unpleasant existence. Hey, is Hidaka-san wearing her hair in braids and glasses because of Ishii-kun's preference? No, she's doing that on her own. Previously, Hidaka would appear with braided hair and glasses during work to hide her identity. But for some reason, she's continued it even after resolving the issue with Amada. The reason is a special me that only Kazupian gets to see. I wish she would make cute statements after understanding her own appearance. My heart raced intensely. By the way, Ishii-kun and Hidaka-san are always here whenever I come, aren't you? Do you work every day? Not every day. We do take days off occasionally. By the way, how about tomorrow? Why do I have to tell you? If Ishii-kun isn't here, there's no point in me coming. So she wants to resolve the stalker incident after school on a day when we're working, huh? When you can see the hidden circumstances, it really changes how things sound. Both Hidaka and I will be working tomorrow too. So, if you want to come as you please. Ishii-kun, could it be that you want me to come? As if. Laugh while you can, soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Section. Kazupian, they're here, hiding in a place not visible from here. I'd like to know how you found them when they're hiding in a place not visible. Fufu, when you an aggressive hard worker like me, it's that simple. After our shift ended, Hidaka Mikoto proudly puffs out her chest in the office. While listening to our conversation that only makes sense to each other, the manager mutters, "You two have some mysterious conversations from time to time. By the way, the ones hiding are of course Hitsujitani Miwa and the man who is planned to be the stalker. At first, I was going to search for them myself while cleaning in front of the store just before our shift ended. But when Hidaka said, 'This kind of thing is my specialty,' with too much conviction, I left it to her, and she found them easily. As expected of an aggressive hard worker. After exchanging goodbyes with the manager, Hidaka and I exit the convenience store together. Immediately after, I stopped and put my smartphone to one ear. Then, as if I'm making a phone call, I start talking to Hidaka in a small voice. Run if it gets dangerous, okay? I'll come right away. It's fine. If it gets dangerous, I'll take minimal damage and make Kazupian take responsibility. As I thought, we should cancel the plan. Now execute. Yes. Reluctantly, I act as if I'm taking a call that Hidaka shouldn't hear, and go back into the store. Perhaps it was unexpected for Hitsujitani, who was observing us, as she peeks out from her hiding place to check on us. Of course, she's not alone but with a man who isn't Amada. There you go, the situation where Hidaka can't move from her spot, that you wanted. As I confirmed from the corner of my eye that the man who will likely be playing the role of the stalker is hastily calling out to Hidaka, I entered the convenience store's office. 3 minutes later, I check that a message has arrived from Hidaka and immediately leave the store. The content of the message was, "I'm being approached. If you don't respond to this message within 3 seconds, you'll have to take responsibility." So I clicked on a stamp I had prepared in advance. For better or worse, I'm getting used to Hidaka. As I went outside, the man was talking to Hidaka. In his hand are 3 10,000 yen bills. Looking around, Hitsujitani was nowhere to be seen. She probably successfully created the false evidence and ran away before being discovered. I immediately stand next to Hidaka and call out to her first. "Thanks, Hidaka. For Kazupian, this much is easy. I'm looking forward to the reward." A small smile and a small V sign. And of course, a sly request for a reward. I'm really glad nothing strange happened to her. Right after feeling relieved, I spoke to the man. What are you doing?" No, well." The man becomes flustered at my sudden appearance. He's a different man from yesterday. In other words, he's also one of Hitsujitani's followers who helps with her streams. Hitsujitani probably thinks her setup went well, but the same goes for our side. With this, we've successfully made her think she has created false evidence. Now then, let's settle this once and for all. Section. The next day, when Hidaka and I entered the classroom, a very visibly spirited Tsukiyama came over. Ishii, Hitsujitani's. Did they find out the stalker's face? Let me finish speaking. There's been progress in Hitsujitani's case, right? Finally, the stalker's face has been identified. Are you some kind of isper after all? Unfortunately not. I just inferred it from the situation. And though I knew it from the beginning, the fact that the stalker's face has been identified means that the end of the first phase of the Hitsujitani stalker incident is finally approaching. After school today, the fake stalker will appear while Hitsujitani is going home, and the boys from Year 1, Class C will catch him. But they're just high school students after all. Not knowing what to do after catching the stalker, they'll end up handing him over to the police. I just knew right away by looking at your face. You understand me that well. Could you please not blush like that? Well, that aside, let me try something here. Then, can you show me the stalker's face too? Previously, when I gave Tsukiyama advice about the stalker, I asked him, if you find out the stalker's face, share it with me too. I'm hoping that the conscientious Tsukiyama will keep that promise, but, sorry, that's a bit difficult. As expected, predictions tend to come true in the worst way. Apologizing with a bitter expression, Tsukiyama continues talking, in a small voice that only I can hear. Actually, there's a rumor that someone might be leaking information to Hitsujitani's stalker. So, we've decided to show the stalker's face only to a limited number of people. So preparations for the second phase are already in place, huh? Come to think of it, even in my first life, I only got the stalker's face photo after school. Hitsujitani told me she only showed it to people she could trust. At that time, I felt a meaningless sense of superiority, like I was a man trusted by Hitsujitani, even though I was never trusted from the beginning. Tsukiyama, do you think Hidaka and I are leaking information? I don't think so. But well, I don't want to involve you and Hidaka in this matter too much. The disappointing prince is unnecessarily a good guy. This time too, his strong sense of justice is being thoroughly exploited by Amada. We've already been involved for a long time, but I can't say that. Okay. Well, do your best. You'll be fine because even if you die, there aren't many who would be sad. That fact itself is not fine though. After such a conversation, Tsukiyama headed towards Amada, and I headed to my seat. Just before I sat down in my chair, my eyes met Amada's, and he was wearing a fearless smile. It's as if his expression is saying, I win this time. Though I don't think it's everything, Amada probably knows that I've noticed something. Even so, the reason he wears such an expression is because he has considerable confidence in his own plan, even though from the beginning, it wasn't your plan but one devised by the heroines. Section. After school, the male students gather around Hitsujitani all at once. Only 2 female participants, Iba and Ashimaki. And just for today, Amada, who had been pushed to the side until now, is standing next to Hitsujitani. Everyone, thank you for your cooperation, even though it's such a dangerous situation. Don't worry about it. A male student, Yashikawa, gently speaks to Amada, who is lowering his head with tears welling up. The other boys also look at Amada with gentle smiles as if to say, I'm a hero. Of course, it's not genuine kindness, but rather point scoring with Hitsujitani. It's impressive how she has won over almost all the boys in the class despite not having transferred here that long ago. Now, regarding the plan. From there, it wasn't Amada, but Tsukiyama who started speaking. The photo of the stalker's face will only be shared with some people, not everyone. The reason is the same as what Tsukiyama explained to me in the morning. They've shared the information that there's someone leaking information to the stalker as groundwork for the future. Basically, they would act in groups of 3, with only one person in each team being shown the photo. As for their deployment, Hitsujitani will go home alone, serving as bait. However, Amada will be checking the situation nearby. There will be groups slightly ahead of these 2, groups following from behind, groups monitoring different locations, and so on, dividing into several roles to execute this big catching operation. However, since they couldn't cleanly divide everyone into groups of 3, just Tsukiyama will act independently. Just like in my first life. I thought that since I'm not participating this time, they would be able to divide cleanly, but apparently several boys from other classes are helping too, so Tsukiyama ended up alone. As expected of the disappointing prince. All right, I'll go first. Everyone, let's absolutely protect Hitsujitani. Saying that, Tsukiyama leaves the classroom in high spirits. Tsukiyama's role is scout. I want to quip about a completely ordinary high school student becoming a scout, but that's probably something achievable by Amada's love comedy power. Hidaka, let's go to our part-time job. Yeah. Hidaka and I left the classroom together, right after confirming that Tsukiyama had also left. Section, an ordinary male high school student playing scout. That's too much of a miraculous experience. Why are you guys following me? We caught up with Tsukiyama, who had left the school, with quick steps and joined him. Since we suddenly appeared behind him, Tsukiyama was quite shocked, but I don't care about that. He's been loudly complaining nonstop for a while now. I told you, didn't I? I don't want to involve Ishii and Hidaka. It might be dangerous. Of course it's because I was worried. Yesterday, when Hitsujitani came, I told her that we'll be working tomorrow too, but of course that was a lie. Rather, it was precisely because neither Hidaka nor I had a shift that we made it seem as if Hitsujitani's evidence gathering had succeeded last night. Because then, they would definitely execute their plan today. Worried. Ishii and Hidaka aren't that close to Hitsujitani, are you? A dubious look. Well, what Tsukiyama is saying is reasonable and expected. Therefore, my reply is also fully prepared. I was worried about you. Takan. But not everything goes as expected. I feel like Tsukiyama is sending me a passionate gaze in response to my casually prepared line. For some reason, a chill ran through my entire body. To think that Ishii would care about me that much, got it. Then, come with me, but if you think it's dangerous, run away immediately. I'll definitely protect you though. While making his teeth sparkle, the handsome guy is giving me a thumbs up. It's incredibly creepy. Yeah, I'm counting on you, meet Tsukiyama. Were you about to say, meet shield just now? I was going to say, reliable guy who I don't hate. For me to be thought of like that by Kazuki, drops are coming out of my eyes. Please don't call me by my first name on your own. Just how desperate for a friendship is this guy? Just so you know, I'd like you to keep it a secret that Hidaka and I are helping you. You're such a shy one. This is getting too troublesome, so that's fine. So what do we do now? For the time being, our goal is to check from here to the station. If we spot the stalker on the way, I'll contact Teru. So, to avoid being suspected by the stalker, let's act as much as possible like best friends though for us. That's just like always. Kazapian, this might be 2 billion times harder than I imagined. I'll brace myself. Yeah, I can't stop shivering either. This must be what they commonly call trembling from fear. It's all right. When the time comes, I, your best friend, will protect you. To think that I'd have to act like best friends with Tsukiyama. The difficulty level of the operation has suddenly increased. Hey, Tsukiyama, could you show us the stalker's photo too? Even though I'm calling you by your name. This is such a pain. If that's the case, I should also call Tsukiyama by his name. No good. Hidaka is looking at me with eyes that seem to say, Tsukiyama before me? How did things end up like this? Tsuki, can you show us the stalker's photo? As you wish. Saying that, Tsukiyama turns his smartphone screen towards us. And sure enough, the man who approached Hidaka last night was in the photo. It seems Hidaka also remembered the man, showing a slightly irritated expression. What's wrong, Kazuki? Nothing, for now, let's go to the station. Yeah. Keep an eye on the surroundings, just in case. No matter how much we search, the stalker probably won't be anywhere, though. If things unfold as they did in my first life, the stalker will appear in front of Hitsujitani when she's on her way home. I don't know where he was hiding until then, but probably because Hitsujitani wanted Amada to rescue her, she didn't want the stalker to be found by other boys. The heroine moves to deepen her bond with Amada. Not everything moves according to Amada's wishes. That's one of Amada's few weaknesses. After that, we headed to the station but couldn't find any sign of the stalker. It ended in a disappointing result, but even so, Tsukiyama was very cheerful. He wasn't there, so what do we do now? I plan to rendezvous with Teru and the others. That said, not exactly meet up, but just be nearby. Then we'll deal with the stalker when he appears. So, Kazuki and Hidaka can go home now. It's enough that you came this far with me. What are you saying? Of course we're going to stick with you until the end. Yeah, we'll go together. Kazuki Hidaka. Let's definitely end this matter today. Otherwise, our stomachs won't be able to handle it. Together with Tsukiyama, we headed back the way we came, towards Hitsujitani. On the way, we saw several other boys who were helping, but they only exchanged glances with us. They're probably divided into moving groups and standby groups. We'll observe Hitsujitani from here. Hey, Kazuki-ai Hidaka, what's wrong? Nothing at all. Truly, the journey to this point has been arduous. The excited Tsukiyama seems to have unilaterally decided we're best friends, and he's been talking to us without any restraint or hesitation. Moreover, the content was the worst. Basically, just boasting. He kept endlessly talking about how he was troubled in the past for this or that, how women are troublesome, or how popular he was, making it sound like unpleasant things happened. That's why you're the disappointing prince, I thought from the bottom of my heart. Hitsujitani is visible a short distance away. Amada is probably hiding nearby, so that he can rush to her aid before anyone else when she's attacked by the fake stalker. As expected of the protagonist, 3 minutes later, the stalker appeared in front of Hitsujitani. Ah, that guy. Hey, what are you doing, Kazuki-ai? Tsukiyama tried to move, but I held his shoulder, suppressing my nausea. In my first life, I heard that Tsukiyama took immediate action as soon as the stalker appeared and restrained him without question. But that won't do. Neither Amada's goal of looking cool nor my goal of crushing Amada can be achieved that way. Even if you catch him here, there's a possibility he could escape by claiming it was a misunderstanding. Let's observe the situation a bit. But Hitsujitani. It's all right. That stalker won't harm Hitsujitani. If Kazuki says so, I believe you. I nearly lost consciousness, but I barely managed to hold on by remembering my mission. I sincerely hope this unbearably disgusting change is limited to today. However, let's move a little closer just in case. Yeah, Hidaka, stay behind, okay? If it comes down to it, I'll protect you, yo. Yes, I shall do so. It seems Hidaka is also receiving serious damage. To think she'd respond to Tsukiyama with polite language. Meiya-chan. The stalker who appeared is staring at Hitsujitani with somewhat anxious eyes. But Hitsujitani, judging his attitude to be an act, began her own act of fear. Why you are. Wait there. At that point, a guy stands in front of the stalker, hiding Hitsujitani behind his back. It's Amada. He seems quite immersed in his act, and neither Amada nor Hitsujitani has noticed our presence. Well, I did tell her the lie yesterday that we'll be working after all. Fundamentally, they probably don't even think we're here. So you're the one who's been tormenting Miwa all this time. I absolutely won't forgive you for that. I'm truly impressed by Amada's acting ability. It's amazing how far he can go. But are you sure it's okay to just walk up like that? Take a good look at the expression of the man playing the stalker in front of you. Meiya-chan, who's this guy? The man asks Hitsujitani, while his body trembles with anger. But Hitsujitani doesn't answer. She stares at Amada with eyes that seem to be seeking help. Teracha. It's okay, Miwa, I'll protect you. With those words, he gently squeezes Hitsujitani's hand. Right now, he probably intends to act like a love comedy protagonist and drive away the stalker. Because he knows that the stalker and Hitsujitani are connected. He probably thinks this is all a farce created by Hitsujitani, and that man has been instructed to either lose to him or run away. Hey, Meiya-chan, why aren't you answering me? The stalker takes a step forward. But Amada's expression doesn't crumble. Amada probably thinks he can subdue the stalker here. You, get out of the way, I want to talk to Meiya-chan. Don't mess with me, scaring Miwa like this. Don't get any closer to Miwa. Thanks, Teracha. Hitsujitani lightly pinches Amada's uniform with her thumb and index finger as he strikes a cool pose. Yes, what a wonderful protagonist and heroine you are. But is it okay to be acting so composed? Ah, so it was true after all. What he said was true. Amada raises a question, and then he finally noticed that Hidaka and I are behind the stalker. In an instant, Amada's face visibly distorted. W8, is this Fuji? The man playing the stalker flew into a rage and swung his fist at Amada without question. The forcefully swung fist hit Amada's nose squarely, as if crushing it. It hurts. This outcome I biji. In my first life, the stalker was restrained by Tsukiyama before he could do anything. That must have been an unexpected ending for both Amada and Hitsujitani, but in this second life, an even worse change was added. Amada Teruhito is a man insensitive to pain. He thinks of himself as the protagonist of this world and others as mere characters. So he not only doesn't care about inflicting pain on others, but has never even considered being hurt himself. He even told me in my first life. Love comedies are the best, aren't they? The feeling of a peaceful world with a little bit of excitement gives it an exquisite sense of reality. Amada, who considers such convenient things for himself as reality, has never imagined that he, the love comedy protagonist, would become the target of violence. In short, he's weak against violence. Es someone hell. Oi oi, that's not right, protagonist. The correct line there is stay away from Miwa, isn't it? As expected, even Hitsujitani is surprised by this development and is hurriedly trying to stop the stalker. Stop it already, this isn't what we talked ob. Shut oo-whoop, I've done so much for Mia-chan, so why won't you fall for me? Why is this guy, why this guy? Stop, Hejie. The stalker, giving in to his anger, doesn't stop. He repeatedly unleashes his fists on Amada. That's right, Hitsujitani. According to the original plan, he wasn't supposed to use violence, but was just supposed to be scared by Amada and run away. So why did it turn out like this? That's because I set it up. After work yesterday, you probably ran away to avoid being discovered by us after taking a photo of Hidaka and that man exchanging money, but there was actually a continuation to that. You're being used by Hitsujitani, you know. Huh? After intentionally letting Hitsujitani achieve her goal, I returned to Hidaka and told the man that. At first, the man was about to run away immediately, but it seems he couldn't ignore my words as he asked for confirmation with an anxious look. What do you mean? She asked you to pretend to give money to this girl, right? And also, let's see, to pretend to be a stalker because she wants to get along with everyone in the class, is that it? How do you know that? I'm speaking politely because he appears to be older, but he's not really someone I can respect. Maybe it's because I'm being polite, but for someone who was scared, he's quite high-handedly. Unfortunately, Hitsujitani doesn't want to get along with everyone in the class. She just wants the boy she likes to like her back. There's no way that's true. I'm Mia-chan's special one. We even have a promise to go on a date soon, and she promised to make an original ASMR just for me. So that was the bait to manipulate this man, being able to date the real person behind his favorite VTuber. Not only that, but having her create ASMR just for him must be irresistible for a fan. Hitsujitani, you should go and apologize on your knees to other VTubers. Because of people like you, other VTubers get looked at with bad eyes. Besides, even if it were true, if you don't do it, Hitsujitani will dislike you, is that it? Kani told me. Not wanting to be disliked, and if I work hard, he might come to like me. That was her reason for engaging in wrongdoing for Amada's sake. But that's not limited to Amada's heroines. This man was the same. He doesn't want to be disliked by Hitsujitani. Even if he doesn't get a reward, as long as he has the right to be near her, that's enough. For that purpose, he'd lend a hand to anything. But in your case, there's one more condition, isn't there? I don't intend to interfere with what you decide to do, and you don't have to believe my words now. But tomorrow, you'll understand. Who is special to Hitsujitani Miwa? And condition to be the #1 man for Hitsujitani Miwa. I always did my best for Mia-chan. I listened to all of Mia-chan's requests. And yet, why is it Yaowu? Too bad for you. Serious and kind guys aren't popular, they just get used. Especially by women like Hitsujitani who are aware of their own beauty. Please, stop it. Don't do terrible things to Teruche. Hitsujitani desperately tries to stop him, but the man playing the stalker doesn't stop. It's precisely because that man loves Hitsujitani that he understood. That he wasn't a special existence to Hitsujitani, and the truly special one was Amada. Hence, the dissatisfaction he had been storing in his heart exploded. From a fake stalker, he has, in a way, become a real one. Hitsujitani looks around seeking help, but not one of the boys who were supposed to be there to protect Hitsujitani moves. Probably when they joined this plan, they were all pumped up to show their cool side to Hitsujitani. But seeing the stalker's transformation, fear won over courage. With so many people here, someone will move. I'm scared, so I won't move. Most of the boys are thinking that, but there was one man who was different. Tsukiyama. Hitsujitani, get away from him. Tsukiyama-kun, please help Teruche. Let go of me. Tsukiyama restrains the stalker from behind, who had been throwing punches at Amada. Right after confirming that, the other boys also gathered, likely thinking it's safe now. Ugh, Perhaps having regained some calmness after being restrained by Tsukiyama and the others, the stalker began to feel the pain in his own fist for the first time. And seeing the fallen Amada and Hitsujitani in tears, he's immediately bewildered. No, TCH, oi wait. The stalker breaks free from Tsukiyama's restraint and flees at top speed. But Tsukiyama, who thought he couldn't leave this place, couldn't move, and none of the other boys had the courage to chase after the stalker who had undergone such a terrifying transformation. Hitsujitani lifts the upper body of the fallen Amada and sheds tears. I'm sorry, Teruche. It's okay, Miwa, don't cry. He's got more guts than I thought. His face was in pretty bad shape after being thoroughly beaten by the stalker, but I was genuinely impressed he still continued to play the love comedy protagonist. Probably because he still thinks his plan is going well. In fact, he might be thinking that being subjected to violence like this has actually increased his legitimacy. Hidaka and I slowly made our way towards Tsukiyama. Why are Ishii-kun and Hidaka-san here? You were supposed to be working today. Hitsujitani, who noticed our presence, showed confusion, but I completely ignored her. From the beginning, I didn't trust you. There's no way I'd tell you the truth every time. What's wrong, Kazuki? Tsukiyama asks me. I felt nauseous. Naturally, the attention of the other boys also gathers on us. In that case, let's finish this off. That stalker just now, he's a guy who came to our convenience store yesterday. He suddenly tried to give Hidaka money and asked for her contact information. A creepy guy. The moment I said those words, Amada and Hitsujitani gritted their teeth, and Tsukiyama showed surprise. That's right, Hitsujitani. You were planning to frame Hidaka as early as tomorrow, weren't you? But what if I release the information first like this? It's impossible now, right? You can't frame her anymore, can you? Then Hidaka knows that guy's contact information. If so, I don't know. It's creepy when someone suddenly tries to give you money. That's true, yeah, I understand. Tsukiyama shows agreement. Amada is still being held by Hitsujitani. Looking down at such an Amada, I told him, for now, go to the hospital. The situation it's resolved for the time being after all. Why, you're right, thanks for your concern, Ishii. He must be incredibly frustrated deep down, but he has no choice but to say this now. Too bad for you, love comedy protagonist. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6. Love comedies are ugly, shameful, and wretched things. 2 days had passed since the stalker incident that had transformed from fake to real. Although Amada had been thoroughly beaten up by the fake stalker, unfortunately for me, despite how it looked, his injuries were apparently minor, and he took the next day off as a precaution, but returned to school the day after that. And regarding the fake stalker man who had fled, his whereabouts remain unknown. However, Hitsujitani reported to her classmates that a letter saying, "Fucking bitch, I'm not supporting you anymore," had been delivered to the mailbox of the apartment where Hitsujitani lives, so that man probably no longer intends to be involved with Hitsujitani. In my first life, although it was a different man despite being a fake stalker, he was caught by the police. But in my second life, despite becoming a violent stalker, he wasn't caught by the police. I wonder which is the correct ending. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. What's important is only the environment of the people precious to me. Since Hidaka wasn't framed as the information leak culprit, it's a passing grade. I would have preferred to achieve perfect results, but Kazuki Hidaka, I've prepared another delicious lunch today. In resolving the incident, we also had to pay a price. During lunch break, the one approaching with a splendid jubako in both hands and a beaming smile is Tsukiyama Aoji. Ever since Amada returned, he'd been spending most of his time with Amada, yet since the stalker incident ended, he's been clinging to me and Hidaka with tremendous intensity. Frankly speaking, it's very annoying. I think I told you yesterday too, but you're annoying and creepy. I'm annoying and creepy. Yuzaha. Perhaps because he's been treated coldly by his peers, Until now, mild insults have zero effect. They even make him happy. That stalker incident, where I and Hidaka accompanied him when he should have been acting alone, seems to have made him extremely happy, causing our favorability to explode. He's evolved from discarded gum to super strong adhesive. Tsukiyama, I said this yesterday too, but both Hidaka and I have our own bentos, so prepare only your own portion. What are you saying? We need plenty to exchange, right? Your bentos have this special deliciousness. How should I put it? They have a taste that lets you feel the warmth of family. Experience that with your own family. That's impossible. My father and mother don't get along and are living separately. Kasan isn't interested in me or Tusan, so I haven't properly seen her in 3 years. I told you yesterday, didn't I? A mischievous smile as if to say he got me back. Why can he so casually bring up such heavy topics? Your stories are heavy. I don't mind it, so it's okay. Even without Kasan, Tusan treats me well. Come to think of it, Tsukiyama's father was doting on his son. With his mother absent, his father poured all his love into him, resulting in the birth of this monster. Hidaka tugs at my uniform. Kazapian, let's bring disappointment along too. Please. Usually, Hidaka would join me in being annoyed. But ever since hearing about Tsukiyama's family circumstances, she's been responding quite kindly to him. Well, I do feel quite a bit sorry for him too. Okay. Thanks, Hidaka. But stop with the it's gross. Wouldn't calling you by your first name cause misunderstandings and be problematic? Why does he think that way? He should just call people normally by their surnames. The three of us sit down at an outdoor table in the cafeteria and eat the bentos spread on the table. Tsukiyama's prepared bento uses high-quality ingredients generously and consists of dishes we normally can't eat, but in the end, the lunch made by Kasan and Hidaka still tastes better. By the way, is it okay to leave Amada alone? I asked Tsukiyama while eating the roast beef that was handed to me without question. It should be fine. Iba, Ushimaki, and Hitsujitani are with him. Actually, I feel like it's better for me not to be there. He said that with a slightly lonely expression. Well, I think that's correct. Amada considers himself a love comedy protagonist, and Tsukiyama is in the position of that Amada's best friend. But the best friend in love comedies doesn't have much screen time. He plays a somewhat mechanical role, appearing only when needed by the story. It's like, I don't feel needed. I think of Teru as my best friend, but maybe Teru doesn't feel the same way, maybe I'm just misinterpreting it, though. Perhaps even in my first life, Tsukiyama had noticed Amada's way of thinking. But even if he wanted to distance himself, he had nowhere else to go. That's why he might have stayed by his side, telling himself that he was Amada's best friend. I don't remember Hidaka, and I needing you either, though. Then I'll work hard to be needed. Don't poke my cheeks. When you do something, Hidaka moves to aggressive action like a fish in water, saying, I'll do it too. As expected, I'm being poked from both sides. Section. When after-school time came, Tsukiyama exchanged light farewells with us and headed to his club activities. After that, when I tried to head to my part-time job with Hidaka, the troublesome guy approached us. A scent similar to disinfectant reaches my nostrils, slightly annoying. Ishii, spare me some time. Amada, didn't I tell you not to get involved with us anymore? I direct a sharp gaze at him, but he remains unfazed. He's directing a protagonist-like serious gaze at me. Something unexpected happened. So I want you to listen to what I have to say. When I glance around the classroom, many students are watching us with interest, perhaps drawn to the fact that Amada and I are talking. Even though I've gotten somewhat used to it, I hate being the center of attention. I have a shift today, so I can't make time. Your part-time job starts at 5, right? You should be able to make some time. A fearless smile. He's already confident of victory, with an attitude that says he won't allow me to refuse. Moreover, what he's saying is correct. Classes at Hirosaka High School usually end around 3 o'clock. So if I leave school immediately and head to my part-time job, I often have time left over. Normally, I'd kill time by making random detours or spending time in the convenience store's office, but it seems like I won't have that time today. Just me. Being called out by Amada after school like this reminds me of the previous false condemnation drama. However, back then Iba and Ushimaki were by Amada's side, but today no one is there. Neither Iba nor Ashimaki, nor Hitsujitani, the other childhood friend, are by Amada's side. No, I want Mikoto to come too. Amada calling Hidaka by her first name irritates me beyond measure. But what surpasses that is my confusion. The plan that Hitsujitani, who was used by Amada, was scheming to frame Hidaka as a fake information leak culprit should have been crushed that day. So Amada shouldn't be able to do anything to us. Nevertheless, Amada came with protagonist-like behavior, full of confidence. Why can he maintain such an attitude? Now it's extremely frustrating, but in my first life, I don't know how Kitami was condemned as the information leak culprit. I was only told the result, so I can't determine if this is the same situation as back then. All right. Are we talking here? No, I think the content shouldn't be heard by others, so let's go somewhere else. It seems he doesn't intend to expose me and Hidaka like last time. Wouldn't that be rather pointless? Amada's goal is to drive Hidaka to transfer schools, and eventually, he too will transfer and have a love comedy in a new environment. Will you follow me? Yeah. No good. Since I can't figure it out by thinking, I have no choice but to follow Amada for now. Hidaka and I followed behind Amada with somewhat heavy steps. The place Amada led us to was the track and field club's clubroom. I thought there would be club activities since it was after school, but apparently the track and field club was off today, making it a convenient place for secret conversations. There, we found Ushimaki, who belongs to the track and field club, as well as Iba and Hitsujitani. Good afternoon, Ishii-san, Hidaka-san. Hishii-kun, Hidaka-san. Iba with her usual refined behavior, Hitsujitani with a strained face, and Ushimaki saying nothing. Although their attitudes vary, with these three here, I can guess what's going to happen. No one can hear us here, so don't worry. That applies to you too. Maybe so. I was able to regain a little composure. Amada probably wants to frame Hidaka as the stalker's information leak culprit, but attempting to do this in an empty clubroom rather than the classroom is learning from his previous failure. If he fails, having no one around serves as insurance. In other words, Amada himself doesn't think this operation will definitely succeed. He's become even more pathetic than before. Shouldn't a protagonist face challenges fearlessly without fearing failure? You know that Miwa's stalker escaped, right? Yeah, with how loudly you all were talking about it. In my first life, he was caught by police. In my second life, he escaped and disappeared. The second life seems like a worse result, but either way, Hitsujitani's safety was probably guaranteed. In the first place, Amada probably doesn't care what happens to Hitsujitani. He escaped, but he said he wouldn't get involved anymore, right? Then isn't it resolved? It would be nice if that were the case. Hitsujitani said with meaningful implications. You see, Ishii-kun, there's one strange thing about this incident. Strange thing. Hitsujitani-san transferred schools to escape from her stalker. Iba answered my question, but the stalker knew Hik-chan's address. He chased her to where she moved. Ushimaki continues. It seems Ushimaki calls Hitsujitani Hik-chan. Really, from my perspective, this is a story that's already over, yet they're still struggling. That means someone passed Miwa's information to the stalker, don't you think? As if delivering the finishing blow, Amada concluded with that statement. Everything is as expected. Amada wants to frame someone as the stalker's information leak culprit. He wants to create a non-existent true mastermind who endangered Hitsujitani. But does he intend to frame Hidaka from here? If so, that's quite a naive estimate, and we know who the culprit is too. How did you investigate that? Miwa worked hard, even though it must have been really scary for her. Amada's gaze turns to Hitsujitani. With a gentle smile, he's conveying with his eyes that she really did well. Of course, the essential meaning of well done is probably different. When I showed a suspicious expression, Hitsujitani spoke up. You know, I once followed the stalker in reverse. I desperately ran away and hid, and after he lost sight of me, I chased after him. For what purpose? I thought there might be someone who passed information to the stalker. If he lost sight of me, he might go meet that person. This is probably how Kitami was framed in my first life, but that's the story of my first life. In my second life, Kitami isn't the target. Furthermore, framing Hidaka is also impossible. After all, at the timing when the stalker incident was resolved, I told everyone in front of them. That man had approached Hidaka at the convenience store and tried to give her money. With that information available, even if photos of Hidaka and the stalker talking come out, the effect would be minimal to non-existent. Don't they understand even that? Fuhin. So what was the result? I got it, a photo from that time. Moreover, the girl who passed my information is someone Ishii-kun knows well. So I wanted to talk about this in secret. Are you seriously planning to frame Hidaka as the culprit in this situation? This time, Hitsujitani's plan was notably sloppy with many glaring flaws. So much so that I felt stupid for seriously trying to stop such a ridiculous plan. Then show me that photo. As if he'd been waiting for my words, Amada nods with a serious gaze. The clubroom with only 6 people was enveloped in an unusual tension. In that atmosphere, Amada showed me his smartphone screen. This girl is the culprit who leaked Miwa's information to the stalker. And what appeared on the screen was Yuzu. It wasn't Hidaka Makoto, but my younger sister, Ishii Yuzuki. Don't mess with me. Yuzu is the culprit who leaked information to the stalker. No way. I shout in anger. Hidaka is also at a loss for words, but Amada remains calm throughout, weaving his words matter-of-factly. But this is a photo of her receiving money. When I check Amada's smartphone, sure enough, that fake stalker is handing money to Yuzu. That said, Yuzu has a confused expression and isn't trying to accept it. But even knowing that doesn't matter. The problem is that such a photo exists. To begin with, what reason would Yuzu have to frame Hitsujitani? Yuzu never did anything. Actually, there is one. This time, instead of Amada, Hitsujitani started talking. Ishii-kun, I want you to remember, but there was a day a while ago when I went to school with you, right? That day, Yuzu-chan knew I was Hanatori Miyabi, didn't she? So what? Indeed, Yuzu knew that Hitsujitani was Hanatori Miyabi, because I told her. Originally, I was afraid that Yuzu, who likes Hanatori Miyabi's, Hitsujitani Miwa's streams, might be used for something bad when she met Hitsujitani, so I told Yuzu the true identity of Hanatori Miyabi after listening to Hidaka's advice. Then, while surprised, Yuzu didn't show much interest in Hitsujitani. Even if she knew that, it wouldn't be a reason to leak the information. Right, I was also puzzled about that. Why did Yuzu-chan tell the stalker about me? From the beginning, Yuzu did nothing. She would never do anything. Nevertheless, I couldn't forgive Hitsujitani for speaking as if Yuzu was the culprit. It's probably my fault. Huh? Ishii-kun and Yuzu-chan get along really well, don't you? You care deeply for each other. I could tell that clearly. Honestly, I was envious. The word envious, she said at the end, was probably sincere. Hitsujitani probably notices the difference between the feelings she directs toward Amada and the feelings Amada directs toward her. That's why she said she was envious. But that doesn't make her deserving of any sympathy. The girl who suddenly approached her precious Oni-chan was probably in the way. She tried to keep her away somehow and chose a slightly wrong method. That's all just Hitsujitani's speculation. Even so, it's sufficient speculation to warrant suspicion. Amada. What Ishii? A distorted smile of confirmed victory. This time, Amada's plan was two-pronged from the start. The ideal development would be to string up Hidaka as the information leak culprit and transfer schools together with her. But that might be stopped by me being on guard. If he tried to frame me like last time, he could end up being framed himself. That's why he used that plan itself as a decoy. He deliberately made a sloppy plan to lure me into lowering my guard. To make his real plan succeed. That being, framing Yuzu instead of Hidaka. You might think that framing Yuzu, who's still in middle school and doesn't attend Hirosaka High School, would be meaningless. But that's a big mistake. Hitsujitani has another face as Hanatori Miyabi. And Hanatori Miyabi is a popular VTuber. In other words, she has influence. In my first life, Hitsujitani conveyed content on her stream that would reveal Tusan and Yuzu's personal information, which ultimately led to both of them losing their lives. If I can't clear Yuzu's suspicion at this rate, it'll be a repeat of my first life. Being bullied at school, Yuzu, who was actually suffering but considerately didn't tell me, would eventually wear down mentally and step into the road without noticing the red light meeting her gruesome end. I still can't forget the look on Yuzu's face that I saw when the hospital contacted me after everything was over. Though it must have been painful, though it must have been hard, Yuzu closed her eyes with a sad expression, as if she regretted causing me trouble more than anything else. No matter how much I called out, her closed eyes never opened. I can't let something like that happen again. From the beginning, Hitsujitani and the stalker were connected, right? You tried to make yourself into a tragic heroine to attract the attention of someone special. This is all fabricated. Ishii, what are you saying that doesn't make sense? There's no way that's true. You shut up. I'm asking Hitsujitani. That's not right. I was running away from that person all along. Running away? That guy was also someone helping with your streaming, right? You asked him to pretend to be your stalker. If that were true, I wouldn't have let such terrible things happen to Terachei. A strong voice. For Hitsujitani too, that man's rampage was probably unexpected. Actually, the man rampaged because I incited him. And probably, Hitsujitani has noticed that. That's why she's showing no mercy toward me either. She's hiding the guilt of doing something wrong with anger at having Amada hurt. I do have people who help with my streaming, but that person is different. I kept it secret because I didn't want Terachei to misunderstand. When Hitsujitani looked at Amada with weak eyes, Amada showed a puzzled expression. Why were you hiding something like that? Terachei. She bites her lower lip tightly. Yes, so that's the direction you're going with. Because he's a love comedy protagonist, he doesn't notice Hitsujitani's feelings. To him, Hitsujitani is just a childhood friend he met after a long time, like an extension of friendship. And that spurs Hitsujitani's passion. She still hasn't become special. That's why she wants to become special. For that purpose, she must do something for Amada's sake. Amada put his right hand on my shoulder with a creepily calm smile. Hey, Ishii, I don't intend to tell everyone about this. What? I mean, you understand, right? If this becomes known, Ishii's younger sister will surely suffer. I think it's her own doing, but I still hate to see a small girl get hurt. Don't you dare talk about Yuzu. In my first life, Yuzu died because of you. After losing Tusan and Kasan, I wished for at least Yuzu to be happy, but you took away even that last hope of mine. Then why did you bring up this? Because I have a request. A request? Keep your distance from Makoto. That was Amada's aim. To separate me and Hidaka. For that purpose, this guy is threatening me by framing Yuzu. If I and Hidaka don't separate, he'll hurt not me or Hidaka, but Yuzu. Of course, that doesn't mean I'll approach Makoto. I mean, Makoto has friends now, right? I hear she gets along well with Muka and Haim. Amada is a guy who breaks promises as a matter of course. Once I distance myself from Hidaka, he'll approach Hidaka under the pretense of talking to Ushimaki and Iba. I'm not really friends with Kao though. Hahaha, don't be shy. No matter what I say, it's useless. Amada is already confident of victory, and this is a threat not just to me but to Hidaka as well. If Hidaka continues to approach me, will you still approach him knowing I'll hurt Yuzu? I won't separate from Kazupian. I won't let you hurt Yuzu-chan either. Without hesitation, Hidaka said that. I don't intend to hurt her either, but as your childhood friend, I'm worried. You heard the reason she tried to frame Miwa, right? Next time, Mikoto might become that target. To begin with, Yuzu-chan didn't do anything. The photo is the same as mine, she was just approached. Like Kazupian said, the stalker and sheep were connected from the start. Mikoto trusts Ishii too much, but it's okay. Someday you'll understand. Who you should really trust, who will really protect you. Don't say such disgusting things. Didn't you just say you wouldn't approach Hidaka? Besides Makito, will you approach Ishii even if he doesn't want you to? Hidaka wavers at Amada's words. It's a gaze somehow seeking salvation. I know, you're actually scared of Amada, aren't you? Yet you're desperately trying your best. If so, I should respond to Hidaka's feelings. Amada, I have no intention of distancing myself from Hidaka. Then, what about your younger sister's matter? In essence, this guy is saying he'll frame Yuzu if I don't separate from Hidaka. No, even if I distance myself, he probably intends to frame her anyway. Moreover, he plans to have Hitsujitani do everything without doing anything himself. And after it's over, he'll tell Hidaka. I tried to stop her, but Miwa said it's dangerous after all. Sorry, Makoto. The fact that he thinks she'll believe such lie-filled dirty words shows that this guy hasn't changed at all. Oi, Hitsujitani. If you're going to tell the truth, now's the time. You were connected to the stalker, weren't you? No matter how many times you ask, the answer is the same. I don't know anything about that person. I've never even met him once. You never met him once, huh? Coming to the convenience store together that day makes that impossible. Even if I pursue it, it'll probably be dismissed with, I didn't notice. Really, what's good about Amada anyway? If I get the chance, I'd like to ask about it sometime. I quietly turned my smartphone screen toward Hitsujitani. Then what's this photo of you and that stalker talking? Huh, what? Why? This time, it was Hitsujitani's turn to be surprised by the photo I showed her. Amada standing next to her also has his eyes wide open, because it showed the moment when Hitsujitani was talking to the stalker with a smile. You look like you're getting along quite well talking, though. You're too naive, Amada. From the beginning, I knew everything. That you were targeting not just Hidaka, but Yuzu too. What is this? I don't know about this. It's composite or something forcibly. No, it's not, because I'm the one who took that photo. Zay. Amada and Hitsujitani show even greater confusion at the voice that came from an unexpected direction. Amada called that girl's name with trembling lips, Muka. Without any hesitation, the one who declared that fact was Ushimaki Fuka, one of Amada's former heroines. It was tough, you know. Going to the convenience store where Ishii works late at night when I was hiding so I wouldn't be found, some weird guy approached me. But thanks to that, I got a good shot. What gave me a headache this time was this part. If they were going to try to frame Hidaka or Yuzu, I needed to create evidence to counter that. I needed to capture the moment when Hitsujitani and the stalker actor were talking amicably. However, encountering such a convenient scene would be extremely difficult. Previously, although it was a different man, I was able to meet him at the department store because of the miraculous coincidence that Yuzu liked watching Hanatori Miyabi's, Hitsujitani Miwa's streams. There's no way such an opportunity would conveniently present itself to me again. That's why I had to intentionally create that situation. What I utilized was the moment from before when evidence was created to frame Hidaka. At that time, after taking photos that looked like Hidaka and the fake stalker were exchanging money, Hitsujitani left. But that's not the end. There's a phase where the two need to confirm the photos they took together. Of course, for Hitsujitani, it's nothing but a troublesome work process. But for the fake stalker, who's infatuated with Hitsujitani, that time is the most important. Getting praised by Hitsujitani, receiving affection from Hitsujitani, it's his blissful time. So I aimed for that moment. Not me or Hidaka who were being watched, but Ushimaki who wasn't being watched moved for us. Muka-chan, why? Why, you say? I never trusted you from the beginning. I was just hanging around you thinking you were a suspicious character. Muka, but you and I. Amada. Obviously, I hate you even more. Amada, you have a flower garden for a brain, so you decided things on your own. That heroines will forgive you if you properly reflect and apologize. There's no way that's true. Ushimaki never forgave you. She hates you enough to make her sick. Even so, there was a reason she returned to your side. From the beginning, she was pretending to make up to learn about your schemes. He's cautious of Hidaka and me. Tsukiyama can't gain Amada's trust. But heroines are different. Because Amada thinks of himself as a love comedy protagonist, he trusts that heroines are beings who move conveniently for him. And the fact that Ushimaki betrayed Amada naturally means the other one is the same. I suggested that Muka-san should seduce the fake stalker with her feminine wiles. But for some reason I was rejected, to which I expressed my regret. Ibaheim is also on our side, not Amada's. Of course, why should I have to go that far? But you said it, didn't you? That for Ishii-san's sake, you'd do anything. Shut up. This is why Koro heroines are troublesome. I'm not Koro. I'm just grateful. Ushimaki desperately denies something with a bright red face. Hidaka has a very scary expression. Well, she did clearly say it earlier. I'm not really friends with Kao, and Iba was cleverly exempted from that. Time. Could you not call me by my nickname? It's unpleasant. The two of them move from behind Amada toward me together. Iba moves to stand next to Hidaka in a flowing motion, and Ushimaki initially tries to move next to me but hurriedly moves next to Iba instead. Ushimaki was being glared at by Hidaka and looked dejected. Why? Both Haim and Muka said you'd forgive me. The fact that you easily believed such words is what's disgusting about you. Ew. That's a statement that hurts me too. Because initially, I also thought Iba and Uzumaki had sided with Amada. I realized that was not the case thanks to Hidaka. That day, Iba came to talk to us as if Hidaka had motives to frame Hitsujitani. At first, we had a conversation that gave Hidaka a motive, but this was to make Amada let his guard down. A heroine is moving for his sake this time too. Iba deliberately spoke in a way that seemed to corner Hidaka to make him think that. But the real purpose was in the words that followed. Speaking of which, Hidaka-san, you also have a friend who likes streamers, don't you? At first, I thought this was about Kitami, but it wasn't. It's not just Kitami. Yuzu is also someone who likes streamers. No, it's just casual conversation. If your friend seems to be in trouble, please consult with us. We'll definitely help. This was the second statement. At this point, Hidaka realized that Iba hadn't betrayed us. Iba was telling Hidaka that Yuzu was being targeted. And next was me. So Ishii-san thinks that as long as the women important to him are safe, it doesn't matter what happens to Hitsujitani-san. Or rather, should I say that he'd do any dirty deed to protect the important women? That's right. If Iba and the others feel guilty toward me, I'd like you to prioritize my side. The conversation that took place between us. They being wary of me and Hidaka. To lure Amada and Hitsujitani into letting their guard down, I have to pretend I was only protecting Hidaka. In that case, I can't protect Yuzu. That's why I relied on Iba and Uzumaki. I decided to trust them. And then, Iba and Uzumaki made sure to stay near Yuzu after school. Fortunately, the fake stalker never harmed Yuzu, but they were still a great help. Of course, I hesitated to trust Iba and Uzumaki, who had framed me in my first life. But Hidaka told me, I'm extremely reluctant, but Kao can be trusted. If Hidaka trusts them, then I trust them too. If my trying to protect Yuzu would put her in more danger, then I'd entrust her to the two who had once framed me. Amada raises his voice, still unable to believe that Iba and Uzumaki have betrayed him. I'd believe it easily, of course. Both Haim and Muka are important to me. Because you're important to me, I trust you. You're missing some words. Because we're important beings, dolls who satisfy your need for approval, you trust us, right? That's not. Amada, if you want to think of us as your dolls, please feel free. In fact, I caused great trouble for Ishii-san and Mikoto-san as your doll. Iba stepped forward, but it's different now. If you harm Ishii-san and Mikoto-san, I will never forgive you. They are people who deserve to be happy. So, a big deep breath, fists clenched tightly as if to suppress the trembling of her hands. After looking down for just a moment, Iba looked straight at Amada and declared clearly, if you're going to target someone, target me. I don't understand why that Iba Kuki would go this far for me and Hidaka. In both my first and second lives, Iba was clearly my enemy. But something is different about the current Iba. Something has changed about the cold and cunning Iba Kuki I knew. Because such an Iba was there, because Uzumaki cooperated, we were able to reach the current situation. Hitsujitani, didn't you say it earlier? That you'd never met that man? Then what's this photo? No matter how you look at it, you seem to be getting along well. And no, that photo. Hitsujitani desperately looks at Amada, seeking a way out. But we know very well what kind of action Amada takes when he's in such a situation. Miwa, I'm disappointed in you. All too easily, Amada abandoned Hitsujitani. This guy, realizing he had no chance of winning, chose to act solely to protect himself. Actually, though it's frustrating, we have no more material to corner Amada. If this had been conducted in the classroom like before, we could have trapped Amada, but there are only 6 of us here. The effect is thin. This was the most troublesome move for me. What a terrible thing you've done. Everyone in the class risked danger to protect you. But it was all your self-staged performance, and you tried to frame Ishii and Makoto. No, I did it for Terachia, because I didn't want Terachia to hate me. Hitsujitani clings desperately to Amada while shedding tears, just as I heard from Kani before. Indeed, Hitsujitani desperately acted for Amada because she didn't want him to be disappointed in her. But those very actions brought about the worst ending. But I can't let it end here. Even if I can't corner Amada himself, I can definitely reduce his forces. Hey, Amada. It was the same before, wasn't it? Regardless of the means, Hitsujitani was acting for your sake. Don't you have any special feelings for such a Hitsujitani? Special feelings for Miwa. This is a very troublesome question for Amada. After all, Hidaka Mikoto is here. She's his main heroine and the only one who he has clearly confessed his feelings to. He doesn't want to say he has special feelings for another girl in front of such a person. But if he denies it, Hitsujitani's feelings will disappear. He'll lose the only heroine who's his ally. He doesn't want that, or so one would normally think, but there's no way we'd have feelings for each other. We're just childhood friends. Yes, the idiot took the bait. We're talking about this guy. He probably thinks that even if he coldly rejects her now, he can make up for it later. The world isn't that sweet. Despite being betrayed by Iba and Ushimaki, he really doesn't learn. I see. Well, if that's what you say, then fine. No words of appreciation or gratitude for Hitsujitani, who worked hard for his sake. On the contrary, when she failed, Amada Teruhito abandoned her without even trying to cover for her. Seeing Hitsujitani staring at Amada in bewilderment reminds me of when I told her about Amada before. Seeing is believing. It's totally different experiencing it yourself rather than just hearing about it, right? Even though I worked so hard. A voice of resentment leaks from Hitsujitani. Even though Amada should be able to hear it, this guy completely ignored Hitsujitani and bowed his head to me. Ishii, even though it was a misunderstanding, I'm truly sorry. Please apologize to your sister for me too. Then one last thing, okay? Amada reacts to my words and raises his face. I mercilessly drove my fist into it. Hijyu. Let me punch you once. It's after the fact reporting though. Amada sits down pathetically from the unexpected pain, crying. Ignoring Hitsujitani, who was glaring at the tearful Amada, I left the clubroom with Hidaka, Iba, and Ushimaki. Iba Kuki. The happiness I believed in was so easily destroyed. No, such victim thinking is wrong. I am a sinful criminal who can never be forgiven. When I became a high school student, I fell in love. My very first love. Amada Teruhito, Teru-san, the kindest and most wonderful person in the world who saved me from suffering. However, my first love faced many difficulties ahead, because Teru-san was very popular. Ushimaki Fuka-san, Kani Kokoro-san, Hitsujitani Miwa-san. Many other girls with charms I didn't possess were directing their romantic feelings toward him. Including myself, many girls approached him, but none of us could become his girlfriend or even have our feelings noticed. Because Teru-san had someone he liked. Hidaka Mikoto-san. She's such a beautiful person that you wonder if someone this lovely can exist in this world. A tremendous beauty who stimulates feelings of inferiority just by looking at her. Moreover, she and Teru-san are childhood friends, so someone like me couldn't possibly compete. Jealousy, inferiority complex, impatience. I was disgusted with myself for harboring such ugly emotions. Eventually, my heart broke, and I came to embrace one thought. I don't need to become Teru-san's girlfriend anymore. As long as I can stay by his side, that's enough. When I reached that way of thinking, Hidaka-san's existence became very welcome. Because she exists, none of us can become Teru-san's girlfriend. That also means this comfortable environment will never be destroyed. Conveniently, Hidaka-san had someone she liked who wasn't Teru-san. Ishii Kazuki-san. Compared to Teru-san, I can't understand what's good about him at all, but Hidaka-san held strong affection for him. Because of that affection, Hidaka-san didn't harbor romantic feelings for Teru-san. Hidaka Mikoto-san and Ishii Kazuki-san. These two protected my environment. I don't want to lose my first love. I don't want to lose the current environment. I don't want to take a new step forward. I wasn't probably the only one with such backward feelings. Naturally, without even exchanging words, we formed an alliance. To protect this environment, we would support Teru-san without confessing our feelings. Surely, someday Hidaka-san would notice Teru-san's charm and become his girlfriend. Even so, we still had time. Fortunately, Teru-san said he would confess on graduation day, so at least our happiness was guaranteed while attending Hirosaka High School. If so, we would do nothing. On graduation day, we could graduate from our first love and take a new step forward. And so our limited happy time continued. Humans gain vitality when they engage in rewarding activities, making Teru-san smile. Finding purpose in that, I devoted myself to earnest effort. But gradually, that sense of purpose transformed into fear. If I could no longer make Teru-san smile, I might not be able to stay by his side anymore. I might lose this happiness. I don't want him to hate me. I don't want him to be disappointed in me. Swayed by those emotions, I gradually began engaging in wrong acts. The first act I can definitively call wrong was probably the incident with Kitami Sae-san. Kitami-san was Hidaka-san's friend. Her existence reduced the time Teru-san could interact with Hidaka-san. Mikoto seems to have a close friend lately, so maybe I should convey my feelings. We made up our minds. If so, we would eliminate Kitami-san. I didn't realize at the time that this was insane, abnormal behavior. Swayed by the fear that our happiness might be destroyed, we immediately framed Kitami-san, and she began receiving harassment at school and transferred. After she left, Teru-san said, "It's an unfortunate result, but if Mikoto is lonely, I'll have to stay by her side even more." I overwrote the discomfort of that smile with my own sense of achievement. No, Teru-san is a pure and kind person. The reason I think this way is because I'm a dishonorable person. Teru-san is different from me, so that beautiful Teru-san doesn't get tainted, I'll get tainted. I was intoxicated by such thinking. After that, we continued taking wrong actions time and again. By acting as a group, we felt we were dispersing the guilt, and we framed many people who had committed no sin but were hindering Teru-san's happiness. Whenever we preserved Teru-san's happiness, he would always smile at us. But when did it start? When did seeing that smile stop bringing me joy? Steadily accumulating doubts, a self I didn't want to acknowledge. That was probably because I had already reached a point of no return, but I was wrong. At this stage, I could still have turned back. The real point of no return came after this, when Ishii-san's incident occurred. One day, Teru-san realized that Hidaka-san's romantic interest was Ishii-san. If Mikoto has someone she likes, maybe I should give up and look for a new love. All the accumulated doubts blew away, and my head suddenly became hot. Teru-san starting a new romance. It would be good if I were that partner. But what if it's another girl? Wouldn't the happiness promised until graduation day be lost? I wasn't probably the only one who thought so. We united strongly and resolved to eliminate Ishii-san. We would deliberately frame him as a voyeur, make him a target of harassment at school, and force him to transfer. It's okay. Everything had gone well so far, hadn't it? And when we were steadily preparing, one day Muka-san said, "Hey, Haim." "What is it?" "Well, could it be that Teru is? Don't think about stupid things and hurry up and take the picture. It's embarrassing." I didn't listen to Muka-san's words to the end. No, that can't be true. There's absolutely no way Teru-san would notice our feelings and use us. If that were true, what would become of everything I've done until now? I don't want to. I can't accept that everything I've believed in until now was fake. And so we framed Ishii-san. Now we just need him to transfer and it'll be over. The happy times will be protected. That's what I thought, but the situation led to a tragedy far exceeding that. Ishii-san, who received cruel bullying incomparable to Kitami-san's case, chose not to transfer but to drop out of school. No, that was his only choice, because his parents had lost their lives. At that moment, my heated head suddenly cooled, and the guilt I had been holding back overflowed all at once. What terrible thing had I done? A family like that scum deserves this result. That's what was said at Hirosaka High School. No, that's not right. Everything is my fault. I'm sorry. All I could do was say words of apology that would never reach anyone, alone in my room. After that, Ishii-san, who had dropped out of high school, started working part-time to protect his one remaining precious younger sister. And yet, Ishii-san's younger sister passed away. This world is endlessly cruel, giving further misfortune to those already unfortunate. Finally unable to bear the weight of guilt, I told Teru-san, "We need to help Ishii-san. What Ishii did is unforgivable. Besides, Haim is the biggest victim. You don't need to help him. It's okay, I'll protect you." "Why, Teru-san? Don't you ever abandon people in trouble? Besides, Ishii-san didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one at fault." Steeling my resolve, I told Teru-san everything I had done, believing that the kindest and most wonderful person in the world would help Ishii-san. "Haim is kind. You don't need to tell such lies to protect Ishii." The moment I saw that smile, extraordinary nausea welled up. Cold eyes looking at a doll, a smile full of falsehood. Was this the person I harbored feelings for? I became certain. He knew everything from the beginning. From the beginning, he was using us. The usual gentle smile was all an illusion. An insane guy who thinks everything will go according to his wishes. Then what about me? Me, who had feelings for an insane guy and took insane actions. From that day, I distanced myself from Teru-san, no, Amada. My romantic feelings dissipated, and I was tormented by fear and guilt every day. I really want to help Ishii-san, but if I help him, I might become his next target. I'm scared. I'm too scared to do anything. Someone please stop that guy. Someone please help me. I prioritized my own safety and abandoned Ishii-san, who had committed no crime. And finally, that day arrived. One day, Ishii-san, who was supposed to have dropped out, showed up at Hirosaka High School. In a gaunt, tattered state, he headed to the rooftop and climbed over the fence. No, this absolutely must not happen. We ran. But we couldn't make it in time. Even Hidaka-san's words, who had arrived first, didn't reach Ishii-san, and he threw himself off. To us who stood there in shock, Hidaka-san glared with eyes swollen from tears and said, "Disappear." 1 week later, I bid farewell to this world, carrying my mistakes with me. That dream again, When I woke up, I was drenched in sweat. That day, since the day Ishii-san stopped our scheme and I heard Amada's truth, I've had this dream frequently. Ishii-san who died because of me. Mikoto-san glaring at us with a terrifying gaze. But it's just a dream. He's alive, and now our relationship is good. Despite having done such things and going through terrible experiences, this is actually the most enjoyable time of my life. I'm a bad girl, so the fun outweighs the guilt. That why such a silly dream, it is a dream, right? That can't be. I dismiss the sudden thought that popped into my head. Yet there's definite guilt in my chest, and at the same time, a strong sense of mission. You have already made a big mistake. This time, protect Ishii-san and Hidaka-san properly. It's as if another me, different from myself, is appealing to me. But it's quite silly content. Protect Ishii-san and Makoto-san. There's no way I would do such a thing. I get up from bed and take off my sweaty pajamas. A refreshing sense of liberation. It would feel even better with some wind, but if I open the window like this, I'd expose a terrible sight to the world. Let's leave that to Muka-san. I guess I'll take a shower before changing into my uniform. Deciding that, I put on some clothes and head to my room's exit. After opening the door, I turned around once and said with a smile, to the other me who shouldn't be there in my room alone, I won't protect them, I'll make them happy. Epilogue, there is nothing more frightening than an active heroine. 1 week has passed since then. Amada and Hitsujitani's interaction has ended. Having been betrayed by Iba and Ushimaki from the start, and with his interaction with Hitsujitani also ending, this is truly the complete elimination of heroines. I thought that would be inconvenient for Amada. But surprisingly, he readily accepted the situation and recently spends time with relatively inconspicuous male students in our class in a group of 3. They're the guys from the Tsugoren that I was part of in my first life. Come to think of it, Amada was with those guys before too, but rather than such observations, my frustration at not being able to finish off Amada completely won out. He may be quiet now having lost his heroines, but that guy definitely hasn't given up. He might even try to harm not just me again, but Hidaka and Yuzu as well. However, I'm just a high school student after all. I have no means to eliminate Amada, and the best I can do is breathe a sigh of relief that I was able to overcome this trouble. Besides, well, it's annoying to admit, but I did gain a lot this time too. Still, I was surprised. I never thought Ishii-san would forgive Hitsujitani-san. Lunch break, 4 people gathering at an outdoor table. The same group that used to gather together before Amada returned is once again having lunch together like this. There's one more person, but she'll probably come soon. Yuzu's happiness is my top priority after all. You really are soft on your younger sister. This is within the bounds of common sense. What are you saying, Iba? I realized that saying anything it's futile. Hitsujitani Miwa had done terrible things, but I decided to forgive her. The reason for that goes back to the day after I exposed her conspiracy. Ishii-kun, Imauto-chan, I truly sorry. In the morning, when Hidaka, Yuzu and I left my house, Hitsujitani, who had been waiting for us, bowed deeply. Only Yuzu, who didn't know the circumstances, tilted her head, but she was the biggest victim in this incident. Yuzu was photographed on her way home from her middle school. It seems she was suddenly approached by a stranger who said, "I'll pay you money, so please give me your contact information." Naturally, she immediately refused. She apparently dashed away at full speed, and Ushimaki and Iba, who had been secretly watching Yuzu's situation, hurriedly chased after her. When I asked if there was any danger of being discovered by Hitsujitani at that time, the reply I got was, "I learned Mikoto-san's method of seeing someone off without being spotted by anyone. Seeing off, well, seeing off, I guess. Hey Kazu, what happened?" My angel asks with furrowed brows. Cute, too cute. There was a scoundrel trying to corrupt my angel, so I punished them. Yuzu, stand back. Ah, it's okay. As I was enjoying my angel's usual sigh, Hidaka hides Yuzu behind her back. Judging from yesterday's situation, I think the relationship between Amada and Hitsujitani has been severed, but I can't let my guard down. There's still a possibility that this is also being done for Amada's sake. Perhaps noticing my thoughts, Hitsujitani opens her mouth with an awkward expression. I should have listened to Ishii-kun's story properly from the beginning. I did terrible things, but I was stupid to think he was a kind person who just had a momentary lapse. You're not stupid, you're scum. Don't play the victim, perpetrator. That's harsh, but you're right, I was a hopeless person. I misunderstood that I was on the special side that could use men when I was just being used myself. But it's different now. I've cut ties with everyone who was helping with my streaming, and I told Amada, "Don't come near me anymore, and I won't come near you." I see. Since there's no guarantee Hitsujitani is telling the truth, it's irrelevant information. However, the credibility is probably high. In my first life, no matter how dense Amada was pretending to be, the heroines never showed anger toward him. They never made antagonistic statements even when he wasn't around. Yesterday, after you guys left, guess what he said? "Sorry, Miwa. Because Ishii and the others were there, I had to say that, but I'm the only one on Miwa's side. You know. That's supremely gross." Right. If he could honestly say something like, "I was scared so I instinctively ran away," it would have been a bit better, but even that didn't happen. Now I want back all the time I spent having feelings for that guy. Are you done talking? If you're not going to harm us, I don't care what you do, but don't come approaching us anymore. It's just annoying. After saying that much, I tried to start walking with Yuzu and Hidaka. But I'm stopped by Hitsujitani just before. Wait, the main topic starts from here. Actually, I have something as an apology. Imauto-chan, would you accept this? The moment Yuzu saw what Hitsujitani took out of her bag, her eyes changed color. This is the limited cosmetics I wanted. It's affordable, but that's exactly why it was too popular and I couldn't get it. Is it really okay? Yeah, you see, I do various sponsorship deals, right? The company I work with is friends with the company that makes these cosmetics. It's something I got to share. At that point, perhaps regaining her composure, Yuzu looks at me with somewhat troubled eyes. She's probably wondering if it's okay to accept these cosmetics from Hitsujitani. That gesture was too cute, so I immediately nodded. Because of that, I decided to forgive Hitsujitani just this once. It was a calculated move targeting my weakness for my angel, Yuzu, but since she made Yuzu smile, I have no choice but to back down. Well, regardless of forgiving or not forgiving, there's nothing more I could do to Hitsujitani anyway. In that case, it's better to gain the benefit of Yuzu's smile. I understand the circumstances, but she tried to frame you. You shouldn't let your guard down. I know I'm properly staying alert, including about you. Understood. Then, to gain further trust, I'll dispose of Hitsujitani-san. Don't, when you say it, it sounds like you'd really do something dangerous. Of course, I also told her that if she tries to harm my family or Hidaka again, I won't show mercy. But when she tried to get closer by saying, "Next time, I'd like to be on that side too," I firmly rejected her. Hitsujitani left with a somewhat lonely smile. Recently, Hitsujitani is still popular with male students as before, but since separating from Amada and resolving the stalker problem, she spends more time interacting with female students. However, she mainly interacts with a different group from the one with Kaney and others, so two female factions have emerged in Class 1C. They're not actually feuding, though. Anyway, Hitsujitani, the former childhood friend who was completely removed from being Amada's heroine, isn't in a miserable situation like Iba and the others were last time. So, although she'll have to give up her romance with Amada, she should be able to have a reasonably enjoyable student life. Thanks for this time, Ushimaki Iba. At the outdoor table in the cafeteria, I expressed my gratitude to the two of them after a week. In my first life, Iba and Ushimaki were the ones who plunged me into hell, but regarding this incident, without these two, I would have definitely been trapped by Amada. I would have been forced to choose between separating from Hidaka or abandoning Yuzu, and no matter which path I chose, the worst ending would have arrived. But thanks to Ushimaki and Iba being there, I was able to avoid that future. No, please don't worry about it. Everything didn't go perfectly either. Iba let out a deep sigh. Is that so? Yes, I feel particularly sorry for Makoto-san. Even if it was a pretense, Iba did corner Hidaka. If possible, I wanted to avoid making Hidaka's position bad in resolving this situation. If all of us had left, I expected that Ishii-san would seriously become dependent on Hidaka-san, but the distance between you two didn't close as much as anticipated. In my plan, you should have already been busy with baby making. We're not going to be busy with that. You really only scheme unnecessary things. I thought I'd become a bit closer to Ishii-san, but my estimates were apparently too optimistic. I'll make earnest efforts to become even closer in the future. It's okay, Haim-chan. Kazupian was properly lonely when everyone was gone. He kept looking at the group chat that wasn't being updated on his smartphone. Why does Hidaka know even something like that? Fufu. For an aggressive hard worker like me, it's a simple matter. That's scary, I tell you. Anyway, I already received thanks when Ishii-san was lonely about the group chat not being updated, so that's enough. Iba says that while happily munching on tamagotchi. That's right, we caused trouble before too. Don't worry about something like this. Still, were you lonely when we weren't around? Ushimaki is grinning next to her, which was somehow irritating. Even so, I should say it directly. Recently, there's been something weird around, so it was hard to say. I sympathize with your situation. The reason I was late in directly thanking these two was because Tsukiyama has constantly been nearby recently. If I thanked them in front of Tsukiyama, who doesn't know about the after-school incident, he would learn about Hitsujitani's matter. While it's not inconvenient for us, it would probably be inconvenient for Hitsujitani. Speaking of which, why has Tsuki become like that? Before, he was a bit more. Cow, don't talk to Kazupian without my permission. It's fine to just talk, right? Incidentally, there has also been a slight change in Hidaka's relationships this week. Hidaka gets along well with Kitami as usual, but she has become friends with another person, Iba. As evidence, they've been calling each other by name and nickname. I'll allow Haim-chan, but Cow is no good. Fufufu. Thank you, Makoto-san. To think she'd become friends with Iba, who framed me in my first life and caused tremendous trouble in my second life too, I was confused. But if Hidaka judges someone as trustworthy, they're probably trustworthy. Actually, they helped me this time. Why am I no good? I could also call Hidaka-san by her first name. Muka-san, shouldn't you work on improving that Koro heroine constitution first? I'm not Koro. Besides, it's just Haim saying things about Ishii on her own. I have no intention of getting in Hidaka-san's way, and I've given up from the beginning. Given up? Hidaka's eyes gleamed sharply. Ah. As I thought, Cow is just Cow. Ew. Ew. Ushimaki tears up while Hidaka turns her face away with a sniff. Watching that scene, Iba spoke up with an ominous smile. Ishii-san, to establish friendship between Muka-san and Makoto-san, how about you step up and become lovers with Hidaka-san? I don't want to become lovers for such a reason. It seems like it'll still take time for Hidaka and Ushimaki's friendship to be established. However, I think they get along well in their own way. I see, so if it were for a different reason, you'd want to become lovers. You really only say unnecessary things. As expected, Haim-chan. Good job. For Hidaka, Iba may be a good friend, but for me, she's very troublesome. Will I continue to be told this until my relationship with Hidaka progresses? As I was getting fed up with such a future, an even greater anxiety came charging from a distance, blowing away my unease. It was Tsukiyama. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. All right, lunch is over. Everyone, let's go back to the classroom. Yeah, understood, Akai. I'm about to start eating though. Recently, Tsukiyama often chooses the school cafeteria instead of a bento. According to him, as Kazuki-Ai's best friend, I need to understand the taste of regular food too. The way he naturally drops rich guy brags is subtly irritating. Oh right. About summer vacation, when are we going? While eating a mackerel miso stew set meal, Tsukiyama made a confusing statement. What are you talking about? Come on, I'm talking about the villa. Didn't we talk about going to my father's villa before? Come to think of it, there was such talk. I never agreed to it even once though. I plan to work a lot during summer vacation. So, Kazupian, wait. Unexpectedly, Hidaka interrupted. For some reason, her eyes are sparkling very brightly. Hey, disappointment. Does it cost money to use that villa? You'd have to cover transportation costs, but you can use the villa freely. Fumo. In my first life, Amada and the others went to a villa during summer vacation. The obligatory swimsuit episode, location, Okinawa. Not only did he have a love comedy with the heroines who went with him, but he also had a love comedy with local girls, didn't he? Really, Amada causes events everywhere. Kazupian, I want to go. Hey. Oh, that's right, Hidaka. You want to spend summer vacation with your best friend. I'm surprised. While Hidaka takes aggressive action toward me, it's quite rare for her to clearly express her will regarding such things. She would definitely say nothing if I seemed reluctant. Nevertheless, Hidaka clearly expressed her will. How about it, Kazuki-ai? Hidaka says she wants to go. You'll come too, right? Right. Well, if Hidaka wants to go. All right. Taken aback, I honestly accepted Hidaka's request. I have mixed feelings about it being troublesome, but well, I'm looking forward to the ocean in various ways. But I was surprised. I didn't think Hidaka would be interested. Summer memories are important. I'm surprised such a convenient place exists. What do you mean by that? Hotel Tsukiyama. Summer memories, established facts with Kazupian. What are you planning to use my father's villa for? What is this woman thinking? While I was looking forward to the ocean, I wasn't seeking that much. Hey Tsuki, me too. I'm going too. It'd be lonely being left out, so I'll accompany you. Don't worry, Mikoto-san. Hotel Tsukiyama has a wonderful system called rest time in addition to overnight stays, so let's utilize that. Perfect. Good. My father's villa doesn't have such a system. The noisy voices of Tsukiyama and Ashimaki. Hidaka getting fired up for some reason, and Iba smiling quietly. My second life that has definitely changed, my second student life. When I thought that perhaps the environment I'm in right now was what Amada had been seeking for, I was able to feel a slight sense of superiority. Section. Going to Okinawa is fine, but we're staying in separate rooms, okay. Got it, by the way, Kazupian. Which do you prefer, sexy or modest swimsuits? Modest. Got it. I'll bring both and wear the sexy one when we're alone together. Hidaka, you're being too aggressive. On the way home from work, I'm terrified by Hidaka, who reads my thoughts too accurately. But to think that I, who was a mob in my first life, would end up going to Tsukiyama's villa. That aside, Hidaka, I'm sorry about this time, making you play an unpleasant role. What do you mean? You know, with that stalker guy that Hitsujitani prepared. Fufu. Something like that is really nothing at all. It was for Kazupian's sake. Hidaka probably really means what she's saying. Like last time, this time too I've been saved by Hidaka constantly. Initially, I really thought Iba and Ashimaki had betrayed us and sided with Amada. They were two of the people who thoroughly cornered me and my family in my first life. This time too, I decided they were pretending to be friendly while waiting for a chance to get revenge someday. And I was determined never to open my heart to them or trust them. If I had maintained that mindset, I would definitely have met the worst ending. Yuzu would have been bullied at middle school and lost her life again. But that future disappeared, because Hidaka believed in Iba and Ashimaki. Kazupian, I want to do something for Hidaka too. I might be being conceited, but I think I understand what Hidaka wants from me. However, I still can't take that step, because this incident made me keenly aware. Amada hasn't given up. Moreover, he's become more extreme than before. He tried to harm not just me, but even Yuzu. I don't want to provoke such a dangerous guy. You don't need to be so anxious. That guy is very troublesome and I'm scared too, but we're not just the two of us anymore. Haim-chan, Tsukiyama and reluctantly Kao are with us too. Hidaka probably thinks I'm just worried about Amada. Usually she's frighteningly sharp, but she's dull at crucial moments, which makes me a bit crazy. That might be true. My second life. Around me, who tried to spend it alone, there are many people before I knew it. Moreover, they're the same people I had conflicts with in my first life, which is a strange story. Even so, it's a much more enjoyable life compared to my first life. That's why I'll try to be brave too. Hey Hidaka. What is it? Suddenly spoken to by me, Hidaka blinks. Even now, I can't take that crucial step, but if it's just a little. Wanna hold hands? Hidaka's eyes widened in surprise, but she by any means looks away from the hand I extended. Like that, she hesitantly and slowly brings her own hand toward mine, and our middle fingers touch. Will you grab it? Even though it should be a familiar warmth, for some reason that warmth felt special. Afterward, hello, this is the author-san. Now, this will contain spoilers, but one of the themes of this work is also environment construction. After Kazuki and Makoto destroyed various environments in the first arc, they build new environments in this one. There are those who try to destroy that environment again, and those who try to protect it. It might be a kind of survival competition. The genre is probably love comedy, though. Now, my words of thanks. I feel it's getting too harsh, so I want to add more heartwarming elements. Thank you for reading. End of Volume 2.